What's up, pups? Yes, pants are optional. Actually, preferably, you should not be wearing pants during these broadcasts. Sorry about that echo. I'm glad it's fixed. Good to see everybody. How's everybody doing? And yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Definitely smash that like button. All right. Let's get I'm just waiting for everyone to take their pants off. Really, that's what we're waiting for. So as soon as everybody's pants are off, we will get started. You guys let me know when the last person has taken their pants off. Ryan, you're in the right place. Just get your pants off. Hang on. If she walks in, send her to my Telegram. We'll explain it to her there. I don't want you to have to take any responsibility for your actions, Technobabble. Just send her to the Telegram and we'll handle it. We have a good team in there. We have excellent moderators. They can explain it to your wife. No problem. There's no tax in Czech Republic, right? They banned the tax. Well, I think they're doing a 3-year, if you hold it for 3 years. You're good. Awesome. Okay, well, we got a lot to talk about. Okay, so I'm going to get right to it. We're going to talk about a rug pull. We're going to talk about market alpha and why it's important to clean up the noise. And first of all, we're going to look at Bitcoin really quick. I'm going to show you support, resistance, and some things that I'm just thinking about. No one knows the future, but I'll share with you my thoughts on it. Played Superman Returns, Brandon Root's birthday. Then called Richard Hart. What? Did not know you had a TG. Yeah. Let's put it in there. I'll put it in right now. All right. Oh. We got company. Somebody wants to come out. Let's see who it is. Done. Whoa. We said pants off. What's that? All right, put your pants back on. I'll let you in. You guys chat. You guys can leave your pants off. I just don't want to get banned off YouTube. FastAbdoul is here. Hang on, he's just putting his pants on. That there. All right, he's ready. His pants are on. Let's see what's going on. FastAbdoul, sir, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Good timing. We're just getting started.
Perfect.
Let's see. Is there room for No. Let's not start one up. All right, and I'll put the Telegram right here. Oh, hang, good timing. Let's see. Who's that? Pedro? Okay, so Pedro's here. Let me make sure his pants are on. All right, Pedro, you got to put your pants on to come in. Yeah, that was just that. Pants off was just for the chat. You guys have to be wearing pants. All right, I'll give you a second. All right. Let's get you in. Let's get you in. Gentlemen, good timing. Good timing. Everybody grab a drink. Where's my drink? No. Man. All right.
Drink in hand. Hey, Pedro. Can't hear you, Pedro. Can you hear me? You're very quiet.
Yeah, let's get some more juice on that. FastAbdoul saying DeFi works better if your pants are off. Apparently, that's what I heard. So
Definitely. I'm taking my pants off right after this.
Let's see what's going on. Is in here.
There's some all-stars in here. Axis is in here.
Axis is in here. Where's he at? Is he?
I saw him in the chat.
Axis. There's a link over in the chat. Oh, there he is. Oh yeah. Oh, he. What was going on with the audio? Was there a lot of echo?
It sounded like it was maybe just some new agey music, but yeah, it was kind of wrecked. Bit of a post-apocalypse feel.
Oh, okay, interesting. Sorry about that. We'll have to watch that. I think I know what it
now.
was. Yeah, I think something was running. I didn't realize. So, all right. We got. Let's make it. All right, let's go look at Bitcoin really quick, and then we're going to dive into everything.
Let's
It's got a link there for the program. All right. Fat Sammy said,
Sorry about that.
Get the soy boys. Ah, there you are. We got you now.
Yeah.
Everybody looks good.
What do you guys think?
We're great, man. We're great. Yeah. It's getting cold out here where I live. Very cold.
Yeah.
define cold. I question your.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
think, yeah.
It's 34 degrees right now Fahrenheit outside. Is that cold? Where are you
Let
from?
me convert that to science temperature.
Exactly.
versus magic temperature.
All right, it's 1 degree. It's 1 degree.
It's 1
Just,
degree. Yeah.
It's just above zero. Is that cold?
Oh, t-shirt weather.
T-shirt weather. Yo, you'd fit right in over here. This is nothing for the locals.
Sounds like a vacation spot.
Nice. All right. Well, we've seen some weakness in Bitcoin, and it's kind of in a could go either way zone. Okay. There's I'm going to show you what I'm just looking at as the important factors for me. Okay, we're right here, and let's see. Okay, that's fine. Now, what I'm looking at right now, and what I'm thinking at, is we've been range bound here for what, like a month now? We're going on a month. Yeah, about a month here. Okay, so Bitcoin needs to decide something, and ideally, if we get out of here, all right, I'm gonna do, we can do like we need to get going pretty quick. Okay. Now, what could happen is we break below and we come down, and no one knows how far we could go. Okay, if we don't break out of here and make our way into these higher ranges, okay, there's a good chance we're going to break down. Now, I don't know for how long we break down for. There's speculation. I think anything is fair game, because they're going to have to FUD something to create something, and then we have a fall down. Who knows? 76,000, 68,000. 58,000, anywhere into this, even as low as I don't know, what's that, 47,000? Who knows?
I would be surprised if that happened quickly.
Yeah, especially because I do feel and maybe that's what gives us the juice we need to go for a year. We let some more people back on, more liquidity gets to buy in, and we go for a bigger ride. So I can't tell you what this will look like exactly, but you know, and then we'd probably come back up, you know, with a big fake out and make our way back up. So you should be ready for a number of different scenarios, okay?
Seen it before.
And you should always entertain the fact that that could have also been the top and the bull run's over. I don't think that's the case. I'm just letting you know that I always, when I'm playing the game, like anything you're doing, you're entertaining anything. The ball could go anywhere. You got to be ready for any shenanigans, right? And there is something to be said, we talked about last time, for not that we have a same cycle like we had back here, but the truth is, when you have one of these major fallbacks and you restart again, a lot of people can get back on the train, and you can have another massive move up. Now, that doesn't have to happen. Like I said, we could just come down, as I showed. We're on the 4 hour. You just come down, who knows, maybe you just come down here to 76,000 or 68,000, and then we come sideways, and then we pop back up. It doesn't have to be that far. But as far as tops go, if we move up now and we don't come down, it's very possible, you know, 108 to 114 could be another temporary top. And I'm really pulling that, a combination of fibs, and then when I just literally drew lines coming all the way back here. That simple, that basic. And I'm keeping the price action.
If it goes down, where does the money go? If it goes down, where does the money go?
You want me to show you that? I don't want to get too into this, but I can show you the DXY. DXY is bullish, but it doesn't mean we don't have another leg down. Okay, so it seems pretty clear to me what this is saying. Now, this could still come down for a while, but it is making its way back. Let's go to the weekly. Okay, you're above. We could come down, crawl on top of this trend line, and continue the rest of the bull run. But it seems to me at some point this wants to go this way. You know, so maybe. You know, we don't get that deep on this stuff, but this is just kind of what what I'm looking at. So that would be the continuation of the bull run, obviously, unless you just go from here. So that's telling me, and obviously we don't want to get too into it, but the bond market's also telling us some stuff. So yeah, so BTC, that's what we're looking at. Now, if you guys remember, and this is why I keep it super simple, and I also agree with B Roots the way he does his unsophisticated TA as well, because you just need to know what's important, what you're looking at right now. I think yesterday, if you guys remember on the live, we looked at Ethereum. What is this, Meta? Okay, and I was saying that, I'm a little concerned, and I was a little worried, and it wasn't because I'm super bearish, and it is, sadly, it's making some shapes I don't like right now. And if you remember, somebody popped on the stream and said, there was a ETF inflows with BlackRock record, and I mean, I saw those headlines too, but you guys got to remember this: if everyone sees the headline, it's not alpha, it's just data, and data is noise. Everybody has data. Every freaking teenager has ChatGPT, the internet, TradingView, Bloomberg, whatever. Data to me is just noise. Okay, there's ETF inflows at BlackRock to ETH. Doesn't mean anything for me. As you see, it doesn't show up in the chart. We don't see that. Where'd it go? It could come in one door and they could be moving it back out the other door. You don't know what they're doing, because if the headline comes out and everybody sees it, to me it's more of a manipulation than alpha, right? You gotta have something. My trader friends call it an edge. They know something other traders don't know. Something's about to happen. Like you might know about an altcoin. That's called an edge. And that's what I'm looking for. And if I don't have an edge, the only thing that matters to me is this chart. I don't care. I don't care what the headline said. I don't care ETF inflows. I don't care what you saw on chain. I don't care what indicators you see. I rarely even look at the MACD or the RSI. I'm looking at the structure of the chart, and that's it. And I need to come up with my thesis off that unless I have an edge. And then I might look for confluence with some other things. But I'm literally looking at this. And with those ETF inflows, how much did that help you? So anyone who followed that headline from the other day, and you remember, Pedro, you were here, somebody came in and said, oh, ETF inflows, why are you guys being worried about ETH? Well, now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing what I saw, okay? Because I saw in the structure of a chart some issues, okay? And I wasn't being bearish, you know, we're always quite bullish channel, but I had to alert you guys that, hey, I see some issues. And I don't care that BlackRock had ETF inflows. As you can see, neither does a chart. The chart is a chart, and it's telling you there's some issues. Or big players are doing something and telling you they're doing something else, all right? So we keep it super simple. So we gotta follow this. We're gonna keep track. Maybe we do see that a little come down here. Or maybe this is just a big fake out, right? But this is a little bit ugly right here. I don't like this at all, okay? So we're just gonna follow it. Obviously, this is gonna affect our alt bags. It's gonna affect PulseChain. I don't wanna see that happen. I like the rest of you guys, but the chart, this ain't pretty right here, okay? Doesn't mean it's over. Maybe this is, instead of pushing into the Santa Claus rally, maybe we have a little bit of dippy poo and then we rally into the election instead of the opposite of what everyone was thinking, right? Everyone was saying Santa rally and then dip before the election. So maybe they're flipping it, but we don't know anything yet. We're just going to watch the charts and go like that. I don't care about the headlines or the news. It's just noise to me. And I don't care about data. It doesn't help me. This is the only thing that tells me what's going on. And bigger money is not painting this pretty right now. So let's go to the RugPull. Let's go to PulseChain news.
There's a RugPull? Oh no.
There was a RugPull. If you guys do have questions about the BTC and all that, we can bring it up, but just wanted to share that with you real quick. So we are at a turning point right here. This needs to, let me just thumb it up. This needs to move up and get above this range, okay? If this don't get above here, ideally above here, we'd be going down. That's what I see right now. So I see some issues. Okay, there was a RugPull, man. Where's it at? I pulled it up for you guys. There's a RugPull, right? Let me see. All right, is this it? Yeah, it could just be testing M2 photo. At 100% could be testing. We brought that up in the live stream last night too, that it could just be testing it. The problem is how it's testing it into a head and shoulders. It went from an inverse head and shoulders to now potentially a head and shoulders, right? You're getting this Emmy kind of look. It's just droopy. Don't like it at all. And so that's the issue. But normally this would be a fine retest, but we don't have a lot of energy coming in here. It's just, I don't know. We're going to keep in touch with it. Yeah, I don't know who King Daniel is. I think, or did I just meet him recently? Look at that. So we got to talk about altcoins for a second, guys. You didn't see this one?
I heard of it. I didn't see it, but yeah.
What coin is that one? I don't know that coin.
Is it coming up? Can you guys see this?
It's not a blue chip. Let's just
no, yeah, it's not a blue chip. Yeah.
It's not a blue chip. I don't know much about it. But the chart was looking okay for a little bit.
Nice one, bro. It's not a blue chip. Nice.
The guys,
it's
not
always
pretty.
bad when people get hurt, but like this was not a solid play in my opinion. I know Monday morning quarterback and all that, but like it's a side meme coin with a side founder.
Okay.
It didn't work out.
But was he a founder that's is kind of well respected in the ecosystem?
He was known, like he'd insert himself a lot of places. Like
Okay.
I've heard him speak in Twitter spaces. But I've never seen him on the screen to my knowledge. So yeah, hard to say what his intentions were. He had some sort of conspiracy theory about people were trying to steal his pDAI bag, so he had to rug it somehow.
What?
I'm dubious.
Sounds like the Mati story, right? I mean,
I don't know the full
similar.
that story either, to be honest. I don't know whose this is. RugPull the gym, and I don't know the full Maddie stories. I am curious about all these about the Matty story as well. I don't know anything.
I think it's a similar thing, right? Like
Is
he
it?
had some coin. I'm not sure if he created or it was, given to him. Like I don't know that part, but I know that that he had some coin and then he removed the liquidity. So
Right.
I think like because I don't follow him, right? So, but what I heard is that, or what I read at the time, it was something like he was trying to teach a lesson about liquidity, something like that.
Yeah, he taught us a good lesson.
I don't really know.
So I'm really careful. I mean, I have to be really, when we PulseChain started, we were all, first it was, there was Pulse Bitcoin, there was, there was Pulse Trailer Park, there was all kinds of stuff, right? So you got to be careful, guys. You got to be careful. There's been exploits.
Some of that stuff made good. Like the Pulse Bitcoin guys picked up the pieces.
Yes, they did. They did.
Took it back. Like Gunther came in, rugged it, directed people out of the protocol to go do something else, rugged them somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
It was never his protocol. He was never the founder. He was just he was just like a slick guy who tricked everybody again and again and again. And
he will come back, bro. It's like,
how is that possible?
Like he will come back. Gunther will come back 100%.
Fat Sammy picked up the pieces though, and now it's actually thriving.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'm fairly impressed.
It's getting support. Fat Sammy did a great job and brought it back. Now that one was more messes, but just in general, there's just been this like nonstop debacle, And so you guys got to be careful. Don't spread yourself too thin. My channel, I picked my ones from the beginning. I didn't know they were going to do well. Let's say I just chose them. BFF, Bear. What other alts? I mean, I guess pDAI was an altcoin. Still kind of is meme coin, right? Atropa, So we just stuck, in certain places. But you got to be careful. This is just a lesson to be careful. They're going to have an excuse or reason. I'm sure there'll be some Twitter post by this dev that some guy in India or Thailand did something, and because of the language, there'll be something. Okay.
Then watch out for the reloading scam, which is where
What's that?
Says they say they fixed it rugged because of this reason. But we fixed the reason. Everything's okay now. We're relaunching.
Okay.
Please buy the token, and then they rug it again. And you'll see that 2 or 3 times sometimes from the same founder. That's their reloading scam.
Jesus. Crazy.
Yeah. Careful who you trust.
Be careful who you trust. Oh, I did have it open. Here it is. That's horrific, man. Jeez. That is horrific. How much rugged?
Good question.
A lot.
Probably not that much.
Crypto and pDAI's fate soon. Okay, let's talk about pDAI. Let's talk, because there's been so much FUD. I should have pulled some more Twitter stuff up.
What the fuck is that, bro?
This is a cool video. You want to see this video? Okay, well, let's do the pDAI. We'll come back to that. Okay, remind me.
Is that a cool video? Okay.
I don't even know what the hell I just saw. Collateral. Oh, this is a new clip. I've never seen this, and I've seen a lot of
Layer
clips.
2, the living shit. I hope that DeFi works wonderfully, and I hope that they DeFi Layer 2, the living shit on top of Hex, because Hex will be one of those underlying things. You talk about multi-collateral DAI, cool. Now you can collateralize for DAI fucking Hex tokens, great. I hope DeFi does fabulously, because I will make a lot more money if it does.
Yeah,
Is he literally just talking about the collateralization of a stablecoin with Hex?
Could be.
Is that pretty much what he just said?
that is what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen this video, guys, and I saw a lot of videos because, in a lot of the pDAI videos I made going way back, I would always put a clip, and I had not seen this one, so this is new.
I hope that DeFi works wonderfully, and I hope that they DeFi Layer 2, the living shit on top of Hex, because Hex will be one of those underlying things. You talk about multi-collateral DAI, cool. Now you can collateralize for DAI fucking Hex tokens, great. I hope DeFi does fabulously, because I will make a lot more money if it does.
Yeah,
I hope that DeFi works.
He's saying exactly what we think he's saying. That is the most on the nose I've heard. Okay, guys, this whole pDAI is going to zero. He would have put a hole in this narrative a long time ago, or he would have done something. He's been nonstop hinting at it, and he was talking about, I don't know how old this video is. He's been talking about this nonstop. And literally this video, he just says, hinting at the collateralization of a stable coin with Hex. I mean, come on, how can you sit there and say things like, who just said that? So have you ever seen a grown man naked? Chat is already awesome. pDAI's fade soon. That's fucking ridiculous. pDAI too.
To be fair, there are stable coins collateralized with Hex. That has been done.
Yes,
We have
that is
the
true.
Flex
I know a
protocol,
couple. I know a couple.
I think there's another one coming. I don't know much about it, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
there's one already. It's already live, but there's another one coming too. It's true. Yeah.
Pedro has one coming. Pedro has one coming.
What are you doing?
I have the second one coming. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, he has the second one coming.
So yeah, the first one, Hex one, is built by Hex T-shirts. So, but 15-year T-shirts. So that one was a hard one to build, as you can imagine, right? Because of liquidations, etc. So, but it's going well. I mean, the peg is like 0.84.
Hey, Andy, we all love the peg.
Could be worse.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, but you also got Flex, right? With Hex DC. So that one
Flex protocol.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So, but I mean, the Heartman himself is saying it in a way that certainly.
Andy, we all love the pegging. The pegging, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be great. Let me know what you think about that. Okay. Moving on.
A lot of the boys are excited about the pegging. So look, here's the thing. It could be all rumors. It could be all hearsay. But let me show you what I look at. I look at this. The whole market is pulling back. ETH looks like hell. It doesn't look good. And look at this. It's trending up, okay? It's trending up, okay? All these buys are not figments of your imagination. People are here, and it's not going anywhere. And you know what? To any naysayers, just treat this as a meme coin, okay? You want to just treat it as a meme coin? Treat it as a meme coin. You know, Pedro's been saying that for a long time. He's like, it's just a meme coin until it pegs. What are you worried about it pegging for right now? And with the narrative, with meme coins been dominant this whole entire bull run, you don't think this is going to $1 just on the meme narrative? You don't understand crypto. You don't understand crypto. Just keep pulling fibs and hang around with your data. You got a lot to learn. Yeah. You got a lot to learn.
It's a nice looking chart, that's for sure. You know, like if there was any other chart, you'd be like, oh, this looks pretty good, right? Like this is positive. The signs are positive. So, but there is a different narrative attached to it. So there is, you know, I think it's okay for people to ask questions. So it's okay for people to be concerned. Everybody's got to make their own choice, right?
I want escorts for that. Who's the beard guy?
If you think about it, it's they could be right at the end, right? They could be right at the end because this could end up as a failed experiment, right? It's totally okay in my opinion, right? It's fine. If it fails, doesn't matter because, you know, like the narrative, it was amazing, and like up until now, it was fucking amazing, I think. So even if it fails, doesn't really matter because for me at least, it was already worth it, right? Like even the possibility, right? Just for me, because it was it's like a scientific experiment, right? That's what I love about pDAI. It's like it's not just a meme coin; it's a fucking scientific experiment, right? Can you really copy a chain and like create like a native stablecoin from the copied stablecoin? That's like, whoa, bro, that's amazing. That's like that. It's science experiment, I guess, at least for me, right?
It's an experiment. Sure it is.
Yeah.
Sure it is. Yeah. All of crypto is. So is PulseChain. So is Hex.
Sure.
So is P Stability, Hex 1 protocol. You know, and we have to keep experimenting because if they work, our lives become better and richer. And by the way, Pedro, I think you are now the Bob Marley Jesus.
I'm Bob Marley Jesus. Awesome.
You have quite a big fan club forming.
Okay, I like that.
So never shave the beard because they're coming for the beard.
I can't now. Yeah, I think there was a time where Richard had like a huge beard, so I'm going for that too.
Just remember right now, everybody cheering on for you has their pants off right now. I think about 50% of chat has their pants down. Is that correct, chat?
100%.
Where's the stream link? I'll put it back in. Axis, if you come, put your pants on. I can't put you on if your pants are down. No, that's the thing. So. All right, where are we at? Beard. What? Who is the beard bro? Bro, we just answered it.
I'm a wizard, bro.
He's a wizard. He's our mad scientist.
Exactly.
He's our
Bob Marley, Jesus guy.
He's our Bob Marley Jesus guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
PX
Bob Marley
He's
is
a Jesus
the-
guy.
Oh my God. I don't even know what that means. I think FastAbdoul might have an answer for this one. He says PX is the glory hole of PulseChain. Somebody want to break that? Somebody want to break that down for us?
I really don't want to touch any of that without, gloves.
Smart.
I think
Smart
PX is glorious and it's doing very well. I'll leave it at that.
All right.
Yeah, lots of naked guys in the chat.
Lots of naked men in the chat. I think
Maybe
Tam, are you still here? Can you balance us out? We're going to need your help.
Poor
All
people
right.
fork off real legs.
So,
Jesus.
this chart looks beautiful, okay, guys? And obviously, you can see the whole crypto market is a little bit weak right now. We can go to crypto bubbles. Where's the bubbles at? What was the PulseChain bubbles? Somebody remind me. Here it is. PulseChain
was
bubbles.
it Go Pulse? Do they have the bubbles?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Go Pulse
we
has
usually
it too. Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. There we go.
So Aave is okay. So that was a surprise in
There's a
there.
fair amount of liquidity on the pLA. I think I have it on my dashboard here. I think it was in the thousands at least.
Wait, what was?
pAave has a fair amount of liquidity. Oh, you're looking
it does.
You're not looking at PulseChain, are you?
No, this is just Aave. I'm going to go to Pulse right now. I'm going to Pulse.
Oh, okay.
Let's come over here. Oh, what in the good God is that? All right.
Never heard of it.
Oh, this is Tropa. Oh,
Yeah, Tropa, for sure.
414.
Yeah,
414 just released it. I was slow.
Yeah.
We can go look at it. We should go look at it.
Looks like a trooper, yeah.
Are we we're the females, bro? We're naked for no reason. Oh.
Right there.
I know right now Pedro has naked women on his screen. You can do a screen share if you'd like, Pedro.
I can't. I have too many porn tabs open, so yeah.
Too many porn tabs. Okay, we're going to get in trouble. Yeah, we missed some of that. XRP equals VC dumping on your head. We can go look at that chart in a minute. Okay, so with the market the way it is, you can't look at this and tell me this is, you can't FUD this, man. This is an enormous flag. It's just absolutely beautiful. You want to see this? You want to see the daily?
It's pretty impressive.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
I think I could FUD it if I tried, though. It's like, it's all in the eyes of the beholder. Like, there's too much green. I want to see some more color.
That chart is fuck.
This is going to launch out of this channel. Okay, it's coming out of this channel. It's just not listening to the market. It just doesn't care about FUD. It doesn't care about anything right now. It only cares about
It's the
up.
true honey badger. Yeah.
It's the honey badger. Yeah, you ain't getting a penny. Okay, I don't think you're getting 0.013. Maybe you get 0.017. Maybe you break down below. We do a little fake out like I showed on Bitcoin, and you pop up. That would be great. Check it out versus Pulse. Yeah, it's gonna look really good. I'm not at home. Okay, we're gonna go look also right now at this one. So this also doesn't care about any FUD. It doesn't care about Ethereum. It doesn't care about Maxi's hating on it right now. It wants to go to parity. It wants to go up. That's for sure. It just wants to go up. These indicators are about reset. This is going to blast off pretty soon. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, this doesn't have to come all the way down. We are looking good. Kind of curious, been in this little range. Okay.
Liquidity's not as thick on the pWBTC as it is on pDAI, I don't think.
No, it's not. It's not. But yeah, this could come down here and and test. I think it stays on this channel, but I could see it coming down to touch the bottom of this range and possibly just hit this top of this channel. Okay, that's very possible on this, but it looks really good. Now we're going to what are we looking at? We looked at oh, you guys want to see this really quick? I was just listening to this. Might as well.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? This is supposedly Nicholas Schreck on the music agenda. A little rabbit hole really quick.
Who's
in control. We are not a political organization. We are an occult organization. We're working behind the scenes to manipulate the way that people think. The war that we are waging is a guerrilla war on the human mind. And we use musical frequencies, the dominant frequency, which I've referred to before, and symbolism and imagery to awaken dormant aspects of the human mind. We are in control. We are not a...
Crazy, right?
I took some good notes.
Hey, we got somebody in the guest room. They just put their pants on. It's Axis. Let's bring him in. Where's he at? Axis, where you at?
Oh, yo, yo, yo.
Yeah,
He's
what's
over there.
up, man?
How's the weather over there, Axis?
It's a little bit foggy, misty, rainy, cold. So not that good. But the weather in pDAI land is pretty good. And I just had to chime in on that. I'm sure you guys... I was looking for batteries because I wanted to get my thing going, but it's not turning on tonight for some reason, so... But check this out. So I'm going to share my screen if you'll let me for a second. And
yeah.
I see the same price action happening in pDAI right now as we saw in early Hex after Godwill got in.
Yeah, they're very similar. They are very similar. Look, I think that pDAI is a RH ticker. I've believed in it in a while. I think it's going to move like an RH ticker. Let me know when. Are you sending right now? Did you send it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, here we go. Hang on.
So this is what I'm thinking. So this is your pDAI chart, measured in pulse terms.
Okay.
And this is like the first pullback in a major move higher. And part of the things that is going on that I believe that we can talk a little bit, somewhat intelligently about is what's going on with Treasury bill and the teddy bear burn that just occurred, and
100%.
What that implications of that really is for as those would be drivers to help this thing get to $1. But I wanted to show you just simple price structure. So like, I mean, this thing looks pretty good. It's not flat yet though. See how you can still see like price down here? Like it's not like a pancake like it is here. So on the Hex chart from the beginning, this is what we were looking at was like, this was the price was just going along. These were huge swings. This was a 350% move, and then it crashed like 70%. But when Godwill came in, this was boom, and like doubled the price in a candle. Yeah. And then there was that first correction, and that's right here. That first correction. And this is where I think pDAI could be right now, is in that first major corrective. And look, the candles down here, I mean, it's a little bit different, but I mean, you can still see this. This isn't quite pancaked yet. Just similarly to how, I don't know, maybe this is like a similar, setup. And so
100%.
If you play this forward, I mean, there's still a lot of juice left in the tank. I mean, in this case, it went up another like 3.4x. And so this is kind of what I'm thinking, guys, is like, this is, I'll go to a 3-day. It's just the beginning.
It looks just like the Hex chart.
It looks the same, dude. So what would be a 3.4x from here? Like, what would be, it would pancake the chart. So that's number one. Yeah. 3.4.
So you're seeing around 10, 12 cents.
Unbelievable. At 1200 pulse for, is that what it would be? What are we at right now? Almost 3 cents.
What was
so you're looking like 10 to 12 cents. And you notice that there's this battle that's going on between pDAI and Hex for dominance. Like they keep flipping each other back and forth. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. And Hex looks really good. So I think they're like helping each other get there. Obviously pDAI is much less liquid in terms of against pulse backing. So then that means that, obviously Hex has like a $20 million bid with Pulse, whereas like I think pDAI has only 3 to 4 million. So it's much easier to pump pDAI, but you get the same result. It pulls up the whole network with it. Notice like when people fudded pDAI the other day, the whole network got suffered for it, right? And then, by the way, the only money that's coming into this chain is aping pDAI right now.
I know. Yeah.
You know, wise up a little bit, guys. Like, I don't know.
They're pretty much a 1-to-1 ratio. Like 1,000 pDAI gets you about 1,000 hex.
Exactly. Yeah, the prices are
how poetic would that if they ran up together, right? Let's see if I can find that p-hex pDAI chart, because that's pretty, that ratio chart's been pretty fun to watch.
What was the pullback after the 3 to 4x move on the pHex chart you were showing? Because I felt around 10 to 12 cents. That's when we're going to see that major pullback. Was there one? Okay, so that's when you got the major pullback.
Yeah. So I mean, we can only go by percentages, because this was the move from like 4 zeros and a 5 to 3 zeros and a 6. So it was basically a 10x move from the breakout. And so I mean, you could just, you know, what would that would be roughly what we measured.
I told people, I said, right now you're not going to get that big juicy pullback, but it's going to come. But I think it's going to come closer to around 10 cents. Mm-hmm. And looking at this now with the way the hex moved, I think that's when you're going to get that. But it's not going to ever come back around this range, at least if we compare it to that hex.
Mm-hmm. So here's the golden chart, and this is the chart that shows you pDAI's performance relative to hex. This is hex to the upside, hex to the downside, versus, and this yellow line here is parity. And so they keep competing for like this parity level. You know, are they going to go up together? I don't know. Is pDAI going to take the lead for some period, and then that rotates into hex? Like we saw some of that with the wrap BTC fork copy. The guy that had like 5,000 of them or whatever, he was selling off 800 grand chunks and causing massive chaos and sell-offs. But then he rotated a lot of that capital, if not all of it, into hex. So are we is that going to be a trend where you see guys take massive profits and rotate that into hex to keep so that hex can keep up? I don't know.
Can you pull that chart out a little bit further?
Yeah, the whole thing. You're just repeating the same.
Okay.
You know, kind of rounded structure. This looks a lot like Bitcoin dominance, right? Where you see these, you know, the Titan falls, and then there's a sideways period where, you know, I don't think the market knows how to handle this, because it's like, you know, most people were under the assumption that Richard Hart core coins were all that mattered for a long time, but now this is challenging their worldview over and over and over again in more than one way. And here it is actually at the price
100%,
level.
100%. Well, here's the thing. I don't know why. I mean, obviously we don't have certainty, but I think for a lot of us, we've believed that this has been an RH project from the beginning. But, you know, if you frame it in that way, then yeah, a lot of people don't see it as an RH ticker, so it's challenging their worldview. Or do you mean that they just don't want to accept that it's an RH ticker? Is that what you mean?
I think it's that second option, yeah, I guess.
They don't want to accept it yet.
Yeah.
Now, is it because, and this is a good point, because I see this debate on Twitter nonstop. So do you think it's because he hasn't come out and said specifically, hey, this is me? Is that all it is? Is that what they're waiting for? Axis?
You know, we all look up to him, some of us more than others. And so I think a lot of it is just simply that. And I asked this question to a friend of mine, so maybe I'll tell a story here.
Yeah.
I asked the question, you know, the Axis token has incredible performance. It's on a trajectory to do great things. Why are people ghosting it or not interested in it, or just not like looking at it as a legitimate, you know, project? And not that everyone is. There's a lot of people that come up to me in person at events and like are totally respect what's occurred there. But I just think generally, so people that have sacrificed for these coins or held hex and staked hex for years, they want to be in profit before they start to diversify, because to them, they're at a loss if they go and chase new things at a loss, right? And so, and that might be, everyone's financial situation is different, and I just think that's where a lot of that anxiety is coming from. But I think like the whether Richard comes out and says it yet now or later or something, ultimately, what we need to be thinking about is like, where is the money going to rotate when if pDAI does actually get to $1? It's going to go into the core coins. This whole fallacy of all the money exiting the chain, like, think about how powerful it would be if these coins, these copies, they do crazy numbers, and PulseChain really becomes the 1-to-1 chain. It becomes the 10,000x chain, and it fully realizes itself as the people's chain. And people are banging down the door at the centralized exchanges saying, hey, you have all my forked copies. They have a lot of value. We want our copies back. What do you think the exchanges are going to do? They're going to have to list the coins, which means that they're going to have to come in and buy the core tickers to get exposure to the ecosystem, which is going to make prices rise as well.
Yeah.
I think this plan has been in place. And when people say, you know, pDAI is an RH ticker or not, it's not just Richard. This is like a movement that's happening at the highest levels of founders and entrepreneurs in the crypto space, in the DeFi space, coordinating and working with Richard's team, with Richard, to do something amazing here, right?
I think so. Yeah.
You don't get charts like this that do 10,000 X's and nobody wants to talk about them.
I think,
dude, I put a post out about this very thing. It's like, if you would have told me a P copy was going to do a 10,000 X before PulseChain launched, I would have looked at you in the face and I said, you're fucking insane. You know, but now this is reality staring you guys in the face, and this thing's about to break out.
It's about to break out.
Like, come on, guys! Like, look at the volume spikes. That's real. That's volume.
That's real. It's happening.
Hello, volume.
And it makes sense. Exactly what you said. He had to coordinate it with people. There are people that know, but this isn't something that you can come out and just, you know, talk about on the nose. You can't do it, and it has to be done this way. But in all fairness, he has been communicating. First, he went on nonstop waxing poetic about the blockchain being speech over and over again, which I've talked about in videos. And then he started doing things on chain that were pointing in this direction. There's been just too much time and too much evidence for this happening for a long time. I mean, he's just about come out and say it.
What about that maker founder and his handle on X is @Hextronaut? I mean, come on. And they rebranded Maker. Oh, one of the co-founders of I think the Spark protocol or Maker, or in connection with those two protocols, right? Maker was, or Spark. One of the guys handle on X is Hextronaut.
Okay.
And so, I mean, there's a hint. And then the whole Maker rebranding to Sky and all that opens up a pathway for Maker to become something on a different chain.
That was really interesting. I didn't understand it, but I had a feeling, I wondered, is that going to come to play later, you know, the whole Sky thing. I think there may be more people.
For our purpose. I think they have admin keys in there. I think they can turn it off. I think it's something that they're doing to work with the powers that be, and not to become more decentralized. That's my understanding. I haven't done a deep dive yet.
Okay.
Well, so this reason why Sky had to take that pivot was because they need to have a way to interface with the real world assets, right? Because the space is growing, and you need and there are certain check safes that you have to have in a coin, in some of these stable coins at least, in order to prevent from like fraud and like if you're going to tokenize the world and put all the real estate on the blockchain, but there isn't some way to freeze some portion of it. Like there's no fail safe. There's if a bad act, it's like this. If a bad actor gets the keys to the OA wallets, there's no stopping what the whole chain goes down. Right. And so that is real DeFi basically. And but one of the ways that the Sky team could bring on the world and bring real world assets on the chain and have a lot of value come here is to have protections in. And so that's where there's a choice to use a centralized one with a switch and then the DeFi one, and they're going to coexist, and the market can use them as necessary. Like, you know, old money is going to need to use that stuff in order to bring the world into the blockchain, at least for the time being, until better technology comes up that's more secure. But so I think it's all got its place, right? Ultimately, this is about onboarding the world into blockchain, but we still the potential here for like a truly decentralized stablecoin that started at zero effectively and built itself up
Yeah.
to $1 in pegs. By the way,
Yeah.
peg it at 10 cents, peg it at a penny. It doesn't matter. That's more just a novelty at that point, right? It's like if the pools get, here's another interesting thing, without any contract function, if the pools get big enough, on a long enough time frame, the price will just stabilize around a range. Anyways,
Is that so?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Remember
That's true.
our conversation the other day about the different pegs? So you have the collateral vault peg, and you have the real peg, like the
Yeah.
peg in the liquidity pools, right?
Okay.
So I mean, I think So you that's what Axis is talking about, which is the
We have
real
an
peg at the end of the day.
We have an example of this in
It is a
in
peg.
GIF.
Yeah.
So this guy's made a coin called GIF and pGIF. And pGIF was mintable for GIF 1-to-1. And so they were basically the same damn thing, except the pGIF you needed to input 1,500 PLS, I think, or something to mint it. And so then it should have been, so then one pGIF should have costed one GIF plus the premium of 1,500 pulse to mint, right? So they should have always had that premium. So what they did was they hard locked it with a V3 liquidity with like $2 or $3 million of liquidity right there at 1-to-1, and the price doesn't move from each other. They're just pegged to each other. So take that same process. If you put like $1 trillion of pDAI with $1 trillion of some other thing, call it a tropa, call it something else, on the blockchain, those two things are not, they're immovable, because who's going to have enough capital to shift the ratio of that pair anymore?
Right.
And so this is all about units in a V2 style AMM, and in that environment, you can actually have a situation where this meme coin does get to a price where enough liquidity is there that it just stabilizes, because its connected pairs are just so damn thick.
Right.
Exactly.
100%. 100%.
And that's I think that's in my opinion, of course, that's like primarily Richard's function, right? To be that market maker, right? If he wants to, because he has the dry powder to do it, right? Or to create the right incentives for people to.
This is partly why totally fair launch coins like Zen don't do anything. They go down forever. It's because you need a stabilizing force in the system. That's why the OA was kind of a necessity of Hex, to stabilize the APR, the APY. If that was left to the free market, they would have killed the Hex project early on, and it would have never went anywhere. Because everybody would have either all staked or nobody would have staked, and they would have obliterated the price. You see what I'm saying? So the meat on the bone comes from the stabilizing factor of large benevolent players, and my chart's an example of that as well, like the Axis chart with a huge OA, or the solid index, the solid X chart, or what's another one that's not us that did that? There's other examples, coins where they're centrally BNB. There's one, BNB. Look at the BNB chart. It's just under the right forever.
Yeah, Bitcoin. I mean. You got that
Bitcoin in the early days, sure.
Yeah.
Here, BNB, since 2017 July, just up and to the right forever.
Mm-hmm.
It looks just like the pDAI chart.
You're saying CZ could be behind pDAI?
He could have. He could be working
Maybe
with
it's
the
partnership,
hard man.
like CZ and Richard holding hands, pumping pDAI.
Well, CZ did just follow SOMMI, so he's aware.
Yeah,
Exchanges have to be aware of the P copies that they're holding on to, and if they're catching wind of this now, they probably are making. At least it's in discussions, right?
Oh, for sure. Well, it's starting to turn into real money, right? Like it's no longer pennies, so it's interesting.
We talked about that the other night. This is a fantasy of turning pennies into dollars, and it's happening. And it's a strong narrative. Anybody bearish on this is out of their mind. You're out of your mind at this point. You're absolutely out of their mind. You're going to see people come with some massive clips soon. Massive clips. Okay. And sure, they may only come for a 5 or 10x, but you're going to see $1 million clips start showing up here on pDAI. Okay.
Yeah, I'm nervous, man.
You better wake up to that reality.
I wish I had more. I think, and look at like Teddy Bear breaking out, Atropa trying to break out, BTC sticking the tip in. Like, these things are all drivers for pDAI to get there. They're ancillary pieces. We didn't even touch on the treasury bill in the bear burn. The largest single holder of bear bonds it to treasury bill and burns it forever. And now he's created a thing where he can be the Federal Reserve and mint treasury bill from the contract and it's got that teddy bear backing against it, right? And teddy bear is integrally linked into the pDAI and the web as well. And
big
as
time.
a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up was the liquidity. Yeah, go ahead.
Pups, listen up. Pups. Steady Pup is here now too. We got Steady Pup in the house, Axis in the house, Pedro, the Bob Marley of PulseChain. We got FastAbdoul, Saint Wolf. You guys got to smash those likes. This is just the alpha drip tonight, late night alpha drip. So smash those likes, Pup. And Steady Pup, you want to come on, join? Let me know. Actually, there's a link in the chat. And then I have a serious question for Axis. After this, he shows us a liquidity web. So
yeah, that chart is pretty impressive. I think you shared it before, right? On I don't know, Twitter.
Yeah, this tweet got 35,000 views. So let me show you that.
It's a very
which
nice
was
one,
like
by the way.
one of my bigger things lately. So I mean, it was nice to see and by the way, it was counter FUD to all the bullshit that was being talked about. It's like, I don't care if you can take the peg narrative away. I don't care about that. Here was the one about the 10,000x.
You
can't even
100% can. Don't worry about the peg right now.
No, it's irrelevant, and we don't have control over that.
Now. Yeah.
But what you can account for is TVL, which right now is sitting at $224 million, and I'll show you that in a second.
That's awesome.
Volatility, volume, and adoption, and those are the hallmarks of something you want to be a part of in crypto.
Yeah.
Like, come on, this was it. Hate to break it to you, but DAI isn't going away. And I just said simply, there's too much liquidity bricked way down into the root of the network, 180 million as of this post, and that was this picture here.
Yeah.
And so now I'm going to go into the web now and show you, because it's mobile. I can click in, I can see every pair, TSFI, Penrose, Legal, all these things, SolidX.
Pups, we've been saying this from the beginning. pDAI is heavily integrated and bonded all over PulseChain, all over Atropa, to everything. Like, anybody doubting this is nuts.
So one of the FUD points is like, oh, but it's not real value, right? Because it doesn't connect to eDAI or wrapped ETH. I say, yeah, that would have been relevant early on in its lifespan.
Sure. Can you break that point down? Because this is the first time I'm hearing that. So what does that infer? And break it down.
It's like real liquidity, right? Like imagine WETH or
everyone's got a different idea of what is real liquidity, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So because RugPull is the main connector point to Ethereum, all the farms with all of the liquidity to get to eDAI, EUSDC, EUSDT, or eWETH, which those are the stabilizing forces that kind of peg the PulseChain to outside value. The only way to get through there is to go through RugPull, and by extension, you could maybe argue that Hex and Ink and PulseX are part of that too, because they have connections to Pulse that can distribute load on SPYs and cells to the stable value. Okay, and so with that in mind, you can come in here and you can put these on a thing together. Yeah, by the way, I gotta get off here pretty soon. But so now what we have here is we got on this side we got RugPull, $300 million value. Now that's not all connected to. There's like 150 million bridged in, right? It's like that's maybe double. That's maybe double of what the real value is. And so then this is the point of contention here. Gosh darn it, I'm getting a call. 1 second. Okay, so this is where they connect. So this is the real value, just in Pulse terms. You got 850 grand here.
Okay.
You got 1.2 million here. What do we got here?
They're gonna go away.
Moving. Come back here, bitch.
Stop! Don't go.
Magic.
This is awesome.
It's getting away.
All right, settle down here, guys. Okay, so what do we got here? Add this up for me. 1.2 million plus 900K, that's like 2.1 million.
Yeah.
Here's another 2.5 million. So there's about 5 million.
Yeah, 5 million.
600K. So let's say there's 6 million.
Yeah.
So really, but that's not so big that this is why pDAI, when it pumps, it's easier to pump because there's less liquidity bonding it to things, so the ratio is more fluid. So they can move around and it can drag the chain up with less input cost. So it's literally so what actually happens here is like this pulse virtually gets lended to these pools, and these pools fill up with more and more pulse and less DAI. As the more energy gets pumped into the chain, and it all starts with like the stable money getting bridged in and connecting to pulse, and then the pulse leaves those pools and it comes into these DAI pools, and then the DAI really moves up, and then you lose the DAI because people hold the DAI, right? So, anyways, here's your real value is about, let's say 3 million bid side, 3 million on the sell side. Yeah. So that means that if you put 3 million in, you're going to 4x the price of DAI, and that's how you get that 4x move. So $3 million, $4 million is all it's going to take, and that's why when you look at the DAI chart, where is it at?
And this is also a reason why I'm like I've been telling you, Wolf, that there's absolutely no way that DAI can peg without massive volatility, right?
Okay, we're going to talk about that next. Yeah, we're going to ask Axis,
which is going to be part of the game, right? Thankfully.
Axis, we got a contentious question for you, but
sure. Last thing was just the volume here. This candle here.
Yeah.
137%, $8 million of volume. I would say like with a wick down 25%, some of that was sell pressure, right? But these two candles here, you got a 200% move on 18 million in volume. Let's say 30% of that was sell pressure. So it took $12 million to 3x the price. So, and that math is going to continue forward because the profit taking means that the pools stay relatively similar in ratio.
Exactly. You did like the price you pay is the volatility, basically. You see the red candle, that is the price you pay. That's it. Because it has like thin pulls between like real world value, whatever you want to call it, right? I'm just assuming like the people that sell for like non RH tokens, okay, just to make it simple, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So what's this contentious question? I'm eager, and then I gotta go.
All right. So this is a. So obviously you probably
do you have your pants up, Axis? That's the contentious question.
This is pants up.
Do I have my what?
Pants up.
So there's some people that believe that the peg is just weeks away, and it can happen. You're gonna wake up one day and it's gonna move to a peg, and then something we've discussed on here that there needs to be market. It needs to create floors and stair step its way up slowly over time. What do you feel? Do you think it's just going to go to a peg, or do you think it's going to play market dynamics and stair step its way up?
I think I'm gonna. I don't know, but I think I'm gonna lean on Maria, which Maria seems to think that he just needs the moonshot. Like they just need to send it there.
I've read that. She said that. She said it's just gonna moon and go right to a peg. And
so that's kind of what I'm thinking is that, I mean, we spent a lot of time flushing guys out here and here, like Herman left. I think Herman had like 500 million left still, so that guy's gonna be rich anyways. But
whoa, who's that?
So hold on a second. How many X's is it dollar from here? Yeah, Herman.
37, 40, 40X, something like that.
40 something X.
I guess. Yeah.
Who's Herman? Is that?
pDAI rode to $1. Thank you, CrispyMAN from hexfireio for putting this stuff together. So awesome.
Exactly, bro. It's pretty cool.
So we're 37 X's.
Oh wow.
$10.
People are getting organized. This is great, man. This is great to see. Yeah, this is fantastic. This is gorgeous. Good job.
Let me rephrase what you said. Mexicans are getting organized.
Mexicans are getting. That's a big. That's big, man. This is big.
By the way, I'm converted, right? Because I was a non-believer until about right in here. This is where I started playing the game.
When was it? What's the date there?
Right around the turn of the year. So it would have been November, December, January, somewhere in there. I think is when I first started, purchasing.
A year ago, same here. Yeah, that's when I was going in.
Like for me, it was August. When was it? August. Like end of July, beginning of August.
Bottom then.
You are the man.
Yeah. 2023, exactly.
Now, you got to give credit. Like there's guys like Coach X that was interested down here. Identity Block. There was guys down here, and I'm like, you guys are insane. Like, why would you?
Well, look, he made the chain. His whole thing from the beginning was, look, I'm making these P copies. You guys have a copy. And he was adamant about that. He was adamant about drawing everybody's attention to the P copies. And he took a lot of heat a year ago because everyone said, hey, Richard Hart didn't understand the market because memes are going up. Why didn't he make memes? Instead, he gave us all these useless P copies. No, they weren't useless. He was just allowing the narrative to take hold, and there was a lot of building going on in the background. and now we're seeing it. Now we're seeing it play out. So he was on point from the beginning, and it seems he may have actually been collaborating with some quite big players actually in the space. I'm sure a lot of people know what's going on, but as you guys can understand, nobody can say this on the nose. This has to be done, you know, clandestine, as they say, a little bit. And yeah, so the Atropa dev did say pretty much that he's expecting it to go right to $1. And I know Decentralized Me is with that too. The Atropa dev hasn't steered me wrong yet. I've been deep in that for over a year now, and so I guess I have to take that for what it is. What do you think, Pedro? Because I know you've been adamant that it has to like relieve sell pressure and move up slowly over time. What do you think? Maria Rahel has said that in a tweet, in the chat.
No, it's like, I think it's more positive in the sense that I think he probably thinks that, you know, like Axis said, a lot of people who could damage the shard already sold, right? I'm not as positive, right? I think there's still a lot of, you know, sell pressure, a lot of people who hold a lot of, you know, no, when I say a lot, it's not really a lot, but it, you know, it's enough to damage the shard in terms of volatility, right? Because I think it will go back up, right? But, you know, it's not that hard, you know, to
with that in mind, like we could basically take a lesson out of the hex chart and how long that took to get from 2 cents to 56 cents. And this is kind of just a replay of the same thing but keep in mind that there's less circulating units of pDAI in the user supply now than there was hex circulating in the hex user supply back then on the way to 56 cents. So it's not like it hasn't been done before. This is basically, you know, maybe they got the 10,000x and that was the goal, and they killed it there, and then like, oh, we're good, we're going to pack it up, go home and let this thing kind of let this market figure itself out for real, right? And then, but it was all with maybe then this is the replay, right? We're just redoing it all over again, right? And so, but here, keep in mind that if Pulse performs as well alongside of this, if Pulse just doubles, this 36x target in terms of input cost cuts in half immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In Pulse terms, right? So if Pulse 4x is from here and blows through sack rate, you know, and gets really, really freaking bullish, because remember, all the money to get into pDAI has to float through Pulse first to get in here. So Pulse gets a pump, then pDAI gets a pump. That's a double
Pulse
pump.
X gets burned, right? It goes through Pulse X once it's where most of the
Pulse
liquidity
X is getting burned, which
Pulse
is acting like a magnet, like a heavenly body, pulling everything up with it, right? And so the system's designed to like appreciate, and the more volume and traction than user activity, the stronger the engine gets and revs up into like third, fourth, and fifth gear. And so again, if you go into the Pulse terms again instead of the dollar terms, and if I just measure it out, I'll give you an example. Like, this is really good visual for people to see. Is just if you see that 36x on paper here, and then all of a sudden, like, let's just say it gets okay, Pulse doubles. Well, then like your Pulse target gets cut in half, so 18. Okay, and then if it quadruples, okay, it's down here like 9. So so the real target in Pulse terms might only be, you know, like up here maybe, which is, you know, a 10x from here, and that's that move that we got on Hex when Godwill got in. They got the 10x move,
right?
But then Pulse is going to 4x at the same time, and then there you go, you're at $1. Pulse 4x's, pDAI 10x's, they're amplifiers of each other's pumps, and then boom, you're at $1. Then it's up to are we gonna get the peg or not? I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. But this is going to be a profitable trade for a lot of people, and already has been. So just play like that.
Do you think pDAI could go well past $1? Let me see that. If somebody doesn't peg it at 10 cents.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it could go to any number, but I think that it's unlikely that it would go past $1, because people are gonna, if it gets there, it could like briefly overshoot, or just not even get there. It could stop at 80 or, you know, whatever too. So, you know, that's where, you know, I can't say definitively what's going to happen. The thing is, like, if the motive is to peg, it will go to $1 and then it will peg. If the motive isn't to peg, it's going to fall short, right? In my mind.
Okay, really quick before we lose you, because this is probably on people's mind. So when we get to $1, no doubt, not everyone's going to rotate into PulseChain. A lot of people are going to exit, for sure. Okay. Do you see that more affecting? I think the collateral will be there if they peg it, but do you think that's going to dramatically affect the Pulse price? Or
If
like,
they- if
how
they-
do you think
if
that'll
they're and they
affect?
don't peg it right away? Is that what the question was?
Even if they peg it, right? I mean, what's it going to affect? People are still going to, they might dump it and move it back into ETH, or who knows what they do, right?
Interesting what people are going to do with their coins. I think what's
Okay,
going to
give us-
happen is it's going to be a rush into the Richard Hart coins, because once the peg is solidified, like we're going to be looking at each other like, who's going to go first? Because who's going to sit on stables in a bull market? Like the first guy that ape his $100 million into Hex is going to moon the Hex chart. And then everyone else is gonna be like, "Oh shit, I gotta go now." And then
But that's why I think pDAI will be like it will continue to be the one, right? Because like when everybody thinks the same, like it will go down a lot the price. Then it will be like
what's going to absorb
it's
the sell
opportunity
pressure?
again, right?
Yeah, where's the sell pressure going to go into? Is it going to pull
sell
pDAI
pressure
down?
on PDAI.
Yeah, you know people.
No,
are gonna
I mean,
sell
yeah,
at
it will go
$1.
to our rich tokens initially, but what you're saying, Axis, is that a lot of people want to sell pDAI, right? At one or near one, whatever, right? So that will make the price go lower of pDAI, right? Because a lot of people are selling. So that's why I think that like the peg narrative, it's something that will keep coming back, right? There will be loads of opportunity, right? So I'm not sure. I think there will be loads of rotation between pDAI and RH coins for quite
For
some
sure.
time.
People are gonna
For quite some
ratio
time.
trade the shit out of those. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know if that means that it depegs or not, but when I look at the I guess this is what I'll finish with is when I look at what's been done here, and you look at the pUSDC versus pDAI chart and look at them measured in each other, like they're pegged, like it's a straight freaking line. So like it's working as intended, and this isn't the only coin that pegged.
You got to click the screen share button again.
Oh shit.
You have it, right?
So yeah, like, and this is what happened in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay, hang on.
Wolf, look at the CryptoLand's comment. Yeah, exactly. pDAI can make only one guy millionaire now, and the price will tank 70%. Yeah, exactly. So, like, if it's like one guy exits, right, with like 1 million or something,
Oh, there we go.
it tanks, and then it will recover. That's my part.
Wait. Oh, I was fixing the thing. pDAI can make only one guy a millionaire, and now the price will tank. No, it doesn't work like that. Is that what you were just saying?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of does, right? I mean, if I go down now and sell like 1 million pDAI, it kind of drops a lot, right? That's what I'm saying. Potentially.
Okay.
Right?
And that's
Yeah,
that's
you
what I
gotta-
was saying.
You can't discount on-demand liquidity. Like if this whole thing is happening, and it's going to mean that a lot of people are chasing. don't
Yeah,
think-
exactly. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. With you.
So just this point of here, like was in the beginning, pUSDC and pDAI were pegged, and then they depegged, and then they repegged them, and then there was an attempt to depeg here, and then they repegged it again. So I mean, yeah, sure, depeg events happen in regular DAI,
Yes.
right? Richard pulled up there with the OA wallet, with the SAC wallet, and saved USDC, and then made like $36 million when it depegged. If you guys remember, that happened.
I did.
last year.
Yeah, I remember
Yes.
you did that. Okay, so let's say they peg it, and it goes like Maria Hal saying. Where does the sell pressure go then? If it's pegged, what absorbs most of that sell pressure? Obviously, the collateral gets hurt, but
Yeah, the collateral. Yeah. See.
okay.
But wait.
And if it
Which
can absorb
collateral?
it, it's
From
fine.
who? Which collateral?
Yeah, it would be the OA's collateral, so that it's over collateralized to such a margin that it would, like, if you over, I don't know the math behind it, but just simply
No.
put,
But,
if you have,
but look. But like the current DAI cannot
there's
redeem the ways collateral.
no, the users can't, and my understanding is the users wouldn't be able to redeem the OA's collateral.
Yeah.
But but their activity could bring down the OA's collateral ratio, and he could
Yes.
face liquidations. But if he over collateralizes it enough, there's enough of a buffer there, and that's mathematically calculable because there's only going to be $8 billion of pDAI floating around, circulating, that's in the user supply. Not everybody's going to dump it all at once. So it's, I mean, as long as that ratio's met, like that he has over 150% of the 8 billion, then the system's stable. That's my thought process on it anyway, and I could be completely wrong. Disclaimer: I'm just a guy on the internet. Don't trade your life savings on this stuff. You know, we're all taking risks here. This is a speculative thing. Richard is the king of speculation, and Rat Bitcoin is going to go flip the real Bitcoin. Good night.
I agree. I agree with Axis.
Subscribe.
So get excited, guys. At a minimum, it's an amazing story that only half of us is going to get wrecked on.
Wait, what?
Just that was a joke. That was a joke, people. All right, guys. Well, thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for joining us, man. I really appreciate that.
See you later, man.
Some really great alpha.
God bless. See you guys. Enjoy the ride.
It is a ride indeed.
It is a ride indeed. Chat. Wow. Okay, so that's some really wild alpha we just got. That's amazing. What are your takeaways, guys? Do you guys have anything you want to add to all
on this
that?
one? I think it's going to be a journey. It's not going to be an overnight trip. You know, it's going to be like the Lord of the Rings or something.
Exactly.
You know, there's going to be bad guys. There's going to be good guys. It's not a single day event, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, yeah, it's funny. I mean, obviously, Maria Rahel is speaking about it going straight to the pegging as well as decentralized me and some other people. But it sounds like we're still talking about the fact that there's going to be quite a bit of price action going up, which still makes the most sense to me. But, you know, I guess I can't, leave out the fact that we could wake up to a peg, I guess. You know, I guess it's possible.
Let's logic that out. Like, why would we wake up to a peg? What happened where we woke up to a peg?
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense to me, but a lot of this is
no. Imagine this situation. Tomorrow, like we wake up and it's $1. Like you look at the screen and it says $1.
That's not possible.
What's the first thing everybody's gonna do, right? The first thing.
I'm gonna move out of the hood first of all.
No, like you're gonna sell, right? Like everybody's gonna sell. That's my point. So like,
I don't know if I will. I don't think I'm gonna sell.
Okay, it's like, okay, you're not gonna sell, but like 90% of people who say they're not gonna sell, they're gonna sell. Like we've seen that with Hex. Like, we know that, right? So
well, that's what I was
like,
asking about the sell pressure. Yeah, that's why I was asking that question.
Goes down. That's my point, right? The peg is not a magical thing, right? Right? It goes down.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's a structural thing. It has its effects. And FastAbdoul, what were you saying?
I think people would be less likely to sell if it's a journey where there's steps along the way, right? Like if we wake up tomorrow and it's $1,
100%.
Hell yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys dumping. But if it's like a penny a week until it's $1, you know, or 5 cents a week until it's $1, you know, like who's getting out between 95 and 100, right? Like it's like the numbers will get smaller and smaller as you go.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Whereas if it's a 30x overnight, everyone cashes out and goes home. Well, like where does that money come from? It's got to come from somewhere. There's going to be side effects of that. But if at the end of the journey, if there was utility attached to it, be like, oh, now it's $1, and now you can do this with it, right? Here's something other than selling that you could do. Oh, look, it's paired with all. It's just a stable coin. It's redeemed. Like there's stable coins and there's not stable coins, right? And if it is a stable coin and you have options to redeem it for the collateral underneath, and that's what keeps it stable. And there's a ceiling where you can arbitrage it if it goes too high. Like that. That's what a stable coin is. And if that journey takes it there, and the code works and it does that, then there won't be a compelling reason to just get out as quick as you can. Right?
Exactly.
But if it happened overnight, like people are going to be pressing the button.
Yeah,
exactly. That's exactly my point. Like, you'll have the volatility, but it's like, you know, it's dispersed, right? It's not concentrated in one single event, and that makes like no sense, right? One single event, everybody sells, boom, go home, done. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it works like that, right? I think again, it's a process, like Abdoul is saying, 100%.
That makes the most sense. Market dynamics need to go to work here, and FastAbdoul, psychologically from the game theory point of view, that makes the most sense. Yeah, if it does just peg, ooh. I don't know what I would do. Maybe I would just hit the sell button, I guess. If it goes up,
maybe.
After last night, I got to move out of here for sure, man. Yeah, chat. You guys weren't here last night. I got front of my office got tagged in the middle of the stream. I had to run out in the street. Almost got in a fight. It's crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm in like a hairy part of town, I guess, you know. But hey, if pDAI pegs, I'll be able to afford a nicer office, so it'll be good.
That's right. Or bodyguards.
Or bodyguards. That's true.
Exactly.
You don't really look like you need bodyguards.
Gonna hire some staff. I got this. I got it. All right, you guys smash the like button. I'm gonna take a tiny little 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Go.
What's up with you, man? How's the process going? The new lending, like lending
right.
liquidity stablecoin, the new stablecoin. How is it going?
Good. Yeah, no, we're just getting the details together. So if it's new to anybody, we're working on making a stable coin that uses pDAI for collateral. So it may not be $1 right now, but we can make it collateralize $1 until it is. And I think that could help it on its journey to $1. I'm not guaranteeing it will go to $1 or any of those things, but it's a liquidity fork, and it's immutable code, no admin keys, no sacrifice. I think it's going to be a big thing.
I hope so, man. It's utility for pDAI, right? So I think everybody wants that.
It's a place to put pDAI. It's a place to earn yield with pDAI. It's
Exactly.
a place to take a loan out against pDAI, and that which could be a stop loss as well, because a lot of people are worried, and I think it's okay that they're worried. And so, like something like this can be used as a stop loss, right? You can hedge your bet by taking a loan out against it, and if pDAI goes to zero, you still have the money you took out for the loan. So there's lots of different game theories that you can attach to a liquidity fork built on top of a specific token. And I think when you look at the immutable code and all that kind of stuff that RH always talked about, this kind of fits the bill for what is needed right now. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too, man. The more protocols that build on pDAI, whatever coins that exist on PulseChain, the better, right? Because not only what you're saying, right, in terms of people parking their coins, but it's liquidity bonding as well, right? More pools, more activity, etc. So it's good. It's good for everybody, I guess. Except the people who get liquidated. I mean, it can be good for them if they keep the stable and they buy something with the stable. I guess.
Yeah. I think there was a lot of FUD around liquid loans, partly because there was some maybe initial errors in the process, but mostly because people misunderstood. When you get liquidated, it's not like you necessarily lose all your money. It's just that your loan is paid off, and whatever you took out before, you get to keep. And
exactly,
there's a lot of situations where you could be ahead in if something like that happened. But I think education is key. Like, I'm gonna have to spend most of my time teaching people this is what it is. It is a tool. It is immutable. I can't change the code. It does what it does, and this is how you use it responsibly. And responsibly is the key to these certain things. So if you go wild with you might do that.
Yeah, I think of people might use it as well, not leverage, but I guess a little bit as leverage, and they'll get liquidated because they're over, they over borrow, what they should, and the price moves, right?
Some people use it as leverage probably, and some of them are going to do really well with that concept, I suspect. But if you use it as a stop loss and you use it as an income generator, that's probably the safer choice versus taking out max leverage and seeing if you can double your money. Right?
Yeah, sometimes it works too, man. But it's a jackpot, I guess.
Woohoo! But I don't know. I've done fine with liquidity forks lots of times where, I was in it. I put in, $10,000. I took out, I took out $7,000, and then the price went down. I got liquidated, but then the price kept going down, and I still have my $7,000. Right? Sure. So some people do that on purpose. They'll get liquidated on purpose or get redeemed against, which is a much lesser thing that is easy to understand for me, but we'll have to explain it. And it can definitely be a win. But, if you use these things responsibly, they can be good tools.
Say that again?
I agree.
Look at these. So many new people with the pDAI. When I look it up, it just used to be a small group of us when I go back like 6 months ago. Now, look, this person has Hex in their name. They're fantasizing about the, look at this RV they've got on their list. Guys, this is becoming a wild phenomenon.
It looks like the new Hex. The new Hex.
It 100%, man. This is crazy. Look at this, DeFi tricks. People are coming from all over the internet. All over crypto. They're hearing about this. It is becoming a crypto-wide phenomenon. Okay, this is amazing. We'll go look at BFF. I want to look at BFF and Bear, guys. You guys holding the memes, the teddy bear memes of PulseChain? And they're going they're going to do amazing. Let's just look at what's going on Twitter.
I think I bought everything like more or less at the same time. So like at a very good time.
Me too. Me too. I kind of like packed my bag all at the same year.
Yeah.
It plugs into the DeFi ecosystem. You could use it as lower transaction fees. It plugs into the DeFi ecosystem. You could use it as collateral for DAI. You could use it on distributed exchanges. It is its own as lower transaction.
There we go again. And this is happening, man. This is a RH ticker. Okay, this is an RH token. All right. Hex was gatekept. pDAI won't be. Okay, I heard about this new Coinbase list. Cool. The pegging, millions. People are coming from everywhere. That's cool. Okay, cool. This is great. Somebody said some interesting earlier. Should I go all in on pDAI? Somebody asked that. Pedro, what do you think right now? Because people are doing that.
But,
right now. What do you think?
If you go all in anything, I'm gonna say dangerous, right? It's not because it's
dangerous?
pDAI, right? Yeah, dangerous
Right.
not because it's pDAI, right? Because it's a dangerous game you're playing, right? Whatever asset like you go all in, right? If you go all in, it's a dangerous game, it's the definition of a dangerous game, I guess.
Right. Unless, what if Pedro, what if you
There's no unless. There's absolutely no unless here.
No, but listen.
If you go all in one thing, it's a dangerous game you're playing.
Pedro, do you remember our first pDAI discussion like a month ago or something? We were literally talking about, no, even longer. You said pDAI could hit $5 or $10. What if it goes well past $1 and just keeps going before sell pressure starts getting out?
It might look. I'm not gonna say it's not like every percent above $1, like the probability of continue going up. I think it's a bit lower because of expectations on it, right? But that definitely can happen, right?
I mean, in that case, should you go all in? Okay, Teddy Bear is only at $92 million.
Never go all in, bro.
It's
my advice regarding that.
All right, never go all in. Okay.
Of course not. You have two things. You can go all in if you really want to maximize your profits, right? But I'm I'm more of the type. I try to protect some of the wealth that I generated, right? I never go all in. I think it's far easier just to find things earlier than having to allocate a larger percent of your net worth into something. I don't like that strategy. I like the strategy of putting a little, very little into stuff, and then it generates a lot. That's
Being early, of course. Okay, CZ is watching this stream right now, so smash the likes. CZ is watching the stream right now.
Of course he is.
Smash those likes.
Obviously.
Let's show him the support.
What up, CZ?
All right. ZZ, what's up? I remember his prison story. It was touching. It was awesome. All right. If you had to go all in, would you put pDAI or Hex right now? If I just had to pick one right now and put it in, I would just do pDAI right now. There's just so much intense narrative. You saw. I just went on Twitter just now and showed you. People are. It's happening in a big way. So you know that. That's and you have a target. So the target's $5, right? pDAI? Mm-hmm. Did we ask FastAbdoul about this?
I thought it was 1,000.
What are your thoughts about it going past $1 to $5 or $10?
I think there's a innate fail there, in my opinion. If pDAI goes to $10, it is not a stablecoin. So if they're going for a stablecoin, You know, if that's the narrative changes and it's just pDAI to the moon, then that's fine. You know, go to $10, go to 1,000. We'll all be very rich. But
in terms of letting out sell pressure. Yeah. Okay. So the bear. This is the log chart, guys. I think this is an incredibly bullish chart. Okay. Am I wrong? Is it me, or does this look like it's going up from here in a major way?
It does.
Yeah. And guys, this is only a $92 million market cap. I look at this as the de facto meme of PulseChain, with the bear and the Heartman coming back. I think it's gorgeous at 92 million. And I'm going to pull up this website because some of you guys brought up last time, I think last night, Kingsways talked about being in too many degen plays. And like, you know what? Sometimes just grabbing a good meme is the way to go. Don't, especially at this point in the bull run, you're not in the beginning of the bull run. Don't be thinking I'm going to get 1,000x or 10,000x now. Now it's possible. We've seen it happen, but be a little bit more, be smart right now. There's 100x in this for sure. So this is, we can see the Heartman down here. This is the teddy bear. I think this chart is amazing. Flip it to, this is serious bullish. And we can go look at BFF. This was a RugPull we looked at earlier. Now BFF would be the de facto, the mascot for Atropa, which is, okay. Let's go look at this one. This is very bullish as well, and it's broken out of this channel. Now this has a low supply, only 777 BFF tokens, so the price is going to go in the hundreds of thousands. Easily could go to $1 million a token, and it wouldn't even be $1 billion market cap meme. And why I say this one's important, it's only at $8.5 million market cap, so it's a tenth of what bear is right now, and it's the other bear. So this is the BFF, the Atropa bear, right? So you've got the Atropa bear, all right? And I've been making videos about BFF since it was like $1,600 a token, okay? And I see this as a strong meme, especially when teddy bear really runs. So you're gonna have, I think both bears are gonna run together. This will run, and then people go, what's the next bear? Oh, it's the Atropa meme, which is the BFF. Okay, and once again, this is less than a $10 million market cap on a meme that has universal appeal. Teddy bear as well is still under a $100 million market cap. It could easily go to 10 billion. You see that on memes all over crypto. So there's a lot of upside in both these. I would just grab both and wouldn't think about it too much. If you want a safe meme, they're both Atropa projects.
A safe meme.
Yeah, look, we just looked at a RugPull earlier. So
but I like the playing field now.
We're deep in the bull run. It's harder. It's going to be harder to recover if you get rug pulled right now than at the beginning. So you got to keep that in mind, right? It's you want to keep it a little safer right now. You want to play it a little smarter. If you fumble now, it's tough.
It's harder to fumble now, man.
A year ago, you could have fumbled, and then you had time to kind of pull it back together. There was a lot of things that were down at pennies. Not anymore. So you want to stick with, I think, some tried and true ones, right? Chat, don't you agree? Let's see some likes.
I always think in terms of probabilities, right? It's like last year, I remember when I was buying the PRCs, bear, when I was looking at the stuff and just buying the stuff, I was like, this feels like the right time, to go into all sorts of stuff because I don't know which narrative is going to stick, right? Right. So right now I feel exactly the opposite. I think you need to pick the narrative that it's really hot, right? Because how long can the bull market run? Last 6 months tops, maybe. Maybe if you have two runs, but even so, 1 year, let's say.
If this has a big pullback, then we could go to the end of 2025. If this has a big
sure,
pullback.
Absolutely, exactly.
Possibly,
1 year tops, But again, it's in terms of probabilities. So in terms of probabilities, I think it's much lower.
Right.
That's
a lower probability.
It could go another 4 years. This could be the super cycle to end all super cycles. This time it's different.
This time is
Fast
different, exactly.
Okay, Fast, give us your super cycle theory.
Last words.
What's your Steady Pup, also BFF Teddy Bear. Don't forget G-Baby is a potential catch meme. Okay, G-Baby is also a Tropa meme that's come out recently. We can go look at that chart. And
I got some G-Baby.
I know you did. And he's going to rub
on
it
the
in.
day.
He did.
Yeah.
He got it. Yeah, he did.
Nice.
Let's go look at G-Baby. G-Baby looks good too, okay. I just was talking about the BFF and the bear because they're both bears. Everybody loves a bear, but everyone loves babies too. Actually, more people like bears than babies, so maybe the bears will do better than the babies. But where's this one at right now? It's $3 million market cap. It's even less than BFF. And this looks good. In the meantime, FastAbdoul is going to tell us about a super cycle theory. What do you think about the super cycle theory? A lot of people, of course, I think at this point in the bull run, this always seems to come up every bull run.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the whole will pDAI go to $2 when it hits $1 argument? Fits into the same box in my mind. I think.
But I think Pedro was serious when he brought that up, though. We weren't just.
No, but look, because look, it's again. I think in terms of probabilities, right? It's just because I don't think that pDAI is gonna peg like magic. I think it's a process, right? Like FastAbdoul was saying, I think it's like during that process, before, during that process before there's certainty, it can happen, right? That's my only point. A week.
I think Pulse, the copied wrapped Bitcoin is more likely to go above the price of Bitcoin because there's no peg mechanism there in theory or in practice. And it is just a rarer Bitcoin in theory.
Sure.
There'll always be more on Ethereum and other chains than there is on PulseChain, because more Bitcoin comes out every day, but there'll never be more copied wrapped Bitcoin on PulseChain than there is right now. There could only be less. So I think it's bullish in that way. As far as the super cycle thing goes, as far as this time it's different, I think that's famous last words, right? Like that's the thing that they say 2 weeks before they accidentally fall off the top of the building. This time is probably not different. Not financial advice. I hope the cycle goes for another 10 years, but I feel like history may repeat itself.
Right. I think I agree with you. I think we may get a super cycle in the next cycle.
Could be.
Yeah. I'm going to say that. I'm going to put that out there. This one may not be, but I think this is going to be an awesome cycle. It's going to be, even if it's short, we're going to see some epic, explosive moves here.
I think it could definitely be long, in terms of it could go, we could go well past the anniversary of the Bitcoin halving, which is kind of the traditional top for altcoins, which I want to say is in April. But I could see all the way through 2025 being bullish for crypto in general. There's just all those extra indicators that aren't worth nothing, right? We have these ETFs. Maybe there's a new ETF for Solana. Maybe Pulse gets an ETF, right? None of these things are impossible. We have Trump for president. We have Elon Musk for vice president, more or less. It's a lot of pro crypto activity is going on more than before. Yeah. So who knows? It could be a really, really good year. And for our purpose, if we have Richard Hart's cases getting kicked out of the courts and the SEC getting kicked out of the country, then I think the numbers for PulseChain in particular could be pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah, I think the most pain is that this goes longer than people expect. That would be the most painful move, for sure. Even if we pause to let people in, that makes the most sense. I don't see this as a top. I think this is a nice juicy pullback before this euphoric phase we go into. That's what I feel. That's why I told you guys we either pump from here or we're going to have a nice dippy poo. And the dippy poo will be good because it'll be a juicy one and it'll allow people to get on. Bitcoin's going to give us that distance we want. Steady Pup, show us the LP ratios. Why don't you come on and share your screen, man? We got a link in the chat, dude. Because you're definitely the expert on that one. The Atropa heads. And I'll tell you guys a quick alpha on how to spot the top of the bull run if you guys want to hear it. You guys smash that likes. We have hardly any likes for the amount of views. If we get those likes up, I'm going to tell you guys exactly how to find the top of the bull run.
Follow Richard Hart.
No. I'll tell you exactly how to do it. I'll tell you exactly how I knew the bottom was 15, and I went in at 16.8 in BTC, and it's the same thing applies at the top or the bottom. I'll tell you, it's pretty simple. It's not simple. You need to pay attention, but there is a way to spot the top and the bottom of bull runs. Okay, got some likes coming in. Yeah, this is a good chart. GBaby does look good. I think this is hot. You've got $3 million market cap. Once again, Atropa. Dev has launched it. I'm not as worried about RugPulls in that sense. They've been a really benevolent actor since the beginning. Same thing with BFF and Teddy Bear. You know, I don't see any issues. And you guys know when we started the video, we just showed the HFF for that project that RugPull just recently, HHS or something. So we want to steer you guys away from, you got to be careful right now. We're too deep in the bull run for you guys to get rug pulled or anything like that, right? So you guys this just happened, right? So we don't want
Hard
that.
to make that one back.
That's going to be tough, yeah. You want to be careful. You want to be careful who you trust right now. Okay, so here's what happens. So when you're at the bottom of a bull run or the top of a bull run, there's always bearish and bullish news, okay, no matter where you are, and you have to discern what matters. But as you get closer to the top of a bull run, now, once again, this is with confluence with other things I look at, but this is a major factor for me with game theory. There's going to be a ton of bullish news, and the price won't go up anymore. That is going to be a big warning sign for you that you need to check your confluence and then look at the patterns that the price action is doing, and then make a decision. And when we were down at 15 something, everyone was calling for 11 and 12K. You guys remember that? From Garrett Soloway to even the Heartman. But when we got around 15, there was unbelievable bearish sentiment. I remember this because it was like October, November into December-ish. And it was nonstop bearish sentiment. And it went on for 2 or 3 months. And the price wouldn't go down anymore. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't go. And I remembered it was January 1st or 2nd. I messaged a friend and I said, hey, we're going bullish. I'm going all in. And my friend was like, what are you, crazy? The news, like everything was bearish, right? And so he didn't go in much, and I went all in. And I think that week, Bitcoin ripped, just started ripping. And it's the same thing at the top. There's going to be a tremendous amount of bullish news, and the price just won't go higher. And the bullish news will be ridiculous, just like it was when the BTC was at 15. It was insanely bearish news, but it wouldn't go lower. That tells you somebody's buying, okay? Because the way liquidity is at the tops and the bottoms. Okay, so when we're at the top, liquidity is going to be thin. The price should be moving on bullish news, and when it's not moving, that tells you need to check confluence with other issues, and that could be a top. So that's a big one. Just check. Pull a rug pull. What? Somebody was doing a warning against scammers offering jobs for admins and community managers, $400 a week. I don't understand.
By the way, guys, I'm looking for community managers. For 100 a week, I'm paying.
Oh yeah?
Oh dear.
Out of the house right
Actually, the admins get attacked by scammers quite a bit. It's quite common for my admins to get a DM from me saying, "Hey, can I borrow a couple ETH for just a few hours?" Right? Sure.
All right.
And it's happened like a dozen times, and not just me, many Telegram groups. And so it's they pose as the founder, they DM the admins, they ask if they can borrow. Then a lot of times they say something stupid. They'll be like, how many Solana do you have? Can I borrow 7? And it's like, you're on PulseChain, man. Nobody's got freaking Solana. But they don't know. So it's very common though. So yeah, watch out for that. If you're the new admin, probably the founder's not asking to borrow money from you. And if he was, maybe switch teams. Just saying.
Yeah. Chad, we're never going to ask you for money.
Hey, can anyone give me money, by the way? Please?
Dear Slayer,
thank you.
Can I borrow an ETH?
I can't even do super chats here. There's no way to give you money.
Exactly. Then that is the way it should be.
This is a no bribe room.
You cannot
Guys,
lose money.
We make the money here from price action. This is pure alpha.
Exactly.
Pure alpha. Since the beginning of this bull run, I've only dropped pure alpha. I whittle everything down. I don't give you noise. I don't give you news. I don't give you too many charts. I give you where I think the action is going to be in the future, not where it is right now, but where it's coming. And that's everything we brought up on the stream tonight. There's still
I
a
am
lot
the
of
young
action
Santa
left.
Claus, bro. I came here tonight to give you presents.
He's bringing you guys presents.
I already
He's bringing
gave you one
presents.
rug pull tonight. What more? What more do you want?
Santa right here.
This is still
at
building
that.
strength.
Beautiful.
This is still building strength, man. Hour after hour. I might have to, I don't know. This is maybe like just the next play. Let's see really quick what's BTC. Okay, so it doesn't look like this wants to break, but let's see what happens, okay? This breaks down. We're doing dippy poo. Maybe that's good. We'll see. I don't know. Let's look at incentive really quick. So this is heading back. I said it did hit 321, which I think HB was saying 321. It did that perfect bounce over here at this support area. But I do think now that we've broken where we are, we could just come down and tap this. But we're kind of hanging on this trend, and that's fine because the target's still up here for incentive. So $5. And let's hope you guys are buying the dip. Oh, you know, I do have a question. Maybe I should have asked this now that we're talking about incentive, maybe FastAbdoul. So there's this project SolidX, and I don't know much about it.
In the mid there.
You don't know much
I'm
about
in
it
a
either?
minute that one.
Pedro, you know about this project?
Not much.
Yeah, I do know about it. I can tell you.
This, you know, apparently this was, they sell incentive to pump their token. Is that what they do?
So the Fire Whale, who's the
Yeah.
founder of SolidX, so he's a
Okay.
huge ink farmer, right? Like it's
Okay.
like 50,000 a day in ink he's pulling out, kind of thing.
What?
He has a doxed wallet, very well
Okay.
known. You can see his
Okay.
transactions, and in the past, he's definitely pumped this token to very high prices. So the speculation is that when the ink price goes up, maybe he's going to sell the ink and pump the price of SolidX again. So, and he sort of indicated things that would lead people to believe that on Twitter and in the chat. You know, he's not a super public guy, but you know, he is he is around. He does communicate, and yeah, he's connected with they call it he's connected with Axis and with CrispyMAN. So there's Axis, Fire, Nope, and SolidX, right? So they're the they're sort of like an alliance, and they work together. They have pairs together on 2FUX.
Yeah.
They have the Solid pool, right, where everything's paired together with the 2FUX token actually, and that pool is one of the top paying pools all the time, and it's like $1 million. So yeah, there's definitely stuff going on there. There's a ton of liquidity. Like he has so many pairs of so many things, including pDAI, huge pairs and multiple places you can farm SolidX. You can farm it on 2FUX, 9-inch.
That's great. I mean, that's great. But I should have asked this when Axis was here. But you know, is this an Hex OG? Is that what this is? Or is he just came over from the general crypto world?
Confirm or deny at the time.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know how I feel about this. He made a token that dumps the core tokens to pump his token. I mean, that seems kind of.
Well, what you define as a core token, though, right? Like in the past, people would have said X is the only real one, and Pulse and PulseX don't count. Like it's it's a matter of perspective. But like the ink token, right? Like what is it for? What should you do with it?
Yep.
Well, it incentivizes bringing liquidity into the chain.
By giving you something you can sell, is my understanding at the moment.
By giving you what?
Giving you something you can sell. It is the incentive. It is the payoff, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So why are people so bullish on it?
Exactly because you shouldn't be bullish on it.
You shouldn't be bullish on it.
That's one argument. But that's another argument is RH might incentivize it further by pumping the price of ink, which he has done before. If the price of ink doubles, the APRs on all the PulseX farms double. If the price of ink does a 40x, and it's one of the lower liquidity ones, it'd be easier to do it to ink than to Pulse or PulseX, for example. I think it maybe has more liquidity than Hex.
No. Ink is
but
very
it
high
goes up
liquidity.
40x, like crazy APRs, and then people pour in liquidity.
Yep. Man, I told you for Ink, it's very easy to understand why it's going to pump a lot. Just open the ROI screen, on the farms. Just open the
PulseX
ROI.
farm.
Imagine the number by 2x and 10x. Like I told you, like the dollar value multiplies with the growth, right? So it's good for the bull market. It's not that good for the bear market, but it's very good for the bull market. Because as the price
And then,
rises, you're getting actually more dollar value. So, yeah.
To participate in those farms, people would have to go buy the other tokens, which all those farms contain at least one PulseChain token in them, right? So you'd have to go buy Pulse, you'd have to go buy PulseX. So it would drive up the prices of those. Yeah. So it could be the tip of the spear kind of thing. You put that on the tip of the spear. Your spear is now sharp. It can cut through, and it will pull other things.
But imagine, you see the ROI there. You see $8,000, right? But that ROI is paid in Ink. So if Ink does 2x, the price of Ink does 2x, that number is going to say 16, right? And if it does 10x, it's going to say 80, right? Because it's paid in Ink, right?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's the pumpamental. That's the only pumpamental you need.
It has to pump. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming the condition. Yeah, I don't know. This has been.
Let me try to make another prediction. I think go down because the way go down.
That's it.
Is it okay? You see the okay? Actually.
You probably want to see.
It's already very thick.
I
was looking at the liquidity at the bottom. No. Sorry, I was looking at the live ones. The liquidity at the Ink and PLSX because it's already pretty thick. But still, like with those APRs, 21, 29, like you can still like people will put Ink there, right? That's my point. The last two pools, right? The only two pools where you can put Ink, right? The only two pools, right?
I earned a lot of Ink down
people
here.
Will be drawn to there.
I paired, what did I pair? I paired Ink and Pulse very early when PulseChain came out. And of course, Ink plummeted and I ended up with a lot of Ink. And
nice.
I was freaked out at first and then I went, oh, maybe it's a good thing. You know what I mean? I'll take it. And now I'm feeling that I think to incentivize this chain, Ink has to become quite valuable to really bring in liquidity. That's my thinking. Really, you know what I mean? Because if this was enough, it would have worked. You would see the results.
It's also not the only show in town, right? There are other places to put liquidity.
That's true. Sure. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so it has to compete. So it has the competition. So maybe that even adds more to that pumpamental prediction.
What's the highest APR on the page right now?
It's going to be this USDC or USDT Ethereum.
Yeah.
67%. Okay.
APR.
Hold my beer. I think we can do better than 67%.
I mean that's pretty epic. And you imagine Ink is only at 3 something right now. It could easily be 10x from here. That's a salary in 1 year just for tying up 10K, just for tying up at these prices. So your value of your, let's say, obviously you'll lose Pulse, but your value of your Pulse is going to dramatically increase. But you're with a stable coin, so you need to manage that.
The impermanent loss, from my perspective, everybody should do what they think is best. But being in those pools right now that have that 50% stablecoin component, this is not the win. Reason being that your impermanent loss is going to be huge if you think that we're getting into the bull market, we're going to see multiple X's. Any of those ones where you're paired with a stable, you'll lose half your X's. That's how that works. You'll end up with more stable coins, but like if Pulse is going to do a 30x and you're in one of those farms, you get a 15x, right?
Which is not bad. It's not bad, right? Like I think like for if I were like a significant player, I would probably use those pools a lot because for me it would be perfect, right? Because I would be selling all the way to the top. It's perfect, right?
If you're trying to exit, that's a great strategy. If you're this is my pDAI out strategy. But if you're looking for a lot more gains, like those other pairs that have lower APRs, like we can see the lowest APRs are on the pairs that have the least impermanent loss risk.
Of course,
probably, right? So what's the PulseX one is 10%. So that's because that is probably the least risky one. They're the closest correlated assets. You're gonna have the least impermanent loss. potentially. Now, that's not a guarantee. That's probably just what people think, and that's why that is the lowest paying pool, because it's the most diluted pool. The most funds got put into that pool, right? So, which is a consideration too, is when more funds go into a pool, the pool will pay less proportionately. It's typically how these things work.
Yep. Exactly.
Got you. I mean, this is still juicy.
So, like,
guys, this is very juicy. You can imagine 10x.
Like another way I like to think about it is like imagine if like the lower the APR, like probably it also means that people don't really care which token they will end up with, right?
Yeah.
Like if you throw PLS, PLSX, you don't really care. Hex, PLS, you don't really care. Ink, whatever, right? You don't really care. That's my point. So those ones probably will always have a bit of a lower APR, I guess. Yeah,
but
I agree
there
with
are
FastAbdoul.
impermanent loss low, like there are farming options where you have low to no impermanent loss, and I think either you should be looking for crazy APRs like 200% plus to account for the impermanent loss you might face somewhere, or you should be looking for liquidity farming that has low or no impermanent loss if we're going to be looking at some X's. And you could be giving some of those away. And there are options like that, but you have to do due diligence, because just because it's a farm doesn't mean it's a safe choice. Look up the founder, do all the things. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there on PulseChain. We have kick-ass farms, and the fees are so low that you can be in like 50 different farms. On Ethereum, it costs you $50 to press the button to enter and exit the farm. On PulseChain, it costs 10-20 cents. Like, yeah, you can have $50 here, $500 there. Diversify your farming position to be safe.
Well, we bullish, guys. We're bullish. We're looking good. We bullish.
Yeah. We're fairly attractive as well. Mostly you, but hey.
Awesome. You guys smash that like button. I hope you guys appreciated all the alpha. Pedro, FastAbdoul. What do you guys think?
I think we missed the topic of today. Do you remember what
we were supposed to
What were we talking about? RugPulls?
No.
Is Richard Hart coming back?
Don't you remember, FastAbdoul was like, hey, tomorrow we need to come back to speak about the RH leaving or whatever. And they was like, yeah, today. I just remember now, by the way.
Okay, tell you what. Listen, let's ask chat. Chat, do you guys want to stick around? We had some alpha about whether or not the Heartman is going to leave, or not leave, whether he's going to be absent for quite a while and pull a Satoshi for a little while, or he's going to come right back. I know most of you guys have your pants off right now. Do you guys want to hear about it, or should we save it for another stream? Because we did say we were going to talk about that, but
let's rug. Oh man, that is the RugPull. Huh? Let's not talk about it, and then it's the RugPull, right?
Wait. What?
What's RugPull?
Like you literally said the last stream that we're going to talk about this, right? So if we do not talk about this, then we have a RugPull. The title is correct because you gave the title to this video. Right? So there you have your
RugPull the topic.
Exactly, you RugPull the topic. Boom, in your face.
Chat. Tam says he's coming back. Digital money, court case could be dropped. Here for the long term. RH will be back after the SAC walks away.
Of course, everybody's going to say he's coming back.
Okay, let's just address it really quick. You guys have time? You guys have a couple minutes? Should we do it?
Sure.
Should we do it?
I'm on with Maddie in 30 minutes, but we got till then.
Okay, let's go. Let's just talk about this really quick. FastAbdoul, tell us what you think.
I think RH will come back triumphantly, but in stages as each SEC case is dismissed or resolved in one way or another. I think he will come back to work. We'll see him in the Builders Guild as soon as that's done, and he will start streaming again. But it might not be all at once. It'll be in stages.
Okay, fair enough. And Pedro?
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. In that sense, right? I think he's here, right? He's tweeting, etc. So I think he'll keep doing what he's doing, doing the blockchain stuff, like managing the OA, etc. But I don't think he's gonna go back to streaming. I think it's counterproductive actually for him if he does that. And I think he understands that, right?
Why do you think it's counterproductive?
This is an interesting topic. I think
Yeah,
I
I
kind
think
of
it's
agree with that.
counterproductive because
I think it's counterproductive.
Yeah, it's because now it's not. He doesn't have to promote one token. He has to promote
Yeah.
like 4 coins plus the PRC20s. It's harder, right? It's gonna say things that people are not gonna like, right? So I think it's too much trouble, too much fire, too much hassle. Like it's like with one tweet he managed to drop like hex by 90% and hex with like 50%, something like that, right? So he's not. I don't think he's gonna risk that, right? I don't think that was never the plan for him to come back and stream again. And I think it's like that phase of Richard is, it's gone. It's done. Like we have like thousands of videos of him if you want to rewatch, right? But I don't see him coming back and doing all those live streams and etc. Like I'm not saying he won't live stream again. Sure, like somewhere, some channel, but I don't think he's gonna do all the stuff that he did in the past.
So
he gave us the network, right? I think that's true decentralization, right? I think he understands that.
we got PulseChain. I think that he is learning to speak with us through the blockchain right now, and I think that might carry on for a little while. I think even if the case is dropped, I think PulseChain is going to start moving, and that will be his language. That will be his communication with us. We're going to start printing green candles. Really interesting things are going to happen. We're going to get reports from everyone who's on chain who's saying this is happening, this wallet's doing this is happening. He's going to make sure we understand that it's him without him coming on and saying. Now, do I think he's never going to stream again? Like he's going to Satoshi? No. I think he will come back at some point. I think it's even possible he doesn't come back till after this bull run is over.
Yeah,
Even though the
like
court case
he might come back at some point in the future. I'm talking about this bull run, right?
for this bull run.
Like next year, let's say, right? After that, I don't know, because I don't know his behavior during the year, right? Like it might completely change, right? So I don't know. Like up until now, that's how I feel, right?
Yeah.
At least for the next, until the bull runs end, I guess.
And FastAbdoul, you think as soon as the court case is dropped, he's just going to pop back on and?
I think he's going to stream from the courtroom itself. He's going to be freaking on the stream. He's going to be at work every day.
I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right.
On our doors, telling us that, like, enough sleep, back to the factory. Let's go.
Yeah.
Launch some more protocols. We don't have everything that's on Ethereum yet. We have like 90% of the things that are on Ethereum. Get that 10%. Why are you guys so lazy? He's gonna kick it into gear. That would be exciting.
Yeah. No, that's very possible too.
I don't disagree with you.
Back to work. Vacation over.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I would love to see that. That would be insane. It would be insane. We would just moon like you've never seen. But he
exactly.
But there is something to be said about.
But in reality, I don't think he's doing that.
What?
Like no expectations, right?
Like what's he doing all day long, right? Like how long does it take to manage the OA account, right? Like it's not. The man's got time. He's not that old, Like he's.
I'm sure he's doing lots of
useful stuff. Work for another 5 years and pump.
He'll be busy. He'll be busy.
I'm sure he's busy right now. It's like just because he's not streaming and marketing doesn't mean he's not busy, right? Maybe
you're right.
Maybe now he's even more busy. Maybe now he's doing stuff that's even more important than just fucking streaming to us.
I think marketing is the best use of his time. The man did well on the screen. He brought in a lot of followers. He can bring in a lot more followers, and he can reassure the people that believed in him. And the best way he can do that is with screen presence. That is the tool. Not certainly like Twitter and the other social media things. That he could hit harder. Like even if he was just on Twitter, but he was on Twitter every day, all day. But like of everybody, of all the influencers on the PulseChain, he's the guy that that one day will get a meeting with the president, right? He's the guy that's going to get on the big shows, that's going to get on CNN. So that's why I want to see him back at work. I want to see him on CNN. I want to see him shaking hands with Elon Musk. Like, let's go.
Man, actually, like what Chris was saying before,
SOMMI, what's up, bro?
Yeah, what's up, SOMMI? Like
you're welcome to join, man.
Yeah, exactly. Please come, SOMMI. Come discuss with us. I mean, it's like what Chris was saying. Like you might go to like Rogan, something like that, right? I think that's possible, right?
What if the first time we see him back,
if he shows up, it's going to be something that it needs to be truly epic, right? It needs to be something really big. I don't think he's just going to stream from his living room, like from
the court case
castle,
would be an
I don't
epic
think that's
spot,
going to happen again. That's my point.
Yeah. No, but it's an interesting thing. Yeah. But I'm ready for it. He doesn't come back and he speaks to us through the blockchain with green candles. I think epic green candles just printing up and to the right is going to speak volumes for what's happening. Did he say anything? I got more pDAI update content coming later. pDAI discussion will be viral for speculation. Gets to 10 cents. Luna hit 7 cents. Why not? Fair enough.
Let me risk something. I think if like imagine if he streams, it might be at the top, right? That might be the top, actually. In my perspective,
that's interesting. Very interesting point.
that might be the top. Actually,
it could be a top. It doesn't necessarily mean
no, yeah, exactly. It could be a top. Yeah, sure. Like
some people are going to sell the news, like with the pDAI vote thing. Like, there some people sold the news on that too. Sure. But then it carried on, right? Like,
a top. Yeah, you're correct. A top.
Kept talking about it, and we're still talking about it. I'm building a stablecoin protocol on top of it. Like, people do carry on, but some people will sell the news, and it's every step somebody's always selling the news, right? That's part of the game.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see what happens, man. This is going to be interesting. I'm not biased either way. I'm ready for either thing. I think either way, he's an extraordinarily genius marketer, and
exactly.
He's going to figure out how to do it. If he comes back, if he doesn't. But
I trust his process, man. That's exactly
his process.
that. Like whatever he does, I trust his process, right?
Whatever he does.
I am super biased.
We all are, bro.
We can tell.
If that's not your plan, Richard, then give me a call. We'll talk about it. We'll work it out. That's now your plan. Okay? Back to work. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm sure he's at work, man. That's I'm sure. But I understand what you mean. When you mean work, it's like marketing stuff. I get it. Yeah. But look. I have a different opinion. It's like, man, I always talk about this. It's like the fucking carrot, right, in front of the horses. It's like, imagine if he delays his appearance, and if it's something like real big, like Rogan, or like something that's pretty big, I think the effect could be like huge, like massive. Because I mean he has done the live stream every day, right? So I think something different, like just one day, one date, you see one event. I think I don't know.
A little will go a long way potentially if done correct, and there is a magic to making yourself not too available and therefore being more valuable. So I'm sure Richard is well aware of that.
Somebody's knocking on the door.
Who is it? Oh, it's Richard.
He's coming.
Oh, great. Let him in.
SOMMI, what's happening, man? Hang on, I'm gonna get you. Almost there. Hello.
There we go.
Mr. SOMMI, sir.
Can you boys hear me? Wow.
I can hear you loud and clear.
We can hear and see you, man, on the other side of the world.
I'll just click on a link here. That's awesome. Sorry, guys, if you're at home, you're going to have to deal with me clicking around.
Chat, make some noise for the busiest man in cryptocurrency right now.
Exactly.
Or computer, perhaps. I think he's the AI.
I've got to learn how to use this streaming stuff because I've just...
Well,
I had to disable my other thing.
Yeah, let me see if I can fix it here. It's like...
What do you think, SOMMI? Is Richard coming back or what?
There we go. Where you at?
Can I ask? Yeah, I'll answer. Can he... sorry, so... my little... Oh, we're little squares. Did you make it bigger on the thing? That's cool.
That's fair. Yeah.
Wow.
I can't seem to orient you. You're like cut off, and I think it's on your end right now. Something. So.
No. It's because I've zoomed in.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
There's
the board. There's the board.
And you can share screen if you want to share screen too. This is our deck right now. You're in the private lounge out back in our cyberpunk.
You guys can have a. That'd be funny. My first time on stream, I'm just zooming in my nostrils. Yeah.
We're up close and personal.
Sorry, friends. Yeah, you're hanging out. Yeah.
Yeah, we're hanging out on the deck. Grab a drink. You got to take your pants off. You got to take your pants off.
Exactly.
That's the rule.
Alright, so he's asked about Richard Hart.
Yes.
Joining.
Is he going to Satoshi for a little while? And for how long? Or the court case dropped and he's just going to come right back? What do you think?
what would you do, man? You have, if he comes back, I feel like he would only declare victory, you know, because like, but here's the thing, he does some, you would call him weird, but it's just his personality. He likes arguing with retards. And like, if you just watch him, like he'll argue with a retard for an hour and a half. It's actually amazing. And the guy's still just as dumb as when he came across him. So he does things like that. I wonder if he misses that. But for everything else, I'm sure he has to come back and do the parade. He has to, man. There's so many people that he just has to take a big fat deuce on. People who just said he was a scammer, Cointelegraph. Like, friends, there's so many resurrections. Like, we got to do like even the side quests. Like after we've done all the main things, BitBoy's gonna have to like retweet, hey guys, remember when I was Richard Horwich's friend? Like, all those things have to come back. You know what I mean? Like all those things.
Man, BitBoy is so gonna do that, bro. Like 100%.
But do you think literally the court case gets dropped and bam, like the next day he's just streaming?
No, I'll be honest. It's important everyone to know this. What he did with the Origin Address SAC Fund movement in January of this year was he basically gave the middle finger to the SEC. I'm not even joking, bro. That was the only thing like that could actually take him down. Where if they go, you know what? We want to set a precedent. You scammed people, and we don't want people to do this in the future. It could have gone that route. It really could have. You know what I mean? And 100%. Judge Auntie Carol wasn't even looking at the case yet. He literally just went, nah, screw yous. I'm just going to buy into ETH, and I'm going to buy the top. Do you know what I mean? Like, he did that. That is, that to me shows SEC's irrelevant. I'm not joking. SEC's irrelevant. What's more relevant to us is... I'll really be serious. It's how much of the pDAI he secretly owns, number one, and two, Ethereum's price. Sure. Ethereum's price. So that I think is the function by which you can change your targets. We can do a 5x and it's all over, or we can literally do. I'm not joking. We can do 100x, 200x. If he does that hyperloop, and yeah, he can trap a lot of people. Not us. We won't be trapped because we're long now. He can trap a lot of people, and then they'll shill our bags in the next cycle. So I made a video recently just so everyone 100%. Knows. He doesn't see that as a trap. So when we say trap, because man, you got families and girlfriends and wives. They're like, oh my god, you're still in this thing. But with him, it's not a trap. With him, it's like a victory. Like, you convinced all these people to join. Now they have mind share for you, and now they can shill you in the next 3 years in the bear market because they have to DCA buy and they want to get their bags back. So like, he's basically got you by the balls, and that's a victory for him. And no one else thinks like that. Like CZ doesn't think like that. Some other founders don't think like that. Like, they don't think let's do a scenario where our price literally goes to the biggest spike up in the moon and just uppercuts you. No one ever thinks like that. Like, if you look at CZ, for example, CZ in an interview, guys, you don't even know, CZ with Binance, he didn't want to flip Bitcoin. You know, BNB could have flipped Bitcoin. He didn't want it to. He wanted it to just grow gradually against Bitcoin. But who talks like that? It's so weird. It's kind of like they're happy to be third place. Like, they didn't want to embarrass Bitcoin. And you can imagine, like, imagine Richard Hart saying, I'm not going to pump us that hard because I'm too scared we'll go too high. You see, we're like dealing with two polar opposite things. Sure. In a bear market, sucks. Like, you're going to die. But now we're in the bull market part.
Yeah, Pedro was just saying he could stream, just come back near the top, and that could be a top. And that would create a mad hyper wave spike beyond what anybody thought was the top. Because, I mean, here's the thing. There's still a lot of attention with what he's doing, without a doubt. Even with the SEC case dropping, I mean, does he just want to come right out, or does he just want to continue communicating with us through the blockchain and through green candles? I mean, if we're just printing green dildos as far as the eye can see up and to the right, I mean, that's, he's talking.
Cause and effect, though, right? Like, him talking, like, in real life could result in green dildos.
Yeah, well, that too.
Sure.
I think he'll up his game, though. Like, I think it won't be, he's probably not going to be on the stream with FastAbdoul. He's probably going to be on the stream with the top 5 crypto influencers in the world, or with like on real news broadcasts that normies watch. Like it's going to be like higher level stuff, maybe a little less often than people were used to in the past. What do you guys think?
Sirs, I really like. You're right, Mr. Abdul. If the next phase, if the prophecies are true, so you got your Bible, you open up the chapter. The next part is the wallet. He needs a wallet and a stable coin.
100%.
He needs the all-encompassing solution, because we all know about what's everyone say. They're like, dude, when the bear market hits, I'm out. Seas for 3 years. This is the biggest scam ever. But there's a big product market fit. If you can solve for people not leaving, okay?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Of course, people are going to leave, but the prices go down. But if you can solve for that, if you can get people to hold your stable coins, I can't tell you how, like, no one's done that before. No one's ever done that. I think it's a race now. I think if he does it, Justin Sun's going to do it. I really think Justin Sun will make like Justin wallet, you know what I mean? And Justin stablecoin, and he'll copy Richard. And that's why all of us, if he pulls this off, yeah, it's a difference between us. You could make your 5 or a 10x from here, but we could we could see something stupid. We could see the 100x. We could see Pulse at 1 cent. We could see Hex at $1.50.
100%. Oh, 100%. Or even higher. But how does a wallet get?
But SOMMI, that's my point. That's like, he's like, if he's gonna play that game, and that's a very difficult game to play, right? I mean, it needs to be like everything needs to be perfect, right? So that's why I think like streaming could be risky, right? Because now there's not one token, there's not Hex, right? There's a shit ton of RH coins, right? There's the 4 core tokens, then there's pDAI, then there's all the other PRCs, etc. So it's a much more dangerous game to play now, I think, from his perspective, right? Because you can offend people very quickly.
You know what though? If this is the thing, there's all these shit coins, okay? I love them all. Okay? We have all these shit coins.
Sure.
But if he has control over the stable coin, he is effectively Jerome Powell with the Federal Reserve. Because if you're holding his stable coin, you are holding his peg, and he can mint more of your stable coin, that the purchasing power of it, to go buy up the cause. So it's like it's basically like we're all in a city and he's the mayor, and you're like, look, you can be a strip club, you can be a church, you can be a restaurant, as long as you're all holding my currency, it doesn't matter what you guys do, because I have to keep collecting. I can collect your purchasing power every single year. Maybe that's actually his grand. Maybe not even his grand. That actually has to be how crypto has to work.
Look, I subscribe to that entirely. Like I could see that like happening from like a grand master plan. That sounds like Richard, right? So I could subscribe to that. Like he wants to be the Federal Reserve of PulseChain, right? I like that idea, and I subscribe to it. It makes
100%.
sense.
SOMMI, everybody wants to see your nipples.
I was this close to showing him, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? This is not euphoria. You know what I mean? Like, it's no way that would.
Not yet, SOMMI, bro. Not yet.
Top signal.
Not yet.
That's on.
We see his nipples.
I would. Can you imagine like crypto banter? They have to bring me out, and I'm like, you know what? I'm making the top right now, and I'm just flashing everyone live on camera.
Please,
I'm making the top.
Oh my god, the nipples gonna make the top of.
Okay. You guys don't know. I've got friends and family in real life. They don't know how much money we're dealing with.
They know what you do.
Everyone thinks like you got like $800 in like this thing.
It's
Like they don't know there are people walking around here,
Oh my God.
multiple 7 figures, like just blowing out. They have no idea. They literally think we're all skits. They have freaking no idea. Even though you tell them, they're like, nah, it can't be real, right? You know, there are people, they still think if you have like $1 million of Bitcoin, you can't sell. Literally people out there, they go, oh, but you can't sell it, That's,
Okay, quick question. The wallet, I think it's coming. I now believe everything the Heartman has said after going through with the pDAI thing, going through hours and hours and hours of back videos. He was certainly talking about the collateralization of Hex and pDAI and talking about this a long time. He's mentioned a wallet in many videos. How do you think a wallet or even the stable coin is going to mitigate the drawdown in a bear market, and to what extent?
I'll be honest, sir. I don't think it will. I actually think he's gonna he wants to send this so high, we're gonna drop 98% anyway. I don't think it's gonna mitigate it. I think we're all gonna think he's gonna mitigate it. It's gonna be a nice narrative, but you got to understand. You got to understand how it works. Like, this is when I figured it out. Okay, this is what actually it's controversial in pDAI community, because everyone in pDAI is new and they believe it's going to $1 tomorrow. They literally, Christmas, we're pegging. Okay, look, I got pegs for you, Habib. I got pegs.
Here we go.
But I don't know if we're gonna peg tomorrow.
Yeah,
but here's the thing.
A lot of that talk.
What he's doing is there's a trick. Okay, and it's not really a trick, but how it works is we got the pDAI, but we have incentive token, and he's gonna use that to move 150 billion of stable coins out there in crypto. He has to grab like a couple of billion of it. Like, and it makes sense that out of 150 billion Tether, they're not earning any yield, literally zero. So they're all cucks. They're literally earning zero yield. And if he just offers you 5% and they bridge in $2 billion, like, you got to imagine the rage people on the sidelines will have, because all these people are coming in for yield, and now he can mint the stable coin, and they have the curve swap. He can swap around. Everything's diluted. It's like you got the Richard Hart dollar, and then you got that. By the way, I'm just using these terms because I'm imagining Eric Wall in 2 years from now, after everything drops 98%, and he's writing like the obituary, and he's like saying, "You idiots, you mixed your precious stable coins with Richard Hart's Ponzi stable coin, and this is all that happened." So I'm imagining that happen, but it's all part of the plan. So it's not like this thing fails or anything. Okay, so because you got to go up 100x first, right?
Yeah.
So that's how I imagine all of it happened. But you need that bridge. We need that bridge, guys. So that bridge, that's what you're betting on Richard Hart to press some buttons, toggle the yield. He advertises, and everyone advertises, and all the money bridges over. And then there's people in stable coins. So this is the genius part, man. Because I was always wondering, this is the first thing. I was wondering, why not use the OA funds? Why is this better? And then I sat down and I calculated it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is turbo leverage. Okay.
Yeah.
If he rotates into the OA SAC funds, it moves everything up, but it's only like 1 or 2 billion. Okay. And you got Rectum Rochelle, cashes out a bill, you know what I mean? Like, you have all these other things. But if he uses pDAI, you're not limited by the Ethereum price. Okay. You're limited by the stable coins out there in the world. So that's freaking huge, guys. There are 150 billion stable coins, man. If he could get like 5 billion in there, like, oh my gosh, like he could use the purchasing power of 5 billion or 10 billion or 15 billion. You can never get that in Ethereum, by the way. If Ethereum hits 10 grand, you've only got 1.7 B. But there's 150 billion of Tether. Like Richard, Richard's like a really grandiose, high ego guy. He's like, there's 150 billion dollars not earning yield. We can get 20 billion. My gosh, that's 1,000x. I don't think we're gonna get that. Like, I'm just like, imagine we can just get something gargantuan out there. Here's the thing. It'll come. Here's the funny part. Yeah, they come in and earn yield. They don't have to stay for a year, guys. They just have to stay for like a week or two. Like, once they're locked in, they go, thank you, there's your purchasing power. You start minting, you start the Hyperloop straight away. Because once they're locked in, you use their purchasing power, he buys up more ink, and then the yield gets bigger, and the PulseChain core coins get bigger. Then that advertisers even a louder megaphone to the rest of the world. They're like, wait a minute, the yield's going up. It used to be 30%, now it's 60%. And then it invites more money, and then more yield. That's the Hyperloop. That's the funny. This is interesting. Even, Ivan on Tech, right? Always joking about pDAI, pegging and stuff. He watched my video on the Hyperloop, and he's like, he didn't even doubt it. He goes, oh yeah, that happens every bull market. And he moved on. And I was like, what? Like, he had this, think about it. He sold his Pulse. He's in soy now. We're going to try getting back in. He's not even in pDAI. He's like, the pDAI, the pegging. But once he saw my video about the Hyperloop, he didn't even question it. He goes, oh yeah, that happens every time. Someone in crypto finds a way to do it. Waves did it before. So this Hyperloop, it's exciting, but it's also, you got to understand, man, we are going to get so many people in, and the crash is going to be horrific at the end. But to get the crash, you got to go 100x. So it's going to be fun, friends. It's going to be fun. That's why I beg you, next year, don't ask for permission, man. You're changing your life. Just start taking profit, bro. Shave off 1% every week to pay off the bills, because, like, honestly, it'll be better for us if Richard's not streaming. Because if Richard's streaming and you're looking him in the eye, he's like, we're winning. We're not stopping. Like, you're like in a trance. You're like, oh, I don't want to sell. I don't want to leave. I'm a retard if I leave, right? But he's right. Except there will be a point though. Then you're like, look what happened to Gunfire. Just so everyone knows, guys. Like, a lot of people say with pDAI, it can't get up to a certain amount. Bro, Gunther DCA'd 50 grand worth in 2020. He was worth $100 million at the top. He didn't sell the whole way. He has stake. He's 100 million. And Wallet DO1, another 200 million. And then you had Rector Michelle, another couple of 100 million. These guys, like, these numbers do happen. But they're the soldiers. They just, there's no sell point, you know? So, but here's the thing, like, don't even worry about that bear market stuff. Look, we deserve it, bro. Screw everybody else. I say truck them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they've been laughing at us for 3 years. We deserve it, bro. You know what I mean? Like, if they want to cut, oh man, it's look, if he pulls this off, if he actually pulls this off, what do you boys think? Do you think he's got a chance of pulling it off? Like, and by the way, I want to ask you guys, what would you guys even be scared of if we stop? Like, if we're up 10x from here, are you gonna feel anxiety? Because you know, like, oh crap, man, if we drop 95%, I want to hear your numbers. Like, what are you thinking about?
Like, so for me, it's like, so first the question, right? Can he pull it off? Yeah, I think he can pull it off, but it really depends on one thing, which is belief. Like, we all need to fucking believe in his stablecoin. We really need to believe in pDAI, in that the peg can, you know, remain as like, because I think for me it's simple, right? It's a matter of people, like, you know, not selling. That's it, right? If they hold, right, he can sell, right? He can sell and pump our coins. That's my point, right? So I do believe that it is possible, right? It's again, it's a probabilities game. Like, regarding targets, yes, definitely 100x, man. Like, he needs to brag. He needs to be able to brag a lot, right? So I think, man, I think the pump needs to be huge, like huge, significant. It needs to, like, you know, we need to look at the end, we need to look at the chart like we do with pDAI, right? We need to be looking at the chart and, like, recognizing X, right? For all the fucking charts. Inc, Pulse, PulseX, doesn't matter. All of them. Yeah. Up and to the right, basically. So, yeah.
I think he can make some green candles. I think it's going to be pretty exciting. And I think there will be a strategy behind it. It's not going to be just giant spends for no reason, please dump on me. It's going to be timed. It's going to be planned. He's going to have a spreadsheet. It's going to be good. And as far as things like pDAI goes, like, if he's participating with that, like, it'll be as part of the plan as well. But can he do it by himself, or does he need the community support? Does he need people to build on top of it to make it have structure? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think that it's going to pump an unbelievable amount. And an interesting way to think about it might be maybe instead of a Heartman streaming immediately after the case, maybe a wallet pops up. Maybe it becomes extraordinarily easy to bridge into PulseChain suddenly. And then there's changes in farms, incentives go up dramatically, green candles start printing, and it runs. And I think you're right. I don't think anything we do is going to mitigate a crash. I just think the pump is going to be like nothing we've ever seen before. I think it's going to do in the hundreds, yeah.
Like, regarding it, I actually have a theory that, you know, like, I'm sure he'll have like at least 2 or 3 big updates for next year, right? In terms of PulseChain updates, like PulseX, whatever it is. Like, he'll have updates, right? He'll release stuff, because I think he understands that it's much better to release stuff when everybody's here, right? When, like, you know, the bull market is, like, fully on, when there's people around, like, when there's, like, all these pDAI energy, right? So I think that there will be, you know, things coming out next year. PulseChain related,
100%.
I guess.
Pardon me 1 second. Maddie, what's going on, brother? I just put a link if you want to come join us, man. It's a eCam link.
Hey, Maddie with a cowboy hat. Yeah, if we, I want everyone to know, like, let's say we only go 10x, because you don't know, friends, like, I want everything to pump, but what if there's what if China just takes a big fat deuce on Taiwan next year and just breaks all the models, and they said, oh, they never do it. You never know. Like, I want you to know that we learned from, like, XRP and Tron and stuff. In 2021, they didn't pump as high, but they didn't dump as bad. You know, they didn't get the 99%. They went like 85% worst case, and then 80. So, like, the bear market floor, like, I'm guessing, like, maybe 2x your portfolio from today. Now, it's not going to feel good if you went up 10, then come back to only 2. But the floor's still nice, because we've gone through a long time, you know what I mean? And we don't have to worry about that. But if he activates the Hyperloop, just, it's, I can't, I'm just jittering Because I already know,
really?
know the types of essays we're gonna get in criticism after, because they're gonna call it the Richard Hart stablecoin. They're gonna call it the next Luna. I already know exactly what they're gonna call it. But that's what you want, man. They're gonna keep calling it that, and they're gonna be feeding in like, oh man, it's gonna be yes.
Eric is
I don't want to
really
G anything up
for a long time.
So you keep saying if. Do you still think it's an if? Because I think the whole plan from the beginning with pDAI was the rotation and the collateralization of the vault. Or do you still think it's a meme? We don't know.
Look, I've said,
or are you just
man,
covering your butt?
it's honestly, friends, it's a 98% chance for me. But
that's pretty high.
I don't throw that odd number out because, man, I was literally, I'm not making it up. I was literally hanging a dump, and then Koopy messages me, hasn't spoken to me for 2.5 years. Okay, Koopy messages me, and he says, "I got 100 grand. Do I throw it all in pDAI?" Friends,
we're getting a lot of those.
Didn't want to put in $500 in 2022 at the lows to DCA. $500. He didn't want to put it in. Okay. Next message, 100 grand, and just pDAI. I've never spoken to him about pDAI ever. I've never mentioned the word pDAI. I'm like, bro, it's a common theme, man. It's 4 hex from 4 years ago. You know, remember 4 years ago, a lot of like the smart guys, they look at the new hexagons and they'd say, "You're all stupid. Yield you're earning is just diluting purchasing power." Okay. Now they sound smart, bro. We went up ATX. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you sound smart. You got to miss out all of it. It's the same thing happening. Okay, that's why. But we don't know the full story. That's how early we are. We're actually still early. See, we don't have the Eric Wall criticisms yet. Okay, we don't have when Eric finally figures out what's going on. I've already made his arguments for him. I'm like, hey, bro, you're gonna use this in about 9 months, and he's gonna write, Richard got real US dollars to bridge in, lock in on the curve stable swap fork to his Ponzi dollars, and then he mints the supply, mixes it around, and uses it to hyperloop up. Okay, so but when I say that, it's meant to be bullish, so you understand what's going on. Because here's the thing: people who are on the sidelines, I'm trying to help everybody. People on the sidelines, they're like, listen, no one can make money out of thin air. There's a purchasing power cost somewhere. They say that, and I'm like, bro, I have the answer here for you, and it's playing out. They still don't believe, bro. No, they still don't believe. I wonder when they will. There will be a point, man. So congratulations to Maddie. Actually, it's funny. They try to call Maddie a top signal. It was funny. I saw it in some hex channels and stuff. Like, oh, bro, do you understand? Maddie is like number 3 out of like 180. Like you are. It's crazy. So how you been? Continue, sir.
Maddie's here. What's up, Maddie? How you doing?
Hey.
Welcome
good to
to
see you
party.
guys. Glad to be here.
Yeah. So, what was the last thing you said about Maddie? He won. It cut in and out.
Yeah, sorry.
What was the point?
When Maddie watched the pDAI stuff and he could see it, and there's Richard Hart, new ways of communication.
Yeah.
And he's like, because I'm sure Maddie remembers him being early to crypto and him being early to hex, and then like. He's seen the information here, but now people obviously in the old guard, they're trying to say, well, maybe Maddie's a top signal for this thing. Man, and that could be, friends. It could be. You know why? Because you need conviction, because one guy can cheat you out 80% any day. He wakes up, he skits it out. And you need to have confidence that you can buy the dip. Whereas if you're so all in on ID and the price goes the other way, you don't want to be caught like a deer in the headlights. But like every day that goes on, man, pDAI's, guys, if pDAI does just another 2.5x, it's now the 2nd biggest coin in all of PulseChain. In fact, it's like only under hex. That's it. P-hex.
Yeah, it's almost there.
Like it flips Pulse, it flips PulseX. Like if you really think at that point, yeah, Richard's just gonna let this vampire scam coin come out. That's gonna rug everybody at the end and bridge out like Solana. That's what they do. On Solana, the devs are just dumping all the Sol and bridging out. I'm just gonna say nothing about it. But I think every step of the way, man, if we got to 10 cents, then what then? So I want everyone to think about that. What would you guys think? That 10 cents. Do you think, okay, it's only 10x now, or crap? Or maybe the Hyperloop is coming?
The Hyperloop is coming for sure at 10x. 10x, okay, this is, I think, what happens at 10x. I think at between 10 and 12 cents, we're going to get that big, juicy pullback. And that's when the big money is going to rotate into pDAI. That's when you're going to see the 6 and 7 figure clips come in. Like the really, really massive clips are going to come in. People are just going to bridge in. Hey, look, mark my words, $1 million, $5 million clips are going to come in. They're going to come in from crypto land, and you're going to see this. The dip will come in, and then it's just going to move like unbelievable. Like, well, similar to like Hex did. You're just going to see this just straight up.
Yeah, quickly for everyone at home as well. Everyone's full of shit. They're all watching. Okay, not just in our community. Everyone outside, they're all watching. Trust me. Okay, I was here in 2021. I watched all the gatekeepers who were telling me Richard was a scammer from day one. That's why I hated him. Okay, I watched them by the end. They sacrificed for PulseChain. Okay, they sacrificed for it. They sacrificed for PulseX. Okay, they throw in 50k, 100k. Okay, and then unfortunately, in front of a few of them, like Dick Cherry and stuff, they just cheat out at the start. Okay, so these people, trust me, they're watching, man. Trust me, they are watching, and they get to do this anonymously. Okay, they're watching us, friends. Don't believe them when they're like you look at them, you're like, what's so exciting about this like piece of trash chain, like this the third layer 2 chain thing out here? They're full of crap, bro. They actually are paid. They are, and you know how they change their mind every 15 hours, 15 days. They're onto something new. But with this, man, it's just. I'm telling you guys, like I know they're watching. Okay, I know they're watching, and they know we've made a lot of videos. They know we haven't gotten anywhere. Okay, we're gonna do that walk up of death chart, which is actually amazing for us. But the walk up is where we start to go up, and they start getting that FOMO built up. Okay, so but they need to see those green candles. That's it. Okay, everything I talk about on my channel, they're all full of shit. Okay, and look, I had an epiphany. I literally did. There will be more buyers of pDAI at $1 than right now. There will be more buyers at $1. I guarantee you that.
Are you
almost guaranteed?
Does this tie in with what Pedro was saying? So you're saying it's going to go past $1?
No. What I mean is more people at that time will want to hold $1, and they'll be happy to buy it like 98.99. That's what I mean, right?
Right. All right.
Obviously, there will be more buyers at
it's not $1. You know, it can be collateral, and that's my plan. Is we're gonna have a pDAI backed stablecoin.
The more the merrier.
I saw. Did you guys see the reserve protocol tests? Or did you guys see that?
But didn't that happen like a couple of days ago already? I think.
Yeah, that's right. So to refresh everyone, so there are some. It's not fun. There are some like unique 1 in 100,000 event cases where the pDAI cannot work out. Okay, so if Richard wanted to, after pDAI is $1, he could make you hand it in to get like an actual Richard Hart stablecoin type of dollar. So, but here's the thing, man. Like, this is the funny part. If you listen to all these, they mid-curve you, bro, because you don't know all the answers, man. You don't know what he's gonna do, when he's gonna. You have no idea. That's why it's literally that's why the left curvers are winning. They're like, can I go to $1? And they just listen to one guy on Twitter going, yes, it can. And they're like, I'm in. That's it, bro. Once you start to go man, I was in a chat once. Okay, we found we found the wallet had 47,000 wrapped Bitcoin, and it was like 3 hours of research. Where'd it go? Whose is it? Is it Richard's? After 3.5 hours, it turned out to be the AMM bot. And I'm just looking at it. I got so drained, bro. I got so drained. And I was saying to him, I was like, guys, I never want to see this stupid on-chain stuff again. Yeah. By the way, all the guys researching it, none of them are long pDAI. You see? So they were looking for a flaw. And I'm looking at it, and I'm getting an idea. I'm like, but you're all looking for a reason not to get long. You're going to miss the biggest opportunity. Literally. All the retards who don't know about crypto, they're already long, and they're long, like, it's going up, you know? So, perfect example, man. You do too much research, you just screw yourself up. You know, it's binary, you know? It either works or it doesn't. You know, it's kind of like Bitcoin as well.
Like, this discussion is, like, so simple. It's like, for me, like, the reason I bought pDAI, it was so simple. It's like, do I think that Richard Hart will build a system state, you know, fork, would copy all the fucking coins, just so that they're not worth anything, like, you know, valuable? I mean, that makes absolutely no fucking sense. Like that makes 0 sense, like 0 sense at all. I don't get it. It was super easy buy for me. I mean, Makes sense, right? Like most PRC20s, right? Like that's the point. He wants the copies to be valuable, I guess.
Yeah, well, that was
one
his
of the
marketing
things
from
that
day one.
blew me away. I was blown away by the fact that my second most popular tweet of all time was when I admitted that I was wrong about pDAI, and this was recent. And it's kind of interesting because my most popular tweet was when I was calling out Twitter for gatekeeping one of the Hex front ends. My third most popular tweet of all time, of like years and years of doing this, was showing a big, nice, beautiful picture of how Richard Hart has never sold a single coin. And so these are all things that are kind of related to each other. And for me, the biggest aha moment, or the biggest thing that made me turbo bullish on everything, even though I hold almost no pDAI because I was wrong about it, is this idea that the P copies are going to be worth more or equal to their original Ethereum versions. And, you know, we've seen this with Hex. Now we see pDAI, you know, getting off zero in terms of like the number of cents that it's worth. And I really think that a lot of the game theory that we talked about with Richard and with the community years ago that I had like abandoned hope for, I think that, and this is critical, in order to vampire attack the liquidity pools on Ethereum, the average token only has 2.5% of the supply holding up the entire value. And a lot of that, the liquidity is in USDC or Ethereum. And so basically what could happen is, with only 2.5% of token holders, they could give away all the value of all the liquidity pools on Ethereum simply by FOMOing into green candles and doing like, you know, yield farming on PulseChain. Once their copy, you know, is worth something, all they have to do is like swap into that, and all of a sudden, you know, all of this comes true of PulseChain being worth more. So yeah, it's crazy.
Maddie, thanks for joining us. We were talking about a really contentious subject, and I want to get your opinion on it. It's whether or not the Heartman comes back immediately around the court date or the case being dropped, or do you think he's going to stay distant for a little while? Have you thought about
I think
this?
I think there's more than one thing, like, you know, of the timing of him returning to creating video. And I think that like some of these things have to play out with the price. And some of the, you know, maybe some of the gatekeeping starts to fall, but I'm sure it's the court stuff and the price that he's waiting on. I think that there's maybe a 75% chance in my mind. I'm a super optimist, but in my mind, there's like a 75% chance that the judge dismisses the case based on jurisdiction for Hex. And then PulseChain and PulseX continue, which there would be certain advantages to that, because then we would get to play out like, you know, the legal basis of a sacrifice, and like all these different things could be like defended in court and create case law. Now, so that could be for everything, because remember, if Hex, you know, goes to the moon, it pulls everything up with it, and then you get a lot less, you know, complaining that people are down versus their sacrifice. So I think like that would be cool. Now, if it goes to court with Hex along with it, you know, that's going to be dealt with. But you can see from Gerardo's AI demonstration, and I was sitting in court, and like Gerardo's AI reading of the court transcript is exactly what happened. And so you can see how many times they brought up the Hex conference, the one that was in person in Las Vegas that I put on, of what Richard said, and how many times they brought up him being on Fresh and Fit and the PulseCon. You know, that's their entire case is based off of things that Richard Hart said on video. And so, I think that like that gives more strong evidence that he's basically letting the price play out, and he's letting the legal process play out.
But do you think he's going to pull Satoshi for a little while? Or do you think he's just going to start streaming immediately?
He's
Because
not
he's
gone.
communicating.
Satoshi
No,
is
no,
a
he's
bitch. Richard Hart tweets every day.
No, that's the thing. He
Yeah,
has
yeah,
been
exactly.
communicating
Like,
with us through the blockchain,
yeah.
through to X, and I feel it might continue for a while. He may not just come back immediately.
I mean, when was Satoshi on video? You know, it's like Satoshi only did tweet like the version of tweets back then, which was Bitcoin Talk Forum. So.
I mean, I wasn't being fully serious, but we did figure out the top signal is going to be when we get to see SOMMI's nipples. Absolutely.
Exactly.
I can see what he's doing to his nipples, but I can't see his nipples yet, so it's not the top.
This is the after-hour stream. Anything goes. It's all good. Gabriel Lane says, does Maddie have any comment on the recent Binance tweet regarding PulseChain and pDAI? That's great. What do you guys think? Are they in on it? They know what's going on, or do you think it was complete, not related at all?
Look, CZ
I'm sure
blocked
they know.
me back in the day because I was talking about Hex, and CZ followed SOMMI just recently. So I want to hear what you guys think.
You did?
He did, yeah. It was pretty cool. So, what do you think of
How
that
do you feel,
when he
Sammy?
followed you? Yeah.
You know,
A lot of pressure, man.
Man,
A lot of people-
I'm in the spot with you guys. I follow these people too, and then you get starstruck. Just like maybe I'm come here like, oh, and I'm like, I hope no one shows me all those tweets, all these
Well, there's-
controversial tweets from.
Well,
my
chat tells us it's your
But-
first time. Is it true it's your first time coming on live here on a stream?
Yeah.
Are
I
we-
never click any of the links.
Are we
I always
popping
assume
the
they're all like a virus or a
Scammer, bro.
scam.
We just popped his cherry. Live after hours.
Don't check your wallets now, Sobby. They're gone. Everything is gone, bro.
Oh, no.
CZ is coming on the call. That would be it.
That'd be funny, but like it's I don't know what he wants. I'm guessing crypto's
Yeah. What,
interesting to him now that this meme cult religion archetype is forming. He probably doesn't respect it. He's probably like build and like, yeah, bro, we can build stuff. No one cares about it. Like, you know, I can go build a building, but if people don't want to live there, it means nothing. But I don't know where it's gonna land, friends. Like, it's gonna be really fun. It really will be because centralized exchanges, they have to list memes. There's nothing else we care about. You don't care about any. And by the way, when I say memes, it's not like, you know, zombie Joe Biden number 55 on Pump Fund, as in the memes, cults, religions archetype. Bro, you're looking at the. We shame you if you don't lock your money up for 15 years. We shame you. People actually
we're the
be like,
extremists.
that poor person. They just don't get. Like, we actually shame people. You don't have that anywhere else, bro. You just. Guys,
Okay,
I don't want to name names. There's guys on Twitter I follow. They're like meme coin OG guys. One of them, he bragged about his long-term holding. It was 12 months. He actually, not like joke. It's 12 months. They were actually bragging. They're like, oh, I hold so long. 12 months, bro. What the? Like, they're full on bragging. They got no ID. They literally have no ID. And you know what? Maybe they hit a few moonshots, but it's totally different level, friends. I get accused all the time. Go talk about something else. Show us the other ecosystems. I go, bro, every time I go look at something else, I like, oh, you're an early Richard Hart project. That's it. Like, you're just trying, you have to emulate what we're doing here. We're like so far beyond it.
Here's what I think about the CZ tweet. This is what came to my mind when he followed you. I think he's sending a signal. I think in a way he's communicating in a similar fashion that the Heartman's been communicating with us via the blockchain and with the hints and X and the clues. I think he knows what's going on. I think he's behind the Heartman 100%. I know that he knows this needed to be done and he supports what's happening on PulseChain. And it was his way of sending like a little signal that, hey, you know, we're with you. Not only are they with us, there may be some working in the background with some of these players. The Heartman may be, you know, they may all be working together to help.
I think that there's like deep wounds. Like there is so much competition and controversy between Richard and CZ. Remember, Johnny Chaos like sued CZ's company, CoinMarketCap, for
but you know what?
Like
they respect
like
each
they
other.
gatekept
They
Hex
respect each other
because Richard vampire attacked Bitcoin. Now he's vampire attacking Ethereum, and it's working, right? PulseX is kind of a copy of Uniswap, but it's also kind of a copy of BNB, right, with the buy and burn and everything.
Sure.
And so I think that the reason he's paying attention and the reason he's starting to do this little signaling stuff is maybe they're going to dump. But I think that is part of the game plan of how you get to $1 is the Jeets are going to Jeet. And maybe he's in some golden handcuffs because he knows the legal hellfire that would rain down if any of these centralized exchanges start selling people's coins that they're entitled to. So it's going to be really interesting to see. I mean, if you asked me, I would think that people selling is a good thing. If you want to get to $1, people selling at these prices is good. And so the more of these big players that can get out, the less liability there is higher up.
Like, look, SOMMI cut through the noise, and he cut through into the greater crypto world, all right, without a doubt. And I think CZ following him was a thing going, you're on the right path. You know, like what's going on over there, or what you guys are focused on. Like, keep going, I think. But that was something I thought.
You know, as well, I want just some context for everyone at home. When Richard was vampiring, he was seen as the bad guy, okay? Even I knew it. I've said to my friends, I go, man, it feels like we're the bad guys. But here's the thing, man. He was actually just ahead of the times, okay? Back then, Bitcoin, the way, the truth, the light, Max Kaiser, doing the Gunther thing with, reach salvation and stuff. That's what it was back then, 2021. Now, it's actually BlackRock BTC. We know what's going on. You know, Michael Saylor, Michael Saylor's got Bitcoin by the balls. You know, his friends, he's got 420,000 Bitcoin now. He's got 4% of the supply, bro. Okay, so he's got
a lot.
Does
BlackRock have Michael Saylor by the balls?
Dude, they've got them all by each other's balls. And you don't want to go to that mud wrestling party, you know what I mean? There's no girls there. So these people, if they really wanted to, they can make a registry. Hey, if you're not on this registry, you're a black unhosted wallet. They can do that somewhere in the future. But also, so that's Bitcoin. You go, what about Ethereum? Man, Ethereum was the people's coin. You know that back it was the underdog. Vitalik still got a big head. But look what happened in the past 2 years. Vitalik went, jabs himself 3 times, wears a mask, eats bugs, does a lot of weird stuff, and I'm sitting there on the sidelines. I'm like, man, I would have never predicted that we look like the good guys now. You know what I mean? Like, we were like nutcases back then. But I honestly, I generally thought we're the actual bad guys. I'm like, because you're vampiring. The word vampire is here. But now you're looking at it like, wait a minute. You guys are a bunch of bug-eating friends. There's some disgusting stuff on Ethereum. Like, they're bragging about these cultural, all this. It's just, bro, it's just wrong time, bro. Trump won. Move it aside. And we do have a big gap to fill. And I'm not joking, man. PulseChain, all the P tokens, I call them protein version of tokens. And the other ones, they really are estrogen, man. They are weak. They need a warlord, man. Like Vitalik, it doesn't ring true to their personality of the chain, but they really are like that. Doesn't mean they're going away, but there's a big product market fit, man. Look, it's not a coincidence. Andrew Tate is in PulseChain. Money Gang Crypto, shout out to Money Gang, found these wallets. He's farming, okay? The little DJ, he's farming in the Pulse ETH farm. What a noob, by the way. The Pulse WEF farm. Bro, unbomb that, slap the WEF in, buy some Hex, Pulse X. What are you doing with Ethereum? Anyway, it's kind of funny, you know what I mean? So he's farming in there. He's got all the tokens.
He's slowly selling something. He's slowly selling. It's fine.
Yeah. You can tell they respond to this alpha male leader. And it was so lucky, man. Donald Trump, it's just like everything is just pointing next year where all these, like, you know, males under 40 who, like, they're sick of, like, this flaily arms weirdos, you know what I mean? Like, they just want someone to lead. They do. By the way, it's why there's big controversy with Hex and pDAI now, because the early Hexicans, they responded to Richard, Warlord Richard. Now, Richard's like God. He's not human flesh. He's like whispering through the chain. Oh, I'm going to move these coins. And everyone's going absolutely bonkers. They're like, what the hell's going on? Are you talking or not? It's not because scam yet. So it's beautiful, man. We're still early, bro. If we had all the answers, guys, it's too late. Okay, you literally can't make any money. We are 4 years ago. Eric Wall's writing essays still about why Hex is going to go to zero. And then you got Matty Allen going on stream saying like, nah, we're designed to pump. We've got the best founder. You know what I mean? Like, we're literally at that time right now. And once the story concludes, it's too late.
Yeah. This is history, guys.
100%.
All right. So I got Maddie and SOMMI. We were talking about this earlier. Incentive token.
How bullish are you?
How bullish
How
are you on
bullish are you
incentive?
guys on incentive?
We're already thinking of the next thing. What's the next?
It's the lolly, sir. Incentive token. I want to hear Maddie's thoughts as well. So you can look at ink pulse ratio. It looks like you can do a triple from here, a 3x on what. So that means whatever pulse does. So if you think pulse can do a 30, this thing does a 90. But like I was always bullish on it, but if you connect the pDAI pieces, you're like, oh, that's the carrot on the stick. Okay.
Yes.
Because Tether have to buy bonds. They go buy bonds and they keep the yield for themselves. They earn their 5% and they give nothing out to the Tether cuck holders. Okay, so Richard's got, hey, I've got this shiny green token. That's your yield, and they can come in, and that's why you just got to get them in for a week. They don't have to stay for a year, friends. Just bridge in once. Try grab the lollipop, the ink. Once they're locked in, we start doing the turbo loop. So there you can see the vision, right? If this works out, Maddie, I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, so incentivizing people to do the right, what Bitcoin did, right, with to burn their electricity is like their proof of work, and so it's proven itself throughout all of, but I think in particular the way that PulseChain is using this idea that we have out fully and abandoned hope on, but now I believe in again, is this idea that anything that's created on PulseChain can pay for itself by incentivizing people to bridge their value from outside of PulseChain, to bridge from the Ethereum network. Primarily, there could be bridges set up with other chains like Bitcoin, maybe someday. So you've got the power of the AMM technology, which is like the in the top 3 inventions in all of crypto history. It proves the price of something without a middleman. Being able to put in 2 sides, 2 assets, and lock them in a smart contract and say, I'm so sure of this price that you can take either side of the trade. And so that's the technology that the incentive token is trying to reward, is people proving the price of something and having Hart's law in effect. And so I don't think that the story is complete without people at some point, maybe at a higher price or maybe very soon, people are going to need to start bridging in their real world assets and linking it up with the farm. And we saw the master chef on the incentive token kind of gave out yield to Hex versus Hex for a minute. What it was like with Bitcoin, wrapped Bitcoin, you could do it for a little while. So there have been these experiments that played out, and I think that those were the early days, and that was to prove something. And now the timing has to line up for because of how basically you can look at the liquidity and you can tell what the price is going to do if you maybe you might not know the direction, but you'll know the magnitude. So for example, the thickest liquidity between stuff outside of PulseChain and stuff inside of PulseChain is between Pulse and wrapped ETH and Pulse and the stables. And it's through the incentive token that is set up, that the amount of thickness between those pairs is based on the amount of incentive token that's being given to those people. And so, but there's thinner liquidity between like Hex and wrapped ETH. And so what that means is you have to route through PulseChain in order to buy pHex. You have to route through the PLS token.
You're right.
And that's really important because it tells us that Hex is going to pump more relative to PLS if that liquidity mapping holds, which is dictated by the incentive token. It's even more obvious with PLSX because again, there's a routing thing that has to happen. So
interesting. I want to get FastAbdoul and Pedro. I want to get your point of view. But chat, smash those like buttons. Look, we got massive, epic pillars of the community in here today. The deck is full. We are pumping out here. So smash those like buttons. And if you guys have any questions, definitely put them in there. You want to ask this team. This is now the time to get the alpha.
This is the dream team we got going tonight.
Dream team going tonight,
Exactly.
man. After party's looking.
Before Mr. Abdoul speaks,
Pumping.
there's a General Sir, I forgot your name in here, Mr. Pumpaholics. He said, he says a joke, he goes, I got PTSD from like inflation and stuff out here. But here's the thing, sir. You know how this ends now, okay? So we're believers, okay? We're the nut jobs. The people coming in next year, that's why I'm trying to help you. I call them non-believers, but I might have to change that word. Because they're going to come in, they're going to dwarf your money. Like, bro, I don't know how much you're holding, 50 grand, 100 grand, whatever. People are going to come in, slap 700,000 and tell you, of course, we're going to do another 30x. Of course we are. So you can't look at them as like, oh, it's an excuse to just hold forever. At least you now know what happened. So we're going to look for the haters. That's why I'm just going to be telling you guys next year, hey, a lot of the haters who are now in, that's actually was the top of PulseChain and PulseX sacrifice. Now you know today, okay? We've got a long way to go, but that's why I'm just helping you. You look out, you remember that. You go, oh, the people who call me a nut job. Like, imagine Randy Boo. Imagine Richard Hart does a wallet sacrifice, and then Rand says, you know what? I'm going to throw into the sacrifice. And we're like, bro, you faded us for 3.5 years. We're up 150x, and now you want to put your money in? Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's, you got to be waiting for that moment. We're not there yet. So, yeah, Mr. Abdoul, you can take the stage, sir.
Big clips are coming. Big clips.
There's a lot going on here. Hard to talk to you guys on any of this stuff. But like I'm very bullish on what's going to happen in general.
Yeah.
But I think now is a time where you have to be extra careful because you don't have as much time to recover as you did before. But there are a lot of plays in the Pulse chain. The one thing that I keep coming back to that I think people have kind of forgotten is one of the things that RH has said the most over the past couple of years is do not expect profit from the labor of others. And, you know, that's one thing as a community. I think we need to, as much as I would really like him to come back to work, I think we have to look at the concept that, like, we have to make this happen ourselves. We have to build stuff. We have to do stuff. We have to get the word out. We have to do mega streams like this with awesome people and bring in people from other chains to the Pulse chain however we can. So I really respect the influencers that do that all day long because it's a freaking hard job. I can't, I can't get my mind around that level of activity like SOMMI does, but we can all do our part. And part of it is working together as a community. Now is the time for unity. It's not the time for fighting. We did that in the bear market. It was fun. I really enjoyed fighting with you guys. But like now, let's go. Let's get it together.
Synergy.
let's get to work.
Synergy,
back to the
baby.
bed.
Yeah.
And we'll have a chance to fight again. So it's all good, guys. We can kill each other in like 1 or 2 years. It's fine. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, no problem.
Absolutely. But yeah, go on.
So I was at a conference earlier this year. I don't even remember which one it was, but I was seated at a table of like 12 people with 2 of them representing Uniswap. And it was really fun to like go just like mess with them a little bit because they know exactly what's up. And there was a whale sitting at the table who at first was like, oh, you're into like Hex and PulseChain, like what's up with that? But he admitted that he had sacrificed for PulseChain because he was so wrong about Hex. And so that's something that you'll see probably play out over and over again.
Oh yeah.
Where people like that, they think they're wrong even now, and basically they're selling while we're buying, and then it's going to repeat over and over again. So yeah, I think for some people it takes more than one a time of them being wrong before they learn their lesson. But there's always going to be more chances, I think, for people to figure out what the true principles in crypto are, and like taking Hex off the front end, that's not one of them, and that's not cool.
Oh, cool. I think Corey's right here. Let's bring him on. Let me make some room. Hang on.
Corey's coming on. Also, friends, about Uniswap, you guys remember what Twitter was like when Jack Dorsett was in charge of it? Like, nose ring, walking around, just a full-on commie. You remember Twitter? They would just ban you if you even hinted that the zombie virus came from China. Banned, disabled. You're not allowed to say somebody's got like, you know, funny smelling armpits or something. You're not even allowed to say that. They just ban you, and then you got to bribe them to basically get unbanned. Yeah. Then Elon comes in and it's a breath of fresh air. Well, Uniswap is like that. Uniswap, man, one of the worst, most disappointing things ever. The best technology freaking in crypto, literally Bitcoin, Ethereum, Uniswap, third pillar tech. And now they're just like these little like woke flaily arms, just like this weird thing. You know what I mean? Just it's so sad, but also gives us opportunity because just like Elon Musk comes in with Twitter and he changes it. Yeah, Richard Hart comes in. He's like, it's just make some tweaks to. He's like, oh yeah, now I've got the best decks in the world. Why didn't Uniswap do it? So it's just big waste of potential. I kind of feel sorry for people holding it, but I wanted to come back. But I just want you guys to know that we're early. So other people's blunders, and because all these people are eating bugs all the time, it actually creates opportunity for us. And you can even see, like, man, they're going around, so much weird stuff going on. I can't believe they even have a freaking platform. Like, trust me, when I first came in, I thought we look like the bad guys. You know, we're taking their tech, we're trying to take their liquidity. We're the ones vampiring. After a few years, I go, you know what? You actually are just a bunch of bitches. You actually are like, and the funniest part is, as Maddie said, they do sacrifice, man. They're in, friends. They're actually in, okay? And they're gonna feel the FOMO because, like, we look, bro. XRP came back, man. Your coin does nothing. You came back. Why? Every time I go, the barber's got some. This guy has no idea what crypto is. I remember walking to the shopping center. This guy was talking to his girlfriend. He had XRP, okay? Just random thing. I didn't even speak to him. I just walked by in the center. I'm like, bro, who are these people who have this? So it's the people that has the value, man. We actually have value. I know we look like a bunch of nutcases. Everyone's here on the live stream. I literally have peg nipples out here. I'm telling you, they are literally nothing without us, bro. A city is nothing without the people. Go out and say, oh, wow, look at this 100%. Block. Look at this block of land. There's nothing, bro. If there's no people there, it means nothing, okay? A patch of grass in New York is infinitely worth more than a patch of grass in, like, you know, sub-Saharan desert of Africa, okay? It's literally all the people, and they don't care, bro. They move. Arbitrum. Oh, let's go move to Optimism. Oh, let's go move to this layer 3, bro. You don't care. You don't care. With PulseChain, okay? Like, I'm telling you now, I'm just imagining, imagine I made a video saying, hey, guys, I'm done with the chain. I'm kind of leaving. Oh, my God. You guys are going to kill me. You literally kill me. You literally get a fork and go, bro, you're not leaving until your replacements. You put the gun to my head. You go, bro, you're not leaving until all your replacements are here. But go to Arbitrum when they leave. Oh, bye-bye. Yeah, it's nice knowing you. There's a bunch of cucks. No one cares. Okay, so this passion, man, it has to blow up to something big. It has to. Like, where else are we going to go? Like, and people, don't you feel safe as well, knowing that if we drop 90%, Maddie's going to make another conference. I'm going to make videos, bro. You got nothing on these other chains. It's literally, oh, is Vitalik, he's going to keep dumping ETH tomorrow? Like, you just don't know, man. So, yeah, I want to hear your thoughts on that, guys. It really, there's a lot of value going on here, but trust me, no one wakes up until the green candles come. Oh, and 100%. Corey's here as well, sir. Corey, can you chime in?
Welcome.
What's
Welcome
up, guys? Oh my God, I'm sitting there freaking laying in bed, trying to go to freaking sleep, and then I'm scrolling through YouTube and like, what the hell is this stream? I had to get out here and at least scream in the loudest megaphone that PulseChain is going to the phone, guys. You guys know it is. So, hello, what's going on, guys? How we doing tonight?
I'm doing
what's
good.
up, SOMMI?
What's up?
Shit, the dream come true for me, man.
Well, another old narrative that we seem to have forgotten is this idea that PulseChain and PulseX will be the most liquid DEX, and the reason that is so important is because at the point at which you become the most liquid DEX in the world, that means that even even if assets are off chain, they have to route through you to get the best price. So let's take the example of like a Bitcoin. What if Richard actually owned 10% of the Bitcoin in the world? Okay, what if, right? Then if that was provided with liquidity on PulseX, what that would mean is that in order to get the best price for Bitcoin, even if you're buying on Coinbase would have to route the order through PulseChain and through PulseX in order to execute the trade. And so if you can imagine this idea of like any of the PRC copies going to parity or becoming a bigger part of the market share, pDAI becoming a bigger part of the stablecoin or the crypto market share, any of this, it's going to have compound effects, and it's going to buy and burn more PulseX and make that Uniswap invention even more embarrassing for Hayden Adams.
Yeah, but I think Uniswap is coming, right? I think like properly, like accepting the PulseChain ecosystem. That's what I mean, right? Like they did with BNB, like they did with every chain basically, including Hex, I think too.
But they won't be able to compete.
Can I remind everybody just quickly as well?
What?
The pDAI thing, as Maddie was talking about, all the liquidity and all those. If pDAI, the conspiracies are true, okay, Richard Hart will do a market cap trick. Okay, so I can't believe he's doing it. When Hex came out, no one had ever seen this. 95% of tokens to an origin address that's never going to dump, that just flushes you up on the ranking. Well, with pDAI, don't worry about how it all works. You just imagine one long stream of events. You end up with a TVL that says something stupid like 25 billion. Now, here's the best part, okay? We know there's a trick. We know. Doesn't matter, bro. We got 250,000 voices. We're going to tell them it's real. Okay, that's it. Friends, in a bull market, no, it's war. It's war. Everyone's lying. Everyone's conning. They're trying to move into other coins out here. So that's what's actually... it's very exciting if you can do that, because just on DeFi Llama, we're like 25 billion. And everyone's going to go so upset. I can already see the essays. They're going, no, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. And we're like, it counts, bro. I'm selling my thing for $1. It counts. So, but this back and forth, it makes the conversation explode even more. And then they have to investigate, you know? And then you have Ivan going like, I don't know what Richard did, but yeah, pushing the button. Like, I don't know what he did. That's what it will come like, it's literally a magic trick, okay? If he pulls this off, no one will understand what the hell happened. And there'll just be things flying around everywhere. But I think as you mentioned, you boys mentioned before, he's going to have to time it a bit, you know? So he's smart, man. He's probably going to have to wait until near the end of the cycle when everyone's the richest. And at the end of the cycle, everyone's the richest and they have the most FOMO built up because they've been in the wrong stuff. You know what I mean? And then Richard just opens the door. He's like, hey, dum-dum, here's a bridge. Come and take this free money, you know? So he's a genius when it comes to this marketing and pushing the buttons out here, right? So, yeah, that's what's coming next year. That's why we're very excited, friends. All these, the buy and burn, all these other things, like it's literally on crack. It's going to be exciting.
I think we have to be absolutely ready after the court case gets dropped in beginning of 2025 for some big surprises to come that are going to make it very easy to bridge into PulseChain, extraordinarily easy. Maybe a wallet, maybe something else, something we haven't thought of yet, because I think he has his eye on a target that none of us can even see yet, you know, and there is going to be a massive inflow that I don't think any of us can expect right now. And I think pDAI is just literally the little taste. It's just a little taste right now.
We have the infrastructure, like some of the things that are already built that just nobody's talking about. Like we already have like a native PulseChain wallet, the Internet Money Wallet. KG's got it set up so that you can bridge in with your credit card via the Internet Money Wallet. Like the RH bridge works pretty awesome. There's zero fees to go from ETH to PulseChain, aside from the ETH cost of that, the actual transaction. You can bridge anything on ETH to PulseChain. If you want to bridge Aave from ETH to PulseChain and yield farm it, I know a guy. We could set that up. Like all these things are possible. The chain has so many possibilities people aren't looking at right now. You could be farming nearly any token on Ethereum on PulseChain. All the meme coins from Ethereum could be on PulseChain, moving around with with 1,000th of the fees. Everything is possible here. That Ethereum is going to top out when it's $300 per transaction, and people are going to be looking for a place to go, and they can literally bring their bags with them.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, when privacy pools comes to PulseChain, because it's coming. It's on Richard Hart's list, on his to-do list. We will be the first EVM chain with privacy. Think about that. Monero is the only place you can go and play in privacy right now. This will be an EVM chain with privacy. Whales can come over here and not be front-run by other blockchain analysis, by other community members. They're going to love it. This is going to be a new playground for them. We have all the shiny toys Ethereum has at a fraction of the cost with privacy. That's what I think the real fireworks start.
Yeah, that would
You know
be
what?
cool.
So there's a comment as well. Mrs. Sagaro, always got a negative Nancy. Listen, but I'm gonna help you. So Mrs. Sagaro, he literally said out here, I'm trying to find it. He said, "Do you guys honestly think Richard is gonna give hundreds of $1 million to you retards shilling this poop?" So he's probably talking about pDAI. So don't forget, sir, there are information gaps here. So let me tell you something. 4 years ago, Gunther, Rectum Rochelle, Wallet DO1, and a couple of other dudes, they had about 500 grand in Hex. To $1 million, okay? Now, imagine you heard a stream where, imagine I had Richard Hart's grand plan, and I said, "Hello, sir, I've got a big lollipop for you. I'm going to sell the Ethereum top, and I'm going to rotate, and I'm going to pump Hex to 55 cents. I just broke my lollipop on stream. That's funny. So I'm going to pump Hex to 55 cents. So imagine you knew that. Now, here's the thing. You would never conceive of it. You know, at the top, Gunther had 120 million US. Rectum Rochelle had like 180 million. Wallet DO1 had 120 million dollars, like millions of dollars. They could have clicked sell, all of them, and it still happened. You see, so people, they don't sell as much as you think when it goes up. Okay, so if you have that limiting belief, you ended up getting it wrong 4 years ago. Okay, so these people are in the system. It happened before. Why can't it happen again? Also, you got to make an assumption as well. He probably owns a lot of wallets that we don't know about, and there's some tricks. There's some incentive stuff coming out that helps alleviate these things along the way. But we don't have the answers, bro. I know. Look, 99 times out of 100, if you rock up to a random stream of people saying, "My coins are going to go up 100x because this guy's going to buy them," I get it. Walk away. It's just with this one, bro, there's an information gap, okay? Richard Hart doesn't have insiders, okay? This is literally once in almost a lifetime, okay? There is no roadmap. He's got the roadmap. You know where it is? It's literally in his basement. If he has one, it's on the whiteboard. He does not have any. He doesn't have these secret insider guys who are all long and public display of any of these. Okay, so we're just guessing, bro. I mean, you're watching a guy literally. I got peg nipples. You know what I mean? Like, so we're just guessing, but history's repeating, bro. Have you been to the pDAI Telegram? Okay, the pDAI Telegram.
It's crazy.
They don't even know what slippage is, bro. They don't even know what slippage settings is. I looked at it. It's funny when I looked at it. Someone forwarded it to me. They go, "Bro, why are you in here? They're a bunch of retards." And I'm looking at it like, dude, they don't know what slippage settings are. Let me show you something. You know hexagons? Okay, 4 years ago, this is how early you were to hex. 4 years ago, you know the origin address? People didn't know that the origin address's money was just in hex tokens. So when they put it into like Zorion Portfolio Viewer, they would see like $5 million. They thought origin address could pump the token. But see how it's so like, you can't pump the token. You own the supply of the token. But back then, no one knew, bro. It was so early. Now you're like, "Oh yeah, bro, all your money's in the token. You can't dump it." But back then, everyone was like, "Whoa, the origin address is going to pump it." But this is the funny part, bro. Hex started going up. And I remember seeing a narrative and people, just random people on YouTube, they're like, "The OA is pumping." And I'm looking at it. I'm like, how's the OA pumping? It has all the token supply. It didn't matter, bro. The left curve is one. They're like, "Oh, I like this guy," and the OA is pumping. They got it totally wrong. It didn't matter. The narrative was just a fabrication. So that's why if you start to see a pDAI at 3, 4, 5, 10 cents, and you're watching this, you start to see, man, these narrative stuff, it's not as important as you think. Hey, this guy might dump. This guy might do something. Like, man, remember, bro, Bitcoin, like, Michael Saylor, he's got $10 billion of leverage from buying $100,000 Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Like, as things go up higher, you find more buyers. You actually do, which is, it blows your mind every time. So you get to see it firsthand. I hope it's in your bags. I hope it's in Pulse and PulseX and the core coins. You get to see it just as much. I believe we will, but I think it's all going to repeat next year.
Yeah, and the Telegram for the... Wait, did we just lose... No. Yeah, the pDAI Telegram's hilarious. A lot of them don't even know what PulseChain is, or PulseX, or Hex. They are super excited about pDAI for $1, you know. FastAbdoul said it well. It's just a fantasy. Pennies into $1. It's easy to say, just like Doge to $1 was. I think they're really hyped up about it. I do have a question.
And it's the faith part, man. It's the faith part that matters the most. Right.
A few people asked earlier in the stream,
right?
When we were looking at
as long
charts.
as there's a carrot.
Boys, you know I'm a pDAI flutter as well. I'm a pDAI fighter because I suggested pDAI wouldn't peg this Christmas. I just suggested it. I go, he doesn't have to, and that's considered fun because you're taking away their dopamine dream. You're like, no, I was expect you're taking it. So that's how new you are, bro. It's funny.
Earlier in the stream, some people asked in the chat. They said, should we rotate all into pDAI right now? We're getting these questions. We're really getting these questions from a lot of people who came in. We were doing charts earlier. What do you guys think?
Yes, do it.
Do it?
Man, just do it. I mean, I'm kidding, right? Like, I mean, like, maybe not, because they will do it, right? It's like they will do it. If they're asking that, they will do it. They will absolutely do it. I mean, they'll have to chase green candles, right? Even as executives.
I would
we're not immune to
I would
that,
say
so.
get a tattoo of pDAI first. Then
Get the tattoo
then
first.
see how you feel.
Not medical advice.
Are you guys seeing
Moderate
pDAI
voice,
tattoos?
Come on.
I
Do
get
a little
concerned
bit,
when tattoos start
decide,
happening.
Figure it out. Do the math.
Yeah, we get a little concerned when tattoos start coming out. You know, we had the pDAI song that hit X recently, and that was the latest correction. So, you know, we don't want to see tattoos yet.
Not yet.
You shouldn't touch your core coins, friends, to throw into this. Not financial advice, but
not recommending that
I
to
know you
anybody,
guys have money next year to I know you do. I know you will be FOMO buying stuff next year. That money pile, maybe it's your US account, whatever, that's what you throw into this. In case, you know, it takes longer than you think. But don't touch your core coins, because I know what happens, right? You touch your core coins once, you're like, oh, this other thing's moving too. You know, the worst thing that'll happen to you is you make money on the pDAI if you rotate your cores, because it will give you the dopamine hit thinking you're a genius, and you're going to keep rotating around, and you're going to get yourself into a big hole. Every Coinfessions Rex story, it all starts with, I made $1 million, then I was down to 600,000. And instead of stopping from 10,000, I wanted to make the 400,000 back. Now I'm homeless and I'm on my 3rd credit card and my wife's pregnant. You know what I mean? All the stories end like that. There's that first big loss. So yeah, be careful. Don't touch your core coins.
Yeah,
The
I
problem
agree.
is every time I
That's
see,
good advice, man. Yeah, for sure.
every time I see big bags swapping over because of FOMO, this happened when Titan X launched last year, and it was the next best thing. And we saw massive bags capitulating out of the cores at the bottom. And what happened right after that? PulseChain started pumping to the effing moon right after they capitulate out of the cores. So you got to be very careful about those swaps. And that's why I don't ever touch. I'm like SOMMI. I never touch the cores. I follow the 90-10 rule, how SOMMI does. I have my bag of cores. I play my lottery tickets. And I bring new money in every single month, and I might put new money in, like pDAI. Okay, that's fine, but I'm not touching my cores for that. So it's just be careful with those moves, man.
And don't quit your jobs, guys. Like, work until you have the $1 million in the bank account. Don't go off paper gains.
Well, this is my job.
Keep working. Wow, fair enough.
Then keep working, bro. That's it. Keep doing it.
Take loans out on your pDAI. It's possible
Exactly.
now. Yeah.
I have a way you could do that, sir. Give me 3 weeks.
Just 2 more weeks, guys. Just
Leverage.
2 more weeks.
Dude, leverage,
I'm here.
baby.
That's a stop loss, right? What do you guys think of that idea? Like the liquidity fork I'm building. If like for those of you who are scared, this creates a stop loss option for pDAI, right? So you could take out some stable coin against it as a stop loss. If pDAI gets cut in half in price, well, like your stop loss will get kicked in, and you'll get liquidated, but maybe you have more money than you had before. Now, if you're a true believer, then you might do the same and reinvest the funds into more pDAI to double up your bag. There's ways to play this game.
Friends,
pros,
next
though,
year,
do your research.
if the prices are up and I see any of you guys borrowing, I'm going to go over to each one of your houses. I'm going to break your legs myself, okay? Because in 2022, I had a heart attack every single day. Waking up, and do you want to know what was on Twitter in June of 2022? They would show Justin's sons like 100,000 ETH. They would show the biggest whales, and they would show on chain on the MakerDAO and the big Aave things, and you could see on chain their big orders. And we were all shit scared because we knew if they got pinged, we're all finished. It was literally just finishing, okay? And they never got pinged. But dude, it was like 3 months of sleepless nights, okay? I promise you, you will get taken out, okay? There are sharks, friends. You know, you think like, everybody's just gambling. No, bro. Before anybody throws in like 2 million, they go check the chain and they go, oh, there's a guy here with another guy, and there's like $15 million to sell, 10% lower, which means they get liquidated. No one stands in front of that train. And there are predators. They come and hunt them out, okay?
100%.
You will get hunted. 100%. People are going to tell you, no, we're never going to go down more than 90%. So I'm going to try warn you next year. You probably won't even want to watch me, but I'll just have to encourage everyone because I promise you, man, like that's what crypto does. It goes so far and so high. It gets you so confident that, I can do anything I want. Yeah, bro, you can, but not really. And not in a bear market, you see? So we still don't have all of those out here. And the only people who actually win are the people who don't do the leverage. So
yeah, I know people on Wall Street that have been doing this for generations. They're predators. They hunt each other. And you better believe they're doing it on the blockchain. It's actually even easier because there's more transparency. They can see everything. And they're hunting, they're waiting. And when it gets close, they're going to swoop in. Exactly like you just said. Yeah, you got to be careful. Guys,
do you remember at the end of 2018, do you remember when Bitcoin broke $6,000? Do you remember when it broke under $6,000? Okay. I am in a prop firm. There's me, there's 30 guys. We broke it. Do you know that? We all broke it. All of us, we had cracked up leverage. That's what we were doing. We were hunting the stocks.
We were hunting,
Every time it went down, they kept trying to bang it up. So yeah, we were all hunting it. We had turbo leverage. We're all hunting the stops, and we all just kept crack. And then as all the liquidations came down, a couple of guys made like huge, like one guy made like 17 Bitcoin on that day. But unfortunately, they sell it all to cash out at like $5,000 because they never believed, right? So that's what it was like. We sit there. We're literally just hunting because you know it on the chart. You're like, oh, there's a lot of stops on here. And the worst thing you ever want to do is be like, waking up every day for a year and you're like in this thing and like you had your hopes and dreams in here, man. Because that's BitMEX, you know what I mean? Like Arthur Hayes is buying a Ferrari with your money. But when you have your hopes and your dreams and you told your friends and family and then you're like, damn, man, I'm playing with borrowed money. The borrowed money, yes, it's useful, but not really. Okay, 99%. It's how it starts, bro. It starts with you take one bite of that cherry, and it ends up being full disaster. You
get addicted. You get addicted to it. Yeah, 100%. And you'll slip up somewhere, and they're waiting for you. They're just waiting right there. And I'm telling you, it's firms, just like Sommi said. I know these guys. I met these guys in New York, in Manhattan, and in Miami. They love this stuff. They live for it. They love taking you out. And they have no emotions.
There's a big difference between 30 times leverage and 20% borrowing ratio, right?
Okay,
they're not the same thing.
Well, it starts with 20%, FastAbdoul. Okay, that's where it starts.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Everyone says just one hit. Everyone says just one hit. Okay.
Fair enough.
No one stops at 20%, bro. No, I know. Yeah, technically,
just one line.
Technically, you're meant to, but no one does. No one does. It always because you don't know how far things can possibly go down. You don't know. See, it's not you that's the problem. Okay, it's not you. It's the other guy. Okay, so you don't know. Like, let's say PulseChain's up 60x from today. Okay, you don't know that there's a guy with a $50 million net worth, but he's got a $25 million loan. You don't know that. You know what I mean? Like, he's cheering with you today. Let's say it's like next year we're going up. But he's going to be your worst enemy in the bear market because he's going to disappear. You never hear from him again, and he gets hunted down, and then it cascades down. And then, like, you think Richard's not watching that stuff? Richard's watching that stuff. He goes, all right, let's sit back. Let's let all the leverage flush out, bro. It is the worst feeling in the world because you're a believer, but you're forced out. It's the worst feeling in the world. Yeah, that's why, man, for the past 2 years, I've been spamming everybody. Don't be a little bitch. Buy more. You buy more now. You can't go back in time. Once we're up there, you can't go back in time. You got to buy in more now. I mean, understand, friends. Like, if crypto goes to zero, I'm like, public enemy number one. Everyone wants to arrest me because, hey, we got into a scam. But no one wants to say that because you take a big reputation here. So it's easy to say, just talk a little bit of leverage and do a bit of this and do a bit of that. It's awesome to say that on the way up. But yeah, so you guys, you got that picture now. We don't want to scare anybody. Like, you're long now. It's going to be fine. But the game will change next year. You'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of greeds about to come in the market. You guys smash those likes buttons. We're going almost on 4 hours. I'm jumbling words. I'm going to take 2 really quick, gentlemen. Yeah, we're going on 4 hours. You guys smash those like buttons. Oh, you guys are getting a lot of alpha. I'm going to stretch for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Hey, Mr. Sam Horowitz, I was thinking about this, bro. He asked, was Richard Hart's last stream on Christmas last year? Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, yeah, he made that video, and he's like, he repeated everything. I remember he was a bit bearish on the stock market, but it was a fake Christmas, because you're like, man, are you on the run? Are we going to go up? Did we get scared? that's what we're thinking, bro. We're like, what happened? What happened to the throne, bro? Where's the push? Where's the plush? Where's your spinning Rolex watches? What happened? What happened? You know, it's going to because you just don't know. This is the funny part, right? I'll share something with you guys. When that video came out, okay, remember I uploaded it, and I got messages from like some Ethereum maxi dudes, and they were like, hey, dude, your founder guy is on the run. So obvious. You're like, he's got you held you captive. Look at him. He's obviously like, I'm just throwing all this bad stuff. Remember, I'm on Christmas, man. I'm reading these messages. I'm like, you know what, bro? You're a fat neck vid. I'm not listening to you, but it was a bit of coke because I'm like, you know what, man? But they're in Ethereum, so I'm the retard. So even I have that doubt. But I said, nah, they can't be wrong. They can't be right. I said they can't be right. I go, screw them. Look at them. Screw them. And it's just look. You couldn't have picked the story events, but that's how it happens, man. Like, in these deepest and dark moments, that's when they come and strike. They come and strike. That's why we're going to have the polar opposite, by the way. You will maybe I'll be naked on stream or something. We're going to have the polar opposite of that. Like, wow, we're going to infinite prices. That will happen as well. It's just funny, sir. So thank you for that question about Richard Hart streaming next. Maybe he'll do one this year. It's a few weeks. So he just does one of the recordings. It'll be interesting because now he has to update his view on the stock market. Man, by the way, just imagine Richard says, we could do 14,000x, but I just want him to say that word. We could do it. And then, I know it's like it's destruction a year and a half ago when you're going down, but that's all people want to hear. So yeah, anyway, any other questions, sir? Anyone wants to read anything else? We can continue.
But I guess like just be prepared if that doesn't happen, right? If it doesn't show up like in video like we all want, right? It is what it is.
I think January is what we're going to see.
We'll go without him, but it'd be nice to have him. That's for sure.
Yeah. I think January we'll see it, regardless if he comes in December or not. Doesn't matter. I think we'll see it in January. I'll tell you a quick story, SOMMI, about like some faith in like losing my resolve. Like that Christmas video shook your resolve a little with the Ethereum maxis reaching out to you. Literally, man, I had just moved my family to Puerto Rico. Went all in on PulseChain. I was back in Arizona packing my shit, and that's when the SEC hit Richard Hart with the lawsuit. And I was like, I moved my family into a foreign country, went all in on this freaking blockchain, and it's going to zero. I still moved back to Puerto Rico, and I kept firing bullets in at the bottom because I felt like that was God's plan for me. But that's where my resolve was shaken the most. It was tough, man, because I had made a big decision. And I'll tell you what, between your shows and Randy Hilarski's, I used to watch Randy every single night like clockwork. You guys helped me keep my resolve and keep the faith.
You see, we're helping people.
Yeah, we got hit by that SEC thing, within the first hour of when I started driving to Austin, Texas, because we were doing an in-person event there. So it feels like a lot of this court stuff has been timed around the conference stuff. Okay, so that was the biggest in-person event that I did that year. They hit us like, you know, the day before or weekend before or whatever. It was that Monday. That we got.
I remember I was standing in my kitchen in Arizona at 7 a.m. and I was looking at my phone and I was like, "Fuck! I just moved to Puerto Rico," and I went all in. I'm like, I'm going forward. I'm going forward. There's no going back. And now it's like, and then my portfolio is great.
It was. Yeah, it was. Then it was right after Christmas with the Hex conference online that I do every year. On the same dates, January 6th through 9th, and it was the last day of the conference, the 9th, when Richard's lawyers showed their hand and basically said,
Oh,
we're the
yeah.
best lawyers in the world. We represent Elon Musk, and Richard Hart is going to win this case. And so you got to see, like, you know, then we went on a run in between January 9th and the middle of March, or basically it was when the PulseChain tour did their event, was the top on the day for PulseX, hitting sack rate. And so it had done like a 10x there during those 2 or 3 months. So yeah, there's a lot that gets a lot of this action happens around these events.
It's remarkable.
You know, when it
how
happened
all
as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
When it happened as well, friends, the SEC thing, I had a lot of unread messages because I was making videos and everyone's reaching out, and obviously I'm scared shitless as well. I opened up this one message, this Ethereum guy, and it was a message. I hadn't replied. He'd messaged me like 2 months prior, and you don't understand. Oh, these are the biggest kick in the nuts. He said something like, still haven't been convinced Richard's scam you all. You got like that Stockholm syndrome thing. How far does the price have to go down for you to finally wake up? He said that, and I read it after the SEC thing. So he messaged me from before, and I just had this sinking feeling. I was like, bro, if you're in this room, I'll knock you. I just close that room like that. That's how low it was. Then like 2 days later, OKEX delists us, and I was like, bro, you weren't even meant to list us in the first place. Now, you know what I mean? Like it was all of these things just capitulating down. So remember those moments. Like, man, we've seen things in market. Things are really spooky, the simulation stuff. You see that down moment. There has to be one of that Newton law, right? The Newton law of like orange juice. There's an equal and opposite reaction the other way. So we have to feel like infinite boss king somewhere. There has to be a moment like that. I don't know what it's going to take. You never know, man. Like, you never know, like Eric Trump buys PulseChain. You know what I mean? Like something really like, dude, this blew my expectations. Something out there that I'm waiting for that moment. I hope we're 100x higher. Like, because it happened to every other coin. Every other coin. Look at XRP, by the way, man. XRP, you're like, oh, at least we're not the XRP guys. Can't say it anymore, bro. They went and back the, you know what I mean? Like, we're next. We're gonna come in 2025.
I tell my community all the time, we just in a movie, the script has already been written. It's just up to us to participate and lean in, play all out, and play our role. The movie's already been written, man. The script's written.
Let's go $16,000 ETH. I think that's going to be what I'm looking for. Is I know Richard's got a big bag of ETH, and when ETH hits $16,000 each, what is he going to do?
That's actually a pDAI peg for everyone to know. Around 15K. If you remove his secret wallets, known wallets, the redemption required, some stable, like make the assumptions, 15K is that critical point, you know. But I don't talk about it much. Why? In pDAI, guys, if you don't tell them we're gonna peg in about 16 days, it's FUD. So I'm like, bro, how'd you make it into crypto? You're literally in the most volatile thing of all time, bro. We don't even know if we flip a coin. In a normal world, it could be heads or tails, but in crypto, it's heads, tails, or it's like a hand grenade and it explodes. Like there's that wild card in crypto.
But SOMMI, this is like a safe space. We've been saying that we believe here that the peg is gonna be slow. It's gonna take time, right? It's not gonna happen like in one day. It could happen, but yeah, probability wise, it's a very low one. So
So the 414,
it's a safe space. You can say that it's fine. I don't think people will kill it.
It's a safe space.
I
It's
think
the after
so.
hours, man.
Maybe they will.
The 414 dev has said that they expect the peg to just happen suddenly. And I think Decentralized Me also agrees with that sentiment. Now, chat, what do you guys think? Do you think the ped's just going to happen suddenly? I think market dynamics need to come into play. I see it stair-stepping its way up. Maddie and Corey, we definitely didn't hear your opinion on this. Do you think the peg would happen suddenly, or do you think it's going to stair-step its way up, in the same way Hex moved up, as it's moving very similar right now?
Go ahead, Corey.
I think it's going to happen just how like Hex did, because it's market dynamics. Market dynamics is what's controlling pDAI. I'm not big into the whole Richard behind this is going to use the MakerDAO. That's not what I believe. I believe it's all narrative. Now, I believe there are things that can be built on it to help, create the peg. But I think it's just market dynamics, man, and we're going to see it shoot up just like Hex did. Now, what stays there and how long it stays there, I have no idea.
Crypto Ewok says needs to be organic. Yeah, that's something we've been saying.
It's got to be going to be organic.
DJ
Think
Khaled
about
says,
Richard Hart, boys. Would Richard Hart, if he knows you Jeets want to Jeet at 5 cents and 10 cents and 20 cents, I don't think he's going to leave a big bid at $1 for you. I think he's going to let them out. But look at the prices are higher from now.
Yeah. DJ Khaled says, I think the peg will happen in the second altcoin wave in Q4 when the meta changes from meme coins to DeFi 3.0, having pDAI as a cycle 1 unicorn, creating a new category in coin market cap. Oh, that's interesting. Creating a new category.
That's actually very similar to mine, my guess. Yeah.
You break that down. What are these?
Yeah,
the
so
new category?
If you look at X topped at like 5 cents wave 1, and then it did the nuclear run in wave 2 of 2021. So I guessed there's a speculative run wave 1 in the first half of next year, and everyone thinks it's over when we stop. Okay, the dopamine gets cut off. Everyone's like, what? There's no 1000X. We're down. All the core coins and everything maybe didn't go as high as everyone thinks. But then the secret switch gets activated. And that's why I kind of also believe by the end of next year, there'll be some like massive type of news where it's like, it's so hard to leave crypto. Almost like it coincides with this pDAI, Richard Hart stuff, where like a country comes out and says, you know what? We're actually dumping all our gold and we want your imaginary Bitcoin Ponzi, like something where you're like, oh my gosh, this is like a black, white swan, right? But it'll all be a scam probably at the end by the 4-year cycle. So concurrent to that, I just guessed, right? September 2021, Hex peaked. Maybe pDAI gets there, 2021. And then we have the final mania, October, November, December. I don't know why. I felt like it would be like something like that. But that would probably be, if you got to understand, friends, if you keep expecting things tomorrow, if there's one Jeet who dumps 80%, you get really, really panicked, okay? So if you're always thinking next year and next year and next year, when it comes, you're like, oh, cool, I could have waited forever. That's the person who survives, right? So yeah, I want to hear, Maddie, do you have any thoughts on any of this? Do you think Richard will time the same things? What do you think?
Yeah, I think part of it is going to be based on participant behavior, more than just like how much time has passed. And some of that's going to be related because, people go through these market psychology phases where they become more and less rational and everything. But for example, I think you can look at some of the behavior on chain, like who has more than 100 million pDAI, and like what is their behavior showing Richard or showing the other people who are studying the system. And so I think a lot of it's going to depend on that. But I would also expect that the timing to be gradual and to come down again to this idea that I keep going back to, which is people bridging in value from external chains. So I think if we saw something like the farms, the incentive token farms starting to reward exotic pairs. That would be something that I would see as happening first, and then in crypto things can happen very suddenly based on Richard's master plan. Basically, we know that there are things that you could also look out for that might be extremely unpopular but best for the long-term health of the system. We've seen the OA act like time and time again to do something unpopular that people ended up supporting eventually, but not right away. And so, so I think even at 3 cents, at 2 cents, we're starting to see what the behavior is of all the people who own, the original copies and the forked copies. So, USDC has a lot of value. I was holding $7,000 worth of USDC on chain when the fork happened. And so that's worth like a couple $100 now. Right? That's not going to move the market, but there are some big players and the market needs to see how those big players are going to act. and you know, if so if people wanted to speed the process along, those people on chain, they could, you know, they could there might be things that they could do to prove themselves.
Yeah, 100%.
But I think it'll be gradual based on the behavior of the participants, unless a sudden shock to the system has better game theory, and I can't exactly think of how that would be.
Exactly.
But I wouldn't
would
rule
that
it
come
out.
into play? Now, in the chat, we have a DJ Khaled's in there. We had Ewok, Neptune, and also we had Coexistent Steven. Maybe Coexistent Steven might have an answer for it. I know, Steven, you said in your comment that you agree also with the organic movement up, with market dynamics, allowing them to play out. But, you know, Maria Rahel had said in the chat that they're expecting an immediate peg. Can you give us any insight on why they said that, or did they give any clarity on why they said that? Because it would be good to know what we're missing out on in terms of the game theory on that.
It could be. I'm not sure, right? But it could be related to the belief that, you know, DOA is gonna just add collateral to the PMaker vault, right? In a large quantity, let's say, of tokens. So could be
There's
related.
a lot of belief going on, I think.
Sure.
A lot of belief? Is that what?
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying it could be related to the belief, like, you know, you believe that the DOA is gonna do something, like, you know,
right,
the vault is gonna drop the collateral, right? The X or whatever, right?
Yeah, the 414 did
You know,
say that.
interesting. I watched Coexistent Steve, and I watch him a lot. So Steve, I know you're watching out there. I love you, sir. Got my pegs on for you. So I independently looked at pDAI, and I looked at it from the perspective of Richard Hart. I'm like, man, friends, Richard wouldn't buy a sandwich for Dr. Hexologist. Do you think he's gonna let you peg in 15 seconds and let you cheat at $1 when he knows you're gonna cheat at 10 cents? You know what I mean? Like, think about it.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah.
Excellent.
Makes
So, but
sense.
here's the thing, okay? The thing is, Stevie and me had the same perspective. Where we're like, if we go up over time, this is the thing. Why does Richard want the natural speculation process to happen? It's because the whole idea of the stable coin is that it's your bear market thing that you hold. If you're in the process of cheating for profit, it defeats the whole purpose. He basically wants people, I think, to earn it, to basically go, you know what, I've held this for so long, I now want to be here forever. It's kind of like you're literally Moses leading through people through 40 days of the desert. You go finally make it to the promised land. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I never want to leave this promised land. 40 days of hell for it. So that's what I'm guessing. And by the way, he did the same thing with Hex, right? We're all like staked forever. Okay, people don't want to leave. So, however, Maria's thing is it is like it's a retailer's wet dream. Oh, we peg tomorrow. So look, you don't even need it a peg, bro. But guys, you're gonna price in the peg in your mind if we just get to 20 cents. Okay.
Right.
When it's at when it's at 5 or 10 or 15, you're already like, dude, it's happening. It's so happening. It's just a matter of time, right? So you don't actually need to wait for that $1 mark. All these theories and stuff, I can almost guarantee Richard had a whiteboard. He looked at every scenario. He's picked the best one. Okay, I guarantee whatever he's done is he's picked the best one. But also, if you're curious, the longer we wait to the peg, the lower the Ethereum price can be. Okay, so think about it like that. So if we peg tomorrow, we need like a $30,000 ETH, I think, without Richard's exogenous wants. If we let the Jeets out over time, you can get that down maybe like $10,000 ETH. Okay, so that's only something Richard knows. Okay, he's figured it out. He knows the redemptions of Circle and Tether. And we don't know, bro. That's what all the people on the sidelines are. Tell us the answer. Tell us the answer. Oh, bro, he doesn't even reply to us on Twitter. Why is he going to tell me anything? It's just like the Hexicans, okay? Imagine going back 4 years ago and the Hexicans asking him, please tell us when you're going to sell the Ethereum top so we can buy. He's like, no, bro, screw you. Go stake. I'll see you when I want to see you. That's it. So, and by the way, people respond positively to that. So you're either on board or you're not. And it's so binary, right? So it's so clear. The retailers understand. They're like, can it go to $1, sir? Please, can it go to $1? And I'm like, bro, I don't know. They're like, oh, but this guy said it can go to $1 tomorrow. Like, I didn't say anything. It's like you're telling him Santa's not real. Like, I'm long with you. Just like, look, if Santa doesn't give you a $1 peg-ening present, then the Easter Bunny will, okay? And if the Easter Bunny doesn't, You know what I mean? We got 4th of July. You know what I mean? Like just the carrot on the stick, So it's gonna be fun no matter what.
Okay, so this is the message, and there's more. I can't find the other one that's more complete, but so Maria says everyone should have at least 3 million in P stables ready. Freedom to win. Wonder BFF price discovery after. Maria says with 3 million out of range of most noobs, I don't think RH has any reason to keep from going straight to 1-to-1. Woo woo. So.
Yeah, but look at what he wrote. Like he wrote the things, right? He wrote that everyone should have at least 3 million in P stables ready. But ready for what, right? To sell. That's the point, right? So, that's why I kind of agree with him in the sense that if there aren't sellers, right? If everybody sold, right? The people who could have hurt the price chart. Yeah. Then yes, like sure, like that could happen faster. But again, I think that's going to be a slower process, right?
I mean, another thing that can allow the pegging to happen sooner is for people to remove the excessive amount of liquidity that right? Because then it takes less money to move the price up. So that's one of the things that my prediction of what happens when we get closer to peg is that people are rotating out of liquidity positions because because they're seeing other stuff move. And so if people FOMO into other things, if keep their pDAI and they swap whatever paired with for something outside of the pDAI liquidity web, then that can allow pDAI to run higher, faster. Or
it could run higher and faster, but if it did hit the dollar and people are trying to exit and the liquidity is 90% lower so that it could hit the dollar, then it's going to fall 90% faster too, right? So you have to have that backup somewhere, because the total number of pDAI tokens on chain won't have gone down. So you need to have it all.
But there's inflation caused by just creating liquidity between two things. That's a form of inflation because they're interchangeable for each other, and so that's a critical part of like Hart's law. And remember, another thing that can happen in this whole dream scenario, the magic carpet ride, is that the market is incentivized to have, let's say normal or thick liquidity, and then the farm stops. So everybody stops providing liquidity, and then the price goes up, 100x or 1000x higher, and then the OA pegs everything at that higher price, and that's something that checks out in the sense that then you can't go lower because you've created such thick liquidity at a higher price, which is a little bit counterintuitive, but that's part of the models that we play out. Is at some point when you decrease the liquidity, it actually decreases the inflation. It's a deflationary event. And you can see that with again. You saw that with X when it did its amazing run. Like all of what I just described played out, minus the part where there's thicker liquidity at the top. But you had people removing liquidity, and the price could move up much more.
I do think slow makes the most sense because you also want big players to enter. There's just better game dynamics for it to happen slowly. It's just so much better, unless there's just something we just don't understand at all. Crypto Neptune rementioning big clips are going to come in. I think around 10 cent, man. It's going to get nutty. Just in general in the PulseChain, it's going to get crazy, gents. I hope you guys are ready.
Richard Hart.
It's going to be
Richard
crazy.
Hart might do a wallet sack, and everyone throws in the pDAI for it.
Oh,
okay, so that's a Richard Hart move, by the way. That's a Richard.
That'd be a great.
Go back and watch. There's a hexologist stream where he makes a meme. Dr. Hexologist. I love Dr. Hexologist. He makes his meme. It was something like it's a picture of Richard. He's like, first he makes your coin go up 10,000x. Then he makes you give it away. And it was just it's like Dr. Hexologist. He's like, oh, Richard, it's one of those funny looking up to him. And this is from years ago, and I'm like, that was around the sacrifice. It was 2021, and I'm like, I don't know why that sticks to me. Hearing this conversation with you guys, I'm like, that's such a Richard move. Put it up there because actually that proves what I said. There'll be more buyers for pDAI at $1 than sellers, because when it's up there, it's so valuable. They're like, oh, I don't want to sell it and bridge out. I want to use it for points the next thing. That's like the game, going deeper in the game. It's like Inception out here. But that's why just look out if he gets a lot of haters out there, because like
that's an RH move.
Friends, can you imagine what chance do they have when I'm making videos going, you missed Hex, you missed PulseChain, you missed PulseX, you missed the unbacked Ponzi stablecoin that literally started at 0. You missed the fat guy twerking. We can't help you at this point, bro. We even throw ink at you that you could farm for free. You missed that too. Now you got a small segment. I'm gonna cheat.
That's an RH move. Yeah. 100%. 100%. It would be huge. Get ready. Hell yeah.
Well, guys, I'm hopping off. Thanks for having me up. My internet's lagging so bad anyways. Puerto Rico internet sucks. So I'll see you guys. Peace
Corey,
out.
it's a pleasure having you. Thanks for coming by, man.
Good to see you, Corey.
Man. Appreciate it, guys.
God bless you, Corey. Can't wait to see more of your shows, sir.
Yes.
You got a lot of questions and comments here. It's awesome, showing everyone's perspective. Everyone's really bullish, guys. I'm like, you can't mid curve it, man. But look, I want to live in a world where people care about PLS and like PulseX's buy and burn and Hex, and I want to live in that world. Unfortunately, we live in the world where people go, can it go to $1? Can this thing go to $1? That's all I hear, bro. All day, every single, no one cares about anything else. And here's the thing. You watch any of our videos, you're like, hey, sounds contrarian. I'm like, bro, don't mid-curve, okay? 85% of the time, yes, run. This is the 15% of the bull market part where you see those excited people, they're buying this thing, there's imaginary unbacked stablecoin. It's rising. It's literally rising. And then they're going to go tell other people. They're like, oh, Bitcoin's at $100,000. I heard crypto's going back. Donald Trump likes crypto. During this pDAI thing, bang. That's literally the ignition. That's why we go parabolic, okay? But when it happens, everyone's in disbelief. So that's why we're entering that right now. No one believes it can happen again. Once it starts happening, you'll see, man. You'll see people who wouldn't put in $50 to buy the bottom, they're going to be throwing in like 35 grand. Are you sure it can go to $1? I get nervous. I'm like, bro, what am I meant to tell? I don't know.
It's a perfect narrative. It's a perfect onboarding narrative. It's like they already know, like they already know the final price, right? Like you want to know that information, right? When you're buying something, you like when you were buying Hex in like earlier 2020, for example, how much should you pay like to know like the top, right? 50 cents, right? Like they know it's going to $1, right? So it's a perfect onboarding coin, I guess, in that sense.
And they know
as well.
They have commitment. They believe, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy, right? It's so fucking easy.
Can we just remind everybody, before every single big run, there was no coin market cap sector. You know, friends, you know when DeFi came out, there was no sector, bro. It was just, you have XRP, you have privacy, Bitcoin, there was nothing. DeFi in 2020, after the big run, now there's DeFi sector. There was no category. You know when SHIB went up 250x in 2021, millionX and Doge, there was no sector. Do you know there was a protest? Okay, there was a protest by the mid-curvers. They did not want to have the meme coin category because they said no one would ever take crypto seriously again. There was no meme. And they went up the most. Gaming, everything that was a first cycle unicorn had no sector. This is literally the pDAI, no sector, bro. What do you call it? You're like, looking at, what is it? It's like UFO lands down here. What do you call it? Is it us? Is it us from the future? Is it us from the past? You got no idea. That's why I joke and I go, the world's first future speculative stablecoin. We've never seen anything like it. And trust me, you don't have to know how it ends. All you know is that they've never seen anything like it. They don't know where the roof is. Okay, that's it. That people just run in. There's no PTSD. They don't know how to price it. And then you get all of the naysayers. They write the anti-FUD articles, and they don't know they're building up more. They're building up more mind share for you. They think they're trying to damage it, but they end up attracting a lot more people. So that's why I'm just showing you this is happening like right now. There's no sector. What do you even call it? You have no idea what to call it. It's a thing. Is it a stable coin? Not yet. Speculative, kind of.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's a meme coin with a stable coin feature, I guess.
Yeah. He is going to get all the attention in 2025. Gentlemen, 2025 is going to be the year of PulseChain, and it's going to be amazing. Maddie, I do have a question for you. If we're going to do market dynamics, and it's just a meme coin right now, there's no pegging, at play. You're not going to know about that at 50 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents. It's still going to be technically just a meme. What's stopping it from going past $1, and how high past $1 could it go? And what are the pros and cons of him? What's the best move to peg it once it goes past $1, or when it's at 90 cents, or you know what I mean? Or do you let it just find its own equilibrium and then peg it after it's done that? Or do you think it just could run and run until all the sell pressure is gone?
I got some juicy stuff for you here. So, I'm a little ignorant on like the mechanics of the pDAI ceiling, but I think that there are like redemption mechanisms in place, or at least proposed to like stop it from going higher than $1. Whereas with like P wrapped Bitcoin, that's something Richard would brag about and does brag about. That doesn't have the ceiling.
That could go
now.
higher, yeah.
Now, when it comes to like the mechanics of like getting to a peg, like I don't like bringing this up too much, but I've written about it extensively. Is like the Maddie token is something that the idea was to like go to $20 and stay there. And the concept basically is you don't even need new buyers in order for this to occur. You just need the collateral to go high enough. And you don't have to make any promises because basically, if you follow the concept of like not your keys, not your coins, like, people don't own something unless it's in their wallet, right? So and the very strict on like what you can say about like, promises. But this idea of like, what if, Maddie went from $1 to $20 was where it started. And then it went basically I've written tons of essays on Twitter to explain like basically how, there's an advantage to keeping the money on the side, like kind of Richard is doing with the sacrifice funds and stuff like there are all these mechanics that become clear once you actually start playing out the experiment in real life, instead of just like kind of just imagining like, I don't know, imagining like how centralized or kind of like how your fantasy might be different, and that's what we see in all these scenarios where the OA is acting. I know I've learned a lot more about what Richard is thinking, basically just from putting myself into similar situations. And I'm telling people not to buy Maddie token because you basically missed the opportunity that was there once upon a time. But for the haters, like I can see all of the funds on chain are still there and have already done a 5x from when quote unquote the liquidity was lowered. And so that that's something that seems pretty cool. And it's maybe like a 3x. It's maybe a 3x away from being at $20 and being over collateralized at $20. And so when you have an asset that isn't just, it's not just relying on like a new buyer, but it's relying on basically being over collateralized by PulseX or Deci or Ink Farms or whatever it is, that becomes something that's way more tangible to achieve the dynamics that you're looking for.
Just so everyone knows, if DAI goes, let's say DAI went to $1.10. It actually had a period when it went to $1.10. You are incentivized to go mint it and then dump it down, to bring it down. So I think the loan rate will go like really, really cheap. It's like handing out free loans. Like, oh, we're too expensive. Let's pretty much do that. So you can go and basically do that. And if it drops too low, well, the theory is, of course, and it works, but like it starts all over collateralized. The theory is that people who have the debt, they don't want to lose their collateral. So they would like to buy your 50-cent pDAI, for example, because they don't want to lose whatever's in the vault and all this other stuff. But so trust me, like everything's being tested, man. Like that's why Richard's using it, man. Like it went through zombie virus, it went through Silverbank and all these other things. Like Richard doesn't. He's not. He always laughs. He goes, "Don't be that retarded guinea pig for everyone else. Take the stuff that works." It's just kind of funny, man, because took the stuff that works and he made a unicorn out of it. Like he inverted it. You just so rare. Make it out works. Make it out work. Like just
he's always loved pDAI. Yeah, I mean DAI. He's always loved DAI.
There's
tested.
actually an incredible moment in crypto history that almost nobody has ever talked about, which is when when the sacrifice funds of PulseChain basically backstopped all of crypto when there was the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. Basically, we were watching on chain. Tangent and I were streaming while it was happening. That basically the sacrifice funds stopped the stable coins out there that were depegging, stopped it from depegging. And if those had depegged over that weekend that Coinbase stopped redeeming and everything was falling apart, and Operation Choke Point 2.0 might have succeeded if it wasn't for the PulseChain sacrifice funds. So I'm sure when Richard goes on Joe Rogan, or like Roger Ver today, hated Bitcoiner, was on he was on Tucker Carlson today. You're gonna see, once he gets that media exposure, I hope somebody points that out.
Yeah, Roger likes Richard as well. Roger likes PulseChain. You gotta remember, friends, as well. So this is crazy to me. In August, I reported when MakerDAO renamed to Sky, and they made the new soy stablecoin, and they put a blacklist function on there. There's an actual blacklist on it, the new DAI, and no one cared. I reported on it. I'm like, why isn't anybody caring? But now that pDAI goes up, everyone's like, oh my gosh, MakerDAO's doing this. I'm like, bro, this is 4 months ago. Where you been? And I realized, the price going up of pDAI has now opened your eyes to the product market fit. So trust me, friends, every time Richard did a big move, I was like, nah, not gonna work. Wait a minute, he's the billionaire, not me. I would always think that. And then 2 years later, it plays out. And like I said, Bitcoin, BlackRock BTC, Ethereum, they all eat bugs. You know what I mean? I know you have MakerDAO going the way of the soy. I don't know if he knew it was gonna happen, or it's just you know what, I want to be a trillionaire. It could be a bit of both. I don't know. It's just we're blessed to do that. You know, I was literally today, I was filling up a cold glass of water, okay? Ooh. And I was thinking to myself, do you understand, if he got one thing wrong with any of this, we're all screwed. One minting thing, one bug. I forgot to MEV this. One guy's got too much of this coin. Dude, I can't believe, you know, when I was in that chat and they're trying to figure out the AMM bot, after 3 hours, man, I was getting tired reading it. And I'm just spamming the pDAI emojis everywhere. After 3 hours, they're like, oh, silly me thinking Richard messed up. I'm like, bro, he's telling you to buy his freaking secret coin, you retard. I can't say that because they're like, well, but if I lose money. See what I mean? It's not an accident, bro. It's like Elon Musk. You're like, is his 50th rocket gonna land? Bro, that's why, friends, when you become a mid-curve, there's almost no escape. Now you need to see every answer. Now you want to know the future. We don't know the answer, bro. I'm telling you, 40 cycles repeating. Donald Trump, Matrix dodge, double bubble, old season is now on. See, all these things are appearing, and you know, I was gonna troll everyone once, but I thought this is too much to go. You just put a picture. Richard is going live. You know that thing, that notification. But I'm like, people would actually buy on the prices, but that's all. Imagine you just saw that. That's just explosion out here. So we have all these things going for us, man. Other communities don't. That's why you have so many 100%. Advantages here. You don't even have to believe in a pegging, friends. You don't have to, but
yeah, you don't have to believe in the pegging right now. And our other big P stable is this one, because I don't think there's any debate about this one going well past parity. I think that's in the cards for this one, and I think that's going to be the second biggest attention getter after pDAI, is when this doubles the price of real BTC. I mean, I don't even know what the reaction is going to be like from greater crypto land. What do you guys think? How high could this go? Wrapped.
Has it been keeping the pricing that it had where it reached parity in pDAI terms? Do you know what I'm saying? It was worth about 100,000 pDAI at one point. Has it been keeping that, or
no idea?
No idea.
It's been. I check that ratio all the time. So what I think is actually happening.
The ratio. You want to see it?
Yeah. Richard isn't doing an immediate peg. Over time, liquidity is getting added over time. So the wrapped Bitcoin, so I'll call it purple Bitcoin versus the pDAI ratio, purple DAI. the ratio's approximating the real price, so you can see it over time, but there's still some volatility and stuff. But it's when I looked at it, I'm like, man, it has to be him, bro, because that's exactly what it would do. It's like, I'm not going to show my hands in 1 second and let the Jeets take advantage of it. I'm going to add liquidity slowly over time. Yeah, I'm very bullish on that purple Bitcoin. It's also classical Richard, by the way. Like, hey, I got an unbacked purple Bitcoin and it's worth more than your BlackRock BTC. Just double their price just to send the message. Just imagine something like that happens. But by the way, just let you know, also retailer normie signal alert. My cousins are accumulating purple Bitcoin as well. They want that. Because they really feel like they're owning a Bitcoin. I'll put the sign across. This happened during the week. I was so shocked. I looked. One of them had a problem with MetaMask. I checked inside the wallet. I'm like, oh, you've been accumulating purple Bitcoin? He's like, yeah, I want to own one. And it goes to a Bitcoin. I promise. Yeah, and there are a lot of coins. You know, the Dick with Bar and the Tangangs, but the pDAI and the purple Bitcoin. I'm telling you, man.
That's the mindset that
you get on 1 Bitcoin for what is it today? I'm too old. I can't read that.
Couple $1,000.
Yeah, I think about 1,500 for a purple Bitcoin. 1,400.
Quite the bargain.
For the real Bitcoin.
90% off. Nice.
So I mean, one of the things that you can look at is how many Bitcoin free claimed for Hex. And if I remember correctly, it was the greatest number of Bitcoin as a percentage that had ever free claimed for anything. There were other things at the time that were very popular in that cycle to be able to claim for, and that's how I found Hex.
Was it
the free
300,000 or 30,000, 300,000?
I can't remember if it was like 1.5% or if that was the previous record and Hex got up to 2%. But I always think to myself, okay, well, somebody who had the private keys to 2% of the Bitcoin felt comfortable enough with Hex to be signing that and reclaiming. And so whether that was Richard's Bitcoin or somebody else's Bitcoin, and remember that's back when Bitcoin was like $4,000, and Richard was on his way to calling all the tops and bottoms subsequently. So that makes me confident in this narrative of the wrapped BTC as well, because I think it's just such a cool narrative that we've already seen the pDAI narrative work so well with people. I wouldn't be surprised if this does the same thing.
Quick info for everyone
Axis.
at home.
What's
purple
happening?
Bitcoin, friends. Richard owns like a third of it, a third of the supply, rumored.
Yeah.
We don't know, okay? Every time I say this, he owns like 40,000 out of like 150,000. So he's got like a third of the supply. So that's one big bonus. Also, Johnny Chaos, okay, he hinted that if you want to know some inner workings of what Rich is actually worth, go back and check the Bitcoin blockchain around the Hex free claim. He goes, some big wallets moved some big amount of BTC because they knew the free claim was coming. I had no idea it was about 2% of supply. So we're thinking about a gargantuan size, but I don't want him to think like you guys to think, oh, this guy's just going to pump out bags. But just giving you an idea here, bro. He doesn't dump, you know what I mean? He's here for a trillion net worth plus. Okay, so it is rare, and we know that information. Keep it with yourself and go, oh, that dude's loaded, and it's your information here because that's your edge. It really is your edge because it builds your conviction over time. And most DeFi projects, bro, you know why they fail, friends? Because they pump too hard. Because they pump too hard. The 6 founders, one of them's having a baby, one of them's wife gets sick, unfortunately, and so they're like, oh, I'm gonna cash out 4.5 million. I'm done for the next cycle. But with us, we have something unique. So we have Axis joining us now,
Axis.
sir. Where do you think the price is going in the next 3-4 weeks? Do you like pDAI? Do you like the purple Bitcoin? What do you even think? Everyone's got an opinion, sir. I'd like to hear. Also, thank you for the emojis, sir. I've been spamming them everywhere, bro. The floating pDAI. Oh, it's amazing. I
wish I got paid royalties for those. Thank you, though, for the exposure, and thank you for all you do, man. And thank you, Maddie, too, for all you've been doing and getting in front of these political people. You're kicking ass and chewing bubble gum. So, yeah, I was on earlier. I don't know if you guys caught that segment. I was on for like a half hour, and I spilled the beans on pDAI and the wrapped BTC fork, and I just wanted to piggyback off of what you had just talked a little bit about with potentially Richard's 2822 wallet sitting on 32,000 wrapped Bitcoins. And like, this is kind of like an eye into what are the most important P copies, right? You want to pull up the screen here. I got the 2822 wallet loaded in here.
Yeah. Hang on one sec. I got somebody else was at the door. I'm getting the door. We got somebody else joining us here. Surprise! Do you guys know who it is?
It's Richard.
Super stream.
Oh, we'd crash the stream. Let me see if I can get him. Sir, do you have that on? I'm trying to get this. Well, we'll just leave that. That looks fine. All right. Say hi. CrispyMAN.
What's
Welcome to the party.
I heard there was a DGen jamboree somewhere, so here I am.
Yeah.
Thanks.
More of a circus, but yeah.
Axis,
hey, nice to meet you.
Let's bring that in.
Nice to meet you, man.
Okay.
I feel like our dad has just joined and he's like, okay, it's 3 a.m. Are you guys going to sleep tonight? Because Mr. CrispyMAN's here. We love you, bro. We love what you're doing.
Nobody's sleeping.
So like part of this whole concept of like wrapped Bitcoin flipping regular Bitcoin, it really hinges off of the original farm that came out. And I always say, like, Richard Hart challenged what value actually is, and the fact that you can redeem any amount of real Bitcoin for any amount of forked, copied, zero value Bitcoin that started to accrue value is an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. And it was actually kind of like it changed my worldview on what was possible, and that was part of the inspiration for the creation of the Axis token and what might be possible. Is like, well, if you're telling me that you can copy something that has no backing value, this is you're taking Bitcoin, you're freezing it in time on the Bitcoin blockchain, you're issuing a fake copy that's backed by the frozen collateral on Bitcoin on Ethereum called wrapped Bitcoin, and then you're forking that network in half, and then you're making a third layer derivative on that called wrapped Bitcoin on PulseChain, and that's going to have value and is convertible for any amount of the real Bitcoin. You've basically printed money out of thin air. And so I found that just to be so fascinating. And so what part of this really boils down to in cryptocurrency is supply and demand. And with the wrapped Bitcoin supply that got forked in, and assuming the contract isn't going to work or mint anymore in the future as it is, well, there's only about 140 some odd thousand Bitcoins, and this wallet there's 32,000. So, and that's just what we can verify on this wallet, which connects back to the OA. And I mean, if you dig through it, so that's really a small amount of Bitcoin. So that really, to me, sets up nicely for this Bitcoin price, like doing way beyond whatever Bitcoin peaks at this cycle. And I know it's possible because, you know, when you start projecting out what the Axis token price could do if Pulse does a 10x, 100x, 1000x, I mean, you're talking multi-million dollars per Axis token, you know, assuming the holders remain constant or demand increases, right? And it's just, this chain is the people's chain. It's the one-to-one chain. It's the 10,000x chain. It's going to change fundamentally how humans' relationship is with their government and with each other and with their money. And I think it's just an exciting experiment to be part of. So these are some of the P copies that he's held on to for one reason or another. And if you're interested in this, go dig into this address. It's floating around out there on the web.
Let's throw it in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
There's even a private chat. You can send it over or just put it in right now, whatever.
Sure. And then
we got a question as well from Jakey. What's the supply of purple Bitcoin? It's about 150,000, sir. So that's the advantage. It's not 21 million like BlackRock BTC. It's only 150,000. And rumored Richard Hart has 40,000 of it. So he's got a third of the supply. So you can only speculate. You think, maybe he's got a plan. He's going to enjoy some peggings. Maybe he's going to enable that as collateral vault access. So he can even put his in and then mint even more pDAI. All of it, we're just guessing. You don't need to know all of these, but the supply is very low. And I'm telling you now, my friends, 4 years ago, I was in Richard's backyard. He asked me about Doge. Elon Musk had not tweeted yet, okay? He said, can Doge go to $1? I'm like, look, man, I thought Bitcoin's going to 200, Ethereum's going up. Touch the DeFi stuff. Big mistake. We literally had Dogcoin mania right after that point. What's he asking me now? Him and Dylan. can pDAI go to $1? And I want to own this purple Bitcoin. I'm not joking. Okay, it's December as well. It was December 2020. Now we're in December 2024. It was in the first half of December. It's the exact same thing. It's just, and all of these things are coming, friends. And it's not just like when you hear Axis and Maddie and everyone speak about it, like, you know, you don't understand all of it. You know what I mean? I get lost in the weeds too, but you know something's going on. You know, the megaphone's just going to get louder and louder. Like if pDAI goes up to, if pDAI, Pulse, PulseX, Hex, as they go up, all those people who are wrong, they have to come back in. We're waiting for Ivan, okay? As soon as Pulse flips Sol in the weekly super trend, he's coming back in. Imagine he goes, guys, I pressed the button. I'm now back into PulseChain. I listened to SOMMI. Imagine he just says that, bro. He's got 500,000 people. They all got a pie and stuff. And they're like, oh, he bought back into Richard Hart's coin. And then the on-flow effect starts happening. Yeah, so let's check out some chats.
Yeah, so this awesome. I love it. And this is that wrap Bitcoin chart. And like, dude, here we were, you know, back in the boardroom. We were trading this chart back in here, calling for 5X's and stuff, and then, you know, selling it. And it's like, why didn't we just hold it? Like, why couldn't we recognize then that the P copy thing wasn't a bunch of bullshit? Like, Richard never talks for no reason. His words are always deliberate, and I had to learn that lesson the hard way a few times in this cycle already with these P copies. And I made this comment earlier, and I'll say it again for those that showed up late. How amazing is it as pDAI and Rapidcoin and these other P copies start to gain value and potentially peg or go beyond, and all these guys are going to the centralized exchanges and they're banging down the front door and they're like, give me my copies. Like, I know you guys have my copies. Like, and what does the centralized exchanges have to do? Like, they're basically they're forced to have to list PulseChain, which means they have to go capture some of the supply of the core tickers too, to be able to service their users. It's a backdoor trap, right? Richard is winning by creating and I shouldn't just say it's just him. It's probably a cohort of very high level OG crypto people that 100%, you know, mingle, whale pod if you will, that are working together to basically reverse rug pull the entire financial system. It's really that big of an idea. And the Maria Rahel character, he goes on to say that they've tried to do this on BNB one time and it failed. So I don't know. I just think it's a fascinating experiment. Happy to, I'm so bullish, and I think, this will be my plug. Is like, I think ultimately a lot of this value ends up in Hex because it's the one thing that ties us all together, which is our time, and it fixes the inflation problem, right? Hex fixes the inflation problem with the first ever chart of future market supply. Like it or hate staking, it is going to be a solution for the inflation problem if and when it is mass adopted. You won't have a choice but to maybe hedge with some sort of a staking commitment, or just play the volatility in the early years and make mad gains. That's a good thing too. 100%. And so this was that you guys were talking a little bit earlier about the wrap Bitcoin versus pDAI chart, and this. And then there was just that one wallet with like 4,500 wrap BTC that started nuking his stack in 800K chunks. And long story short, it pushed it back down out of this upper range. So if you take this away, it was unsuccessful in reclaiming like a higher range. But look at it's on an uptrend. So wrap Bitcoin is actually historically above the midline of this channel. But if it captures support here, maybe it busts out the top side of this channel and goes and reclaims and really gains against and pDAI here at some point.
Yeah, that ratio, I looked at that ratio a lot. It is interesting. There's another one that's also very interesting. It's P Hex and pDAI, and they are approximating around 1. So that ratio we're looking at right now on the screen and the P Hex to pDAI, they're doing this like weird oscillation thing. And I say weird as in I don't have all the evidence, but I'm like, it just, if you put my golden deagle to my head, I'm like, I feel like a big duck, Richard Hart, is in the background, and then as time goes on, when people prove themselves that they want to hold, he adds a bit of liquidity, okay? And then we go a bit more time, we get a bit more higher, Jeet's out, he adds a bit more. It feels like something like that is naturally organically happening over time. It's kind of like he rewards the market. Hey, thanks for not cheating. on to the next level, you know? So you're watching all these, you don't need to get, don't let yourself get confused with any of these things, friends. You should look at it more like, oh, there's something happening here and there's mind share accumulating. Because sometimes with these ratios, a lot of people they find it hard to like say, oh, am I winning, am I losing, or what's happening here? Just know that, hey, no one knows what's going on. Just assume that. And there's energy and activity. That's all you need. That's literally all you need. You go back 4 years ago, you know, ask Matty guys. No one knew what a proper T share was. Like, hey, why is it should we stake? How exactly do these things work? What does the origin address actually do? You know? So no one knew. If you go back and you're like, hey man, I need a full essay, you totally missed it. But if you just go, I want to say go all in, but you're just like, you know what? I'm just throwing it in anyway. That's early Bitcoin, by the way. It's like, you know, so once you see all these friends, you have a different appreciation for like the activity going on here. So you can continue, sir.
Yeah.
Sloth,
So this is the energy
Welcome.
you're talking about. It's coming in the volume here, and this is that chart. It's the pDAI to pHex ratio, and it's so that you can see that there is a definite battle going on where the hexagons, hex staker class, they don't want to lose. They don't want pDAI to flip its price. Clearly, there's an attempt here to support it at that level. Now, does that mean that inevitably here this is going to break down and pDAI is going to take the lead for a while and carry the ship? It is less liquid, so it means it's easier to pump. Hex has got $40 million of total value locked against Pulse on that V1 pool. That means there's 20 million on the bid, 20 million on the ask. This one's only got like 3 million on the bid, 3 million on the ask against Pulse. So this could be the driver, right? This could drive the chain higher, and you see it because when people bridge into the chain, like that guy bridged in 1.4 million and aped into pDAI the other day, the whole chain lifted up and went green. And when the FUD came around and pDAI sold off, the whole chain went red. And so pDAI is kind of like the wind of change, right? And so there's definitely an interesting component here where this is like the gas pedal right now for the chain, and it goes deeper. Where you can talking about some of these other tokens like Atropa and Teddy Bear and RugBTC that are starting to break out against PLS, and that they're highly connected with pDAI. And if they're going to break out, they can be like the three legs of the tripod surrounding it that can help stabilize pDAI as it makes its ascent to higher and higher prices as they each kind of pop off. They're very much correlated with each other. So, you know, watching these liquidity dynamics with Crispy over the last few months it's been very, very interesting.
Thank you so much, friends. I'm sorry, I have to get going, friends. I've seen Slothy has just joined in. My Hedron Icosta believer as well, sirs. I love and appreciate every single one of yous. I know, friends, trust me, like, I don't like the things are gonna get better. I hate that guy. I'm like, I'm looking around. Everything that was meant to happen in the universe to indicate next year's going to be the biggest year of their life, it's happened. Okay?
Yeah.
All of it's happened.
100%.
Everything's happened. I've told you all of it's happened. So I love and appreciate every single one of you, friends. Like and subscribe to Mr. Saint Wolf. We love all your streams, bro. So we'll catch you soon, friends. Take
Wonderful seeing you.
Take
Bye,
care,
brother.
Appreciate you.
See you, Sammy.
Wolf, I'm gonna go too, bro. Like for how
Pedro,
long have you been here, bro?
We've been how long, dude? Look,
Oof.
we started. We're going on 5
11.
hours. We're going on 5 hours.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Awesome stream, man.
I'll stay a
Keep
little
going,
longer.
Keep going.
We'll get some space.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Cheers.
gotta do my stream. I delayed it
Okay,
for like
okay.
2 hours because
I was over there waiting for you, man.
Yeah, but this is Rock. So
join you
thanks
shortly,
for,
too,
Season new
thanks for
hangout.
inviting. Thanks for inviting me.
You got Matt. It was a pleasure having you, and Pedro too. Good night, gentlemen.
Bye, guys.
Okay.
Peace out.
Take care.
Thank you. Man, I was taking screenshots all night just to like, you know, like, oh, look, now there's SOMMI,
Oh.
now it's Crypto
Yeah,
Spot,
look-
now it's Maddie. Like, it's like, you know, the whole lineup. Pretty awesome.
It feels a lot like that 2021 bull market energy again.
And now Gary.
Welcome, Gary. Yeah, it's more gas.
Gary.
There is a spot open. I think Steven was out there. Come on in, buddy. How you doing, Gary? Good to see you.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You're good.
We can hear you.
Yeah. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you're
A
good.
little lag. I'm in Singapore, but just let me know if the sound goes bad.
Yeah, we're all over the world today.
I know.
How amazing.
Yeah, I've been missing out on like a lot of the content. I'm glad that St. Wolf records these things. It's been the most interesting stuff to watch for the past several months for sure. It's been, you guys been doing this for like a year and a half since discovery of, again, it's kind of the things that have been, I would say, obvious because they've been inside the tweets for so long that Richard's put out there about like value and advertising outside of this existing community that all have hex logos and such. And it's very interesting again to see this resurgence of e-copies having value. Maybe initially that would have been like solicitation to the Peppy people and to the Wrap Bitcoin people and things like that, as far as like all the marketing is always done basically to the only people that had money. Every time he's made content, as far as like smaller groups and stuff like that, it's been, where is the money? During a bear market, everybody's broke. So like during our bear market, it was a bear market across the board, and he would say things like, because I would say something like, let's approach this group or that group or whatever it would be, and he would say they don't have any money. They don't have any money, and like all of the news is covering Bitcoin hitting 100,000. All of the micro sailor ratcheting up by selling micro strategy shares and things like that. That's getting positive and negative commentary from All In podcast, like Maddie recently met David Sachs. So like you see this content constantly, and it's the best advertising possible, the best timing possible for something like pDAI, Wrap BTC parody, these narratives, whether they're true. I'm staying on the political. I want to be able to engage everybody without polarizing. So like my position specifically is I want to be able to open up conversations, open engagement. I don't want to be hedged off and stereotyped on this cycle. So like I'm very supportive of everything you guys are doing. It's awesome. It's really cool.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with just admitting outright that this is a speculative asset class, and this is like the best. And Richard's the king of speculating. He's the king speculator. Like he knows how to make things juicy and interesting, and wow, we're seeing it live. So I don't think you have to be take a side or an opinion on any of this. You can look at the data, and I'd love if Crispy could elaborate on that for us. You can look at the data and see that these peak copies are doing things that not just any cryptocurrency does.
Yeah. Hey, I think it's worth talking about what SOMMI said. You're just like re-emphasizing this, right? This is sunk liquidity. This liquidity is still there, right? It's not going anywhere. It doesn't matter whether I like it or don't like it. It's there, right? And so these pairs are set. And so unless somebody deconstructs this whole system, they're all going in the same direction. At different times perhaps, but yeah. And we can see that right in those liquidity webs.
Yeah, I can pull them up for you. We had it up earlier, and it's a pretty fascinating tool to see. I think we were counting, what was it, 281 million, I think? Was it 181 million? I can't remember. pDAI LP.
Yeah, and this is only part of the web, because there's the web that the rest of us don't see that's out there.
It's huge. It is all over the ecosystem.
People get this misconception that like, oh, that's not real backing value, but that's not the full picture with a lot of this stuff, especially at this point in the game now where like the bridge is now filled up. So as this is loading in, let's pull up the bridge. You'll like this one, FundingGym. You'll love this. There's actual positive momentum on inflows into the bridge. Stable coins and wrapped Ethereum. That's a nice rounded bottom on also let me zoom it down.
Yeah, I was paying attention to Dune for a long time, and that's very interesting. The one that I just quickly checked almost daily really is the bridge that GoPulse shows. And part of that, I was like, my cynicism was like, well, okay, the value of all these other things, Hex has changed, all these different things that are counted as bridged in. As far as DAI and all the stables, I did see that Bitcoin had gone down to like 24 as far as what was on that display. And
yeah, St. Wolf, can you pull Maddie over to the other side, and I can.
Yes.
This is just Yeah, Bitcoin is there's no Bitcoin on the chain. There's like 6 Bitcoins on the chain.
There. And Ethereum used to be about 10,000. I think at least what GoPulse shows is like 9,300 or something like that, or 80 something hundred. So like I'm just curious, like when you consider bridging and what you're looking at as far as flow, are you putting it? What are you calling flow? That's my question.
So you can see the shape of this chart, yeah.
Yeah.
This is $20 million of Ethereum, and this is it's $80 million of stables. So it's 100 million of bridged in stables and Ethereum, US dollars.
And were you mapping the liquidity for Hex during its whole story? I know you've gone over this so much over the years.
Yeah. The Hex peaked at the 56 cent top with I think it was like $46 million, or between 46 and $52 million was the peak liquidity at the TVL at the peak at its highest point, and it didn't stay there very long.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Again, Maddie makes comment about it, and Richard's made plenty of comments about, what is the sweet spot of liquidity, and it always is moving. It's moving basically depending on narrative, on sentiment, on seasonality. There's all kinds of reasons that the liquidity can change. What's the mood of other people versus whales putting liquidity in there to trade into. So yeah, it's interesting to see this charting.
This is so the all-time high was between 175 and 180 million at the launch, and so we're 160. This is the highest I've seen in since the beginning, basically. And let's see, which one of these was it? This one? No, it was like the activity tab, I think, shows us TVL. Oh, that ain't it.
And I think I've noticed, again, sitting on Ethereum chain, your hex, your EHEX, if you haven't sold it out, if you sold it into thin liquidity, you said, hey, whatever, just moving your hex across to PulseChain and sitting in your own wallet on chain is helping the TVL. I've seen the numbers. Obviously, when EHEX goes up, to 6 cents or sixth of a penny or whatever, it helps the total TVL. It helps the advertising, and people get shocked when they see the total TVL of the PulseChain itself with some of those numbers.
Yeah, and there's a whole strategy behind that with retail and Ethereum guys. They're going to buy when this stuff starts to pop off. They're going to buy Hex on Ethereum, which virtually lends that value to EHEX on the PulseChain for deployment into other things and to increase that TVL. And so here I'll add the Hex to the chart, and you can see how much that increases our total TVL. It puts us over 150 million.
Yeah, I got to catch up on it. One of the things you guys talked about when SOMMI was on, and before SOMMI came on too, I was watching the start from the beginning when I saw you guys were streaming for like 15 minutes or 20 minutes and just kind of skipping around in the content you've already created. But I definitely need to go through the whole 4 or 5 hours you guys have been doing that.
Hey, if you want to call me and I'll get you up to speed. I know you've been busy, so that's fine. Yeah. We can. There's a lot to talk about and a lot going on this chain right now. It's peak excitement right now. So
yeah, I definitely want to. I see people that are doing different stuff, and that's all. It's all good and supportive of what other people are doing on chain. Like, I met with Steph, which is doing his stuff on Ethereum. All the people at TitanX and stuff like that, and what they've been building out. Been just kind of paying attention to that in general. But I'm trying to, just like always, trying to be outside of the political and trying. If you're talking to me, if you're talking outside. And through blockchain, we're talking outside. Like the activity on this chain is being talked about outside of this chain, right? That's like the best advertisement you can ever have is green candles. It is the activity that can be seen when they go to things like DeFi alignment, when they go and do that sudden check and say, holy fuck, there's $1 billion over here or whatever, right? So it's really important.
Like that.
Yeah, everything gets built out. And so like even the position of having a 6-sided geometric figure as your identity. I don't think that has to be the case. I've been accumulating, 6-sided figure stuff for a long time, and it's really good to see it branching out And again, that's a controversial statement for many because everybody wants to be some kind of maximalist or whatever. But like, it's the best advertising possible that pDAI, RugPTC, all these things, if these assets that we're more familiar with become in some way collateral for your own personal vault, and that narrative is supported through numbers. I can see all kinds of reasons that people that are more risk averse in the crypto space, a lot of them only buy Bitcoin because they've heard about it for so long and all their friends have it already. And, just to have it almost as like part of the club, they're buying millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin at 100 grand. And they're doing it just to be part of the club. That's all they're doing. They're not even really looking, they're not even like how we are about like, oh, let's make a 10x or a 20x or 100x. They don't even think that. They just think they're just part of that opening of the door to be in crypto. It's cool again or whatever. But like, it's very important that I really do think that if Richard is behind all of this stuff, which everything seems to be pointing toward, as far as like on-chain transactions and things like that, again, could be absolutely wrong. I'm hedging with my statements. But if it's the best possible advertising, everybody has heard of Hex inside of crypto. The idea that you're going to get on a mainstream, whether it's a YouTuber or a crypto thing, everybody has heard of Hex. Nobody has heard of this narrative. This is a new narrative, and it's very exciting.
Yeah. Hey, Gary, obviously we know that Hex is not a company, and we know that PulseChain isn't a company. However, this is akin to customer acquisition cost, right? Mm-hmm. And so we're basically hanging this value out there. Our chain is hanging this value out there. It's not spent just waiting for somebody to come in and actually take advantage of that and get 100% onboarding with them into our ecosystem. So it's pretty brilliant, in so many different ways. And I know it feels scary because prices could go up, they could go down really fast if we see big dumpers. But we have such a strong chain. I mean, even if somebody came in and did that, it's going to get sucked up. Whatever
we got dumped on for 3 years, Chris.
Yeah, I know. No, I've been there.
Like you're not going to dump us out and make us walk away. Like we're not doing that. Like, we're not going to give up.
We've been through hell. We're not leaving now.
KG, what's happening? Welcome to the party.
Hey everybody, testing. Can you hear me?
Man, that beard is looking great. It's
yeah.
Are they doing Game of Thrones again or whatever? What's going on?
Project Beard.
Well, first of all, apologies for the low quality setup. FastAbdoul just hit me up with an invite, and I'm actually in the car. Just got a couple scoops of ice cream, enjoying this winter night.
Great, man.
Good to see everybody.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah. I heard SOMMI made his first appearance.
Yeah, we broke the cherry tonight. Yeah.
Congrats, everybody.
Hey, I see Benny Blanco in the chat talking about Hex a lot, which is very important. And I think that is a key point. I would just say this, is that all these things are going on, but at least in my viewpoint, it's all to the benefit of the core, and in particular, the store of value, which will be Hex.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I said that a couple times tonight. And look, even if it comes to like, EHEX, like look, EHEX is storing value against Pulse. For 252 days, it's up 4x. You could have 4x your Pulse stack by sitting in EHEX off the lows from the FUD tweet.
Oh no, man. Yeah.
And there were many of us who did capture that supply because some of you guys have lettuce hands and don't believe. And I don't know. I still like pHex too. Look, this is trying to flip support on the 1618. Next target is 2618 around 525. That's a 50% gain in price. And so it's like, is pDAI going to go first, and then Hex is going to go up, and then can surpass it, and they're going to ladder each other up to 10 to 12 cents? I don't know, but it's going to be exciting. This is a bullish, super bullish structure here.
Is this pDAI Hex?
This is just Hex against Pulse. I'm going to go to the dollar chart so it makes more sense for people. Here. So this is Hex on the weekly chart. And I thought maybe we could consolidate here a little bit on the dollar. But the red candle in the dollar chart of Hex is coming from weakness on Pulse, not from necessarily weakness in Hex, because Hex is sustaining and gaining on Pulse. As soon as Pulse breaks out of this consolidation structure and heads to saccharate 32% higher, Hex completely reverses this red candle and goes probably, I would say, 3.5 to 4 cents pretty rapidly.
Pretty good.
Blue Ocean.
Hey, KT, how's your time token doing versus Pulse?
Well, let's let Axis the chart master pull it up.
I might have a chart for
Pretty
that.
dang good. The interesting thing about time is we are one of the, if not the oldest native asset to launch on PulseChain. We went live with time on PulseChain 10 days after PulseChain launched. So you actually get basically a really complete chart history of the entire PulseChain when looking at the time chart.
It's a giant pennant. It's a bull pennant. So I mean, if you just measure the move from the base to the peak, you could draw it out depending on where it breaks, but 2.3x is in the cards when this finally happens. And now there's rumors going around, I don't know how public they are yet, rumors that there's going to be things launching that may or may not increase dividend rewards for time holders, which could impact the price, as well as any increases in Pulse price, which is the rewards token, could make this asset more valuable from a perspective of revenue that it can generate, right? So I think this one's like playing possum, actually, until the right moment where Pulse kind of pops off, and maybe there's some announcement to be made.
Well, if you're going to lay me up like that, I'll come in with the alley-oop, I suppose. So for just a quick TLDR for those who don't know what time is, the Internet Money Wallet on Android, iOS, and Chrome has an in-app swap feature. On PulseChain specifically, it is the best place to swap because it aggregates more liquidity than anywhere else on PulseChain. 14 individual DEXs plus pTAIs get aggregated in every time you swap within the Internet Money Wallet. There is a small fee that is charged on that swap. It's actually very competitive with the rest of the in-app swap market. The difference is 100% of that fee gets distributed to time holders. So if you're holding time on PulseChain, you're earning PLS. You don't have to stake your time, you don't have to lock your time up. Simply by holding time, you earn PLS as the Internet Money Wallet does more in-app swap volume, period. Even if it's not swapping time, swapping any asset. What Axis is referring to as the new feature, I will drop a little Easter egg, is we're bringing the ability to access that swap feature outside of the wallet. So you will not have to be an Internet Money Wallet user to access all that liquidity in your swaps. And yes, time holders will get paid as a result of that.
And I think the key component here that's important for people to understand is that you can go there to the app on the website and just get quotes. So if you want to go see where time swap interface is it's going to go check everywhere on the PulseChain, and it's going to give you quotes. And then if you see it, and then if you want to go compare yourself, you can, but it's going to check everything for you. And now if you're a MetaMask user or a Rabby user, or you're not using, or don't have your Internet Money Wallet on you, you can just go there and with any wallet and get a quote, which I think is pretty cool.
I think a big thing is for this stream in particular, we're talking about pDAI and stuff, right? Like the copied stables and just other copies on PulseChain. The Internet Money Wallet has access to several DEXs that do not have a front end, that have I'm not saying there's big pools of pDAI sitting there, but there's lots of P copies of various things, where for most users who aren't a super user, who can run up their own front end, this may be the only way you could access DEXs like PancakeSwap, like Shiba Swap, where there could be untold riches in P copies that have not been discovered yet.
Yeah,
I think it's
100%.
worth checking out.
I think there's definitely undiscovered gems laying around. We got to hunt. There's some surprises left, I think.
Yep.
You know, FastAbdoul, that is an incredible point because, yes, out of the 15 places you can swap within the Internet Money Wallet or outside of the wallet in the near future, 5 of those are forked dexes from when PulseChain launched. So you have forked Uniswap V2 and V3, forked Pancake Swap, forked Shiba Swap, and forked Sushi Swap. Now that this whole, paradigm shift of actually focusing on the forked tokens is really happening, imagine when you swap something like P-wrapped ETH to P-wrapped DAI. There is actually liquidity on these forked dexes because those pools got copied over. So when you're swapping around in P stables within the internet, or not, sorry, I said P stable, P assets, period, within the internet money wallet, you're getting access to liquidity and oftentimes better trades than are physically accessible anywhere else.
Yeah, I'll add that Uniswap is humming, man. On PulseChain, it is humming. The volume going through that is amazing. There are people using it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And pDAI doesn't route through there right now. Through most of the things that you're talking about, like the copied Uniswap, Pancake Swap, Shiba Swap, any of that stuff, pDAI doesn't touch it as of yet. So this is the only place I know of.
Only place I know of as well. And like what Axis said as well is you can use the wallet and soon outside of the wallet to actually go and simultaneously search all these places. So even if you didn't want to do the swap there, you can still look at all the markets. And, Axis being the liquidity expert that he is, that all these markets are constantly moving. And so if you go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can't even really go to all 15, but even if you try to go to each one and get a quote, by the time you went back to the first one, the quote would have changed. So you take a market snapshot basically, and what's really cool about that is because we're in deep now, right? It's easy for people who just want it to be easy, and you can stop right there. For guys that want to go deep, you actually get these human arbitrage opportunities where, because you're searching everywhere at once, there is a significant amount of times where you actually end up with a positive slippage scenario because you're searching all the pools at the same time, and because the market's moving and prices are changing, you get that human arbitrage moment.
Hey, for this pause, I'm going to take this opportunity to say goodnight. Hey, thanks for letting me come in for a couple minutes, and we'll clear up the screen so you guys can see. All right.
Pleasure having you
See
over, CrispyMan.
See you later, guys. Yeah. Hey,
anytime, come back.
And FundingGym, be careful out there. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off too, guys. It was a pleasure to be up here. Hopefully I can catch you on another stream. Good to see everybody. KG, FundingGym, FastAbdoul, Axis, Maggie. Pleasure. I'll see you guys all around.
Anytime. Have a good night.
See you later, Sloth, man.
It was cool to see. I went with. I brought Samuel Arms is a lobbyist out of Florida. He was helping a lot with Gary Cardone's launch of his Bitcoin content and things like that for the past year or two. But he's written, a lot of. He works really closely with DeSantis in Florida, and I saw that this week they were both in. My other friend Josh was in Abu Dhabi, I guess at the event with Eric Trump and such. That was really cool to see. It's good to see people like, Maddie just went to the All In, was it the All In Pod Christmas party, or what was that event?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, these are people that, again, in very crowded environments, it's difficult to get a message through or make some kind of meaningful information transfer. But this is like networking opportunities, and it's really good to see that people are out there doing that too.
David,
I mentioned that because also Roger Ver just went on Tucker Carlson yesterday, and I saw that Maddie had retweeted about the Support Roger Ver petition, and I was just, again, conspiracy theory or whatever, but on the wall in the background is hexagons on Roger Ver's stream with Tucker today.
Yeah, he had 2 of them.
Yeah,
very nice.
Thought that was awesome. 2 of them exactly.
X-Maxi confirmed.
There was a P and an E copy of the hexagon logo.
Yeah,
that was awesome. But yeah, if you can support or promote people to support Roger's campaign, it's gonna be important.
Yeah. People can go to freerogernow.org, which like the silver. He rebranded to like Silver Sailor, but our Hexakin who like communicates with Roger other than FundingGym and everything, like was advocating for hundreds of people to sign the petition the other day, so that was really cool. And yeah, it's really cool to see Roger like getting the word out, because I do really think he needs a presidential pardon. He needs somebody to come in and like make that right. And so it really makes a difference for everybody to go, that's how the whole free Ross thing happened, is because individual people took action. So everybody going, I did it myself, like going to freerogernow.org is where you can sign the current petition. And yeah, when I went to the all-in Christmas party, there were about 1,000 people there, so I thought it was very unlikely, myself not having paid for a VIP ticket, it was very unlikely for me to even get a chance to introduce myself to the new crypto czar, who had just been announced, David Sachs, who's one of the 4 members of the podcast. And of course, he I've always dreamed of bumping into Elon, onboarding him into PulseChain. But in some ways, David Sachs has become maybe even a more important person than the richest man in the world. I don't know. We could have a long debate about that. But David Sachs is the person who now is going to be in charge of shaping America's crypto policy, as Trump, not only rights the wrongs that have been created so far by the SEC, but he wants to make America #1 in crypto. And so I did get a chance, out of basically a miracle. I talked to enough of the security guards, and they appreciated me communicating with them, but I was just all right, how am I going to bump into him? And basically I figured out that there's one area that he would have to pass through. So I just staked out that area. And the second I went there, he was leaving the building, and so I was able to give him my business card and make an introduction that I'm sure he'll remember. But I also have connections from when I brought the Hex DeLorean to their Back to the Future after party that they had 3 months ago. I'm friends with their CEO, and so I had asked the CEO during this most recent event, will you make a warm introduction to Sachs for me now that I've introduced myself to him, and now that I'm a good guy? And so he agreed to do that. So hopefully I can warm that connection up even more, and anything that we can do to get America behind this idea. Basically I think the talking points need to be chain agnostic. If America wants to be the #1 in the world for crypto, then we need the most users. And so, we're going to have an onboarding strategy, whether it's mailing everybody a social security card, except it has a private key on it. There might be some different strategies that need to be developed there. So yeah, I'm I'm really excited to see where that goes.
Thank you for your service, sir.
It's really exciting. The whole season, again, euphoria of 2025. Between Trump, the sons that are very active and involved in cryptocurrency directly, all 3 of the sons apparently. The messaging in general. I don't know if it's all about freedom as far as it's always about price. The first thing that gets on a TV show is going to be what the price of something is. So I expect that sort of thing may happen in 2025, just as far as price movements. And I had invited, so I'd met Roger along with other Hexagons, Silver the Antidote, Danny the singer, who else was there, But basically, we had met him in Kuala Lumpur, and then he did that interview with me. And then when the Trump NFTs were going to be launched again, B-Root had said something about it like the year before. I thought it'd be a good, like, photo op and, potential conversation or something like that. So I knew that event was coming up, and then I reached out to Roger to invite him to the Trump dinner, and to be my guest. And he had said that he would love to go. That'd be great, but he had donated $1,000, I think, to like a local councilman or something like that, like through some website. But he had donated to some councilman that's very libertarian, and then he got highlighted or something like that as a foreign influence, a foreign financial influence on an election. So he's like, I can't really, I don't want to really take the chance of going to Mar-a-Lago with you just because I donated $1,000, and they want to get him on just about anything. Is basically what he was saying. So he appreciated the invitation, and then he had said, he was supportive of, basically he pays attention to some of our content. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, I have always been so impressed, FundingGym, with like your networking skills. So I'm trying to follow in your footsteps here, and yeah, it's been really enjoyable. It's like to try to get the word out.
It's healthy for the psychology. Like, it's good to have reinforcement from the people that are already supportive of you or an individual inside this community. There's plenty of trolls, of course, but like it's great to be around people that are supportive, but like being out there and tilling the soil and finding those new pockets of support is really mentally refreshing, I have to say. So people should do it more.
For sure. Well, I think I'm gonna go real quick and just do like I have to keep my streak. I've been going for 211 weeks, going live every Tuesday, but I I postponed it because I was enjoying so much being on here with you guys. But I think I'm just going to knock that out here real quick. So,
awesome.
Don't mind me. But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. It's a pleasure having you. Thanks for joining us.
Peace.
Night, Maddie. FastAbdoul, how are you doing?
I'm holding in there. It's been 5 hours, and
Chat,
I was actually supposed to join Maddie on his stream like an hour and a half ago. So I think I'll probably do that right after this.
Chat, make some noise. We just passed 5 hours. 5 hours. This is epic.
It was pretty sweet though. Like there's a lot of eyeballs on the stream. Like the reader there says 1,099. We've had like just about every epic character on the PulseChain show up either in the chat or on the screen. This is a super stream to remember. It's almost like it's a conference or something.
Somebody said it was like the X-Men. Somebody was making a comment. It's great.
It does have a little bit of that nostalgia feel of like, again, I don't know that St. Wolf wants to be considered pDAI maxi or anything like that, but it definitely feels like origin content. Feels like origin content of like the whole thread of narrative. It's very interesting.
It's cool.
That being said, guys, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go join Maddie on his stream for 20 minutes or however long we're still awake to keep his his streak running, and we'll talk to you guys soon. It's a pleasure to see you all.
Oh, it's a pleasure having you, FastAbdoul.
Thanks for the invite, Abdoul. Good to see you.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm going to follow Abdoul as well. I've been in the car on this one, so Wolf, it was actually great to talk to you for the first time. Thanks for letting me jump on. Gary, Axis, legends alike, good to see you both. For those watching, Internet Money Wallet, if you want the best transacting experience on PulseChain or any EVM chain, best place to swap. No data collection. Talk soon.
Yeah, brother.
So Benny's got some cool points here about like people not being able to figure out how to get into PulseChain and stuff, and it's true. Like I have one of my members is in the in the Luke Belmar group, and it's not that they don't want to come, they just don't know how. They don't know how to bridge in, they don't know how to use DeFi. They're so used to the centralized exchange process. It's like a foreign language. And so, but I think green candles kind of have an impact and are going to make people learn really fast. The green candles typically make people fast learners, so
it's the ultimate incentive. It makes people get smart very fast. A lot of more narratives I think are going to pop up. I think pDAI was just one of the first ones, but we also have to expect that the Heartman probably has more things up his sleeve once the case falls apart, and we can expect a tremendous amount of surprises that are gonna speed the adoption into PulseChain. Demand is just going to go up dramatically, very fast, very fast.
Yeah. But we already kind of explained like the trapdoor centralized exchange thing that could happen at any point. As soon as the lawsuit's over, they may just list us one after the other. I don't know.
100%. 100%.
Things are, you hear things, right? So, in terms of like onboarding complete noobs into crypto, yeah, I mean, like the best thing you can do, honestly, is just get them, like let them use MoonPay or whatever. Get a little bit of Ethereum through MoonPay, so it's fast. They're in a MetaMask wallet. They do their first like long-term hex stake, and then once they have that, and they're watching their wallet on GoPulse, they have a story to track now. Like it's just like we need to re-engineer, reimagine the magic of the staker app from the first 2 years of Hex. That was competing for spots and playing the game and trying to out stake each other and watching the mad gains. Like that was part of the magic. And I think Hex is like the landing point for a lot of this. Although I do agree with Maddie that we're heading into a multi-chain world, and there's a bunch of us that have graduated way beyond just that one single strategy. And so for us, like the world is our oyster. We're on the people's chain, and the future is really bright. So I'm excited to be here.
Really bright, so bright. You got to wear shades. Gary, I got a question since you're here. You obviously Pulse Wrap Bitcoin. I think Axis, you were here earlier when we discussed it. I mean, I think parity is in the cards, and it's absolutely faded. Do you think it could go much higher than parity, and how high past parity could purple Bitcoin go? The people's Bitcoin.
It's the best marketing possible. Best marketing possible is parity. Just the noise that would come from that. Again, it would be spoofed by ones that hold their own. Well, again, why would it be spoofed? So a Bitcoin absolutist and a Bitcoin maximalist at the time of fork, would they be wrapped? I don't know. Like, do they play in DeFi? All the cyber hornets of 2018 that I remember, and 2020, and all these narratives of the new bull market. So the only resistance to parity from sell pressure of non-believers would be people that held wrapped Bitcoin at the time of the fork, right? That supply, it's 140,000 or something like that exists. What's the number?
That's right.
About 150,000.
Richard's rumored to have.
Yeah.
Richard's rumored to have about
40,000. People that had wrapped Bitcoin, and most likely the wrapped Bitcoin was on central exchanges, more likely than in a personal DeFi wallet, or maybe in liquidity pools that got replaced by the bot or whatever. So like it's very interesting about the concentration, and if that narrative does not get thwarted by just sheer hate of Richard, I think it's great advertising. So there's a problem I remember in 2017 and 18 about like, we want to get, in general, everybody wanted to get listed on a central exchange. And then because it was popular in bull season, you would see prices of like 2 million cash plus a significant amount of supply of a token in order to get listed. Like that's giving the supply of your new idea in your community's, treasury, so to speak, to a central exchange that they can choose to, okay, we will use it for market making. We'll use it for, we'll collect fees for a while, but always it's potential sell pressure just in a dump by the central exchange itself. And it's interesting that wrapped Bitcoin, pWrapped Bitcoin exists. As far as I understand it, even if it's on the exchange, it's not. It's in individual addresses, Ethereum addresses or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Individual customers. It's not like pooled in one spot. Like if you accidentally sent pDAI to without going through the bridge directly to your exchange or something, it's lost. It's on your account, but it's not accessible by that central exchange. So I don't really know where the sell comes from versus saying, look, we're going to support it because it is effectively free supply to the exchange, but the customers are the only ones that can trade it for other things that are also on the exchange. So I like it as a marketing ploy, and to actually engage central exchange for more direct fiat on and off ramp utilization. So there's a lot of reasons that I think that wrapped Bitcoin should be supported by both people that are, like if I talk to Gary Cardone about Bitcoin, like he's running a space right now, he's mostly going to talk about the platforms that he holds his Bitcoin on, that if he wants to do a leverage position or something like that, he can call. He's big enough of an account and big, more socially connected to say, hey, I need to be able to cover my short or whatever it is he does with his trading. He's not really a DeFi guy. He doesn't even really keep a lot of his on his own possession. But like, there's a whole narrative around why that guy would still support, and his brother would still support, the P-wrapped Bitcoin
100%.
Parity narrative.
I think they just want to see, like everyone at that level, big money, they want to see a track record of green. And once you establish that, and the recovery of Hex is going to be a big part of that, for them to see this is, in essence, it's his first startup, right? Hex is the first startup. And that goes green, it's going to speak volumes. And a lot of big players are going to turn their attention to see, okay, he made that work. It's above where it needs to be. That's going to do a lot.
Yeah, Ivan on tech says that exactly. Like, once we're crossing Sacra and getting ready to test that local high from last March, he's in, right? So
he's in.
One of many. Yeah.
And for a lot of other people, I think Hex needs to go above, past its all-time high once again as well. I think that's a reality.
That's the thing, is this vaulting narrative about the asset types that can be vaulted. It doesn't alienate Hex. If Hex people don't like pDAI, they don't like the idea that buying pressure is being stolen away from the Hex P-Hex version or something like that. They don't like that. Just shut up. Just don't say anything. Let the market play out as it's going to play, because it's not like the people that could buy P-Hex don't know that P-Hex exists. It's not like the people that, what I'm saying? If they think, it's the new visitors, the retail, they're going to get here in 2025 and they're just going to buy all my bags, and that I've been talking horrible about for a long time, and now they're going to come buy my bags. I don't, the people that already know about it. But if it can be vault asset, and it can feed this narrative climb to actually, and Richard's even said, many times about like he's been highlighting recently the 1-to-1-to-1 kind of ratios. He's talking about ratios more than in his recent tweets or whatever, ratios. And he's said that in the past. He says, if one thing is interchangeable for another thing, it's the same as it's good, basically. And so interchangeability is a good thing for these vault, these assets that potentially could go into the vault on the pDAI narrative, on the lockup narrative. It's pretty cool.
Well, the pDAI narrative is definitely stirring up crypto. Definitely making big waves out there. And I'm glad you both are here. We've gone over 5 hours tonight. Chat, I know some of you guys have been here.
It's like everybody's fading down. I was like, it's only 11 in the morning for me. But yeah, I've got what I've got now is I've got 5 hours worth of content that I need to watch at double speed.
Yeah. It is past 5 a.m. where I am right now, so this officially became my most after-hour stream for sure. We just started with some TA in the beginning, and it just kept evolving, and it was absolutely amazing having everybody. That's how a house party happens, right? Everyone starts coming over, more people come over, and then you got to do some more liquor runs. But why don't you guys lead us out? Axis, go ahead.
Yeah, man, it's really nice to have you in the community, and I think you've been streaming now for almost a year, right?
Almost a year, yeah, just about.
Yeah, and so I mean, it's been good. I've seen you grow already in just this short amount of time, and I'm excited to watch your career blossom going into this amazing bull run. And into you, Gary, thanks for coming back and being a supporter even when you wanted to murder half of us. I kid.
only half. It switches every so often. It's the other half sometimes.
Was it the good half or the bad half?
You have two kids, and like when one's not behaving, the other one is, and then they take turns. But anyways, I
Axis,
appreciate you guys.
I gotta thank you too. I'm glad you came on. I haven't talked to you in a while, and we did a stream together very early on when I started doing kind of conversations with people, and you said some really cool things to me that helped me build confidence and kind of like lunge forward, because you know how it's just hard in the beginning to get going. So always appreciate that.
It's very nerve-wracking the first few times you're doing it. Like even for the first few times you're doing it, it's like getting that tempo and that flow and figuring out yourself out on camera and stuff. So
yeah.
Glad it helped out, man.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see you in Vegas in March. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know.
I can dream.
Yeah. But man,
I'd say they're going to go to the Dubai event in the end of March. I think it's March. It's Dubai's Token 2049. I'll go to that one.
I think you're going to see a lot more PulseChain guys traveling the world for events probably after next year or by the middle of next year.
100%.
So maybe not March, but you get through the summer and I bet you they're going to be traveling all over the world again.
Yeah. Same thing. I'll do my sign out. I really appreciate Saint Hex, or not Saint Hex, Saint Wolf. Really great content, really chill. As far as a new streamer and things like that, some people come in with a lot of high energy, adrenaline pump or something like that.
Yeah.
But your tone, your tempo, the guests, the culture that you're setting with your channel is really awesome and really cool. So keep it up, man.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure having you, man. I'm glad you came by and knocked and came to the party.
All right.
I've been wanting to talk to you for a while, so. And chat, it's great to have you guys. I know some of you guys were here from the beginning, or if you did, you're just as crazy as we are. So, and we'll see you all again next time. Oh, Todd, what's up, man?
Oh yeah. Last thing I want to say is thank you to all of our supporters over the last 5 years. Hex is 5 years old. Without you guys coming and paying attention and being part of the community and lifting us up, we would have no one to stream to. So you guys are amazing. Hope to see you guys in the flesh at some of these events. And it's going to be a good, dare I say, 4-year bull market. I know some people would shoot me for that, but I think this is going to be the bull of all bulls, baby. We got robbed last cycle, but this time we got a lot of capital coming in and we have global acceptance of this space. So here we go.
Yeah.
Strapped in.
2025. All right, gentlemen. And chat, good night, everybody.
See you guys.